The Unrecorded Extra C-140 Chapter 1 Prologue. The hero beyond the light. The sound of metal clashing echoed loudly in the air as if it was a warning for every living soul on Earth. That would have been the case if only there were people left in the world. The world was destroyed by the invader from another world, the demon. 12 years ago this world was still in peace, and the only threat came from the villain and their organizations. The villain would be a better enemy than the demon. It's because their goal was only to kill and oppose the heroes, and never had they thought about destroying the world. Although most of the villains' power came from demons, their way of thinking was different. Demons are demons, but villains are human, or at least they used to be human. The Earth was their home, so if it was destroyed, where would they live? Hell? Clanger exclamation mark. Clanger exclamation mark. Boom exclamation mark. A series of explosions followed. After a while the battle sound stopped echoing. The city was already burned and destroyed even before the explosions happened, and now more damage was done to the city. Many buildings which once stood firmly have been turned into ash. The city landscape has become a flat land. A huge red-skinned, horrifying head with horns as big as a plane fell from the sky and landed near a lone building oddly shaped like an igloo. A demon's head belonged to the general was separated from its body, and the cause was the last human being. He was the only human that survived until now, and his journey would end soon after he dropped his sword and stake it into the helpless Demon King's body. "What are you doing?" said the Demon King. "Isn't this what you wanted, killing me to get revenge for your world?" he added. The hero flinched at the Demon King's words. It was a sore spot. How could he say that to the hero who had nothing left? Just look at the Earth, the world, the place where humans and other creatures were living before the demon's invasion. The once blue and green planet has been painted gray and red by them. The hero stared down at the helpless Demon King whose legs were separated from the body. After a long quiet moment in which the air sound was filled by the burning blaze, the hero's tired and lifeless voice was mixed in them. "Revenge?" He keeps his expression straight, as hollow as a doll, lifeless, staring through the demon's eyes. Although not sure if he really was staring at the demon, it felt like his eyes were looking at something far, something that couldn't be brought back, unreachable. "What's the use of revenge, a broken bar, if I have nothing left?" His voice was a bit shaken, stabbing the earth with his sword, now crouching, enough to grab for the Demon King's face. "Tell me a broken bar." His hollow eyes pierced the Demon King like a spear that he'd flinched from them. "If I kill you, will they come back? My family, my friend, my lover, everyone?" The demon forced to chuckle. "Are you dumb? Of course. They will not be coming back. They are all forever staying in hell, and they will not have a choice but to suffer more there. Your so-called God will not even help them get out of there. It's because our arrival." Before he could finish his provoking word, the hero threw them on the ground, showing the demon his back, not caring whether he might get ambushed by the demon. Well, he'd thought that there was nothing the demon could do even if he was to lower his guard. Where are you going? Come back here, you human." Despite the demon's screaming sound that even made the ground shake, the hero kept walking, deaf, lonely, tired, wanting to die. He was searching for peace. The long war has ended. The hero has won. But what was the price for that victory? Everything. There was nothing left on the earth except for the hero and the Demon King, and it seemed like both of them shared the same wish, to die. Eventually, the hero stopped. He looked to the sky for a long time as if there was communication between them. Then, suddenly, the spark of light was returning to his eyes. They were not hollow doll-like anymore. It was a life sign, the end, and thus, the story ended like that. I mumbled, "What story?" A familiar voice came from behind. A hand was placed on my shoulder. I smiled as I turned around to see someone important. Yes, that someone was the hero of the story, the protagonist, the main character of the novel called The Hero Beyond the Light, Lux Vertis. And then, there was someone who interfered in the story. He was your average man who worked as a part-timer in some minimart. That someone would be me, the author of the novel The Hero Beyond the Light, now possessing some extra character's body named Zavaras. It was obvious by now that I'd been trapped inside the novel world, my own novel at that. Unlucky, the body I possessed was just an extra. It's a tragic story about the only human left on the earth, fighting by himself against the invader. A sci-fi story? He asked, curiosity painting his face. Fantasy as well. Oh, a broken bar. He rubbed his chin. A moment later, he clapped his hand. Ah, that reminds me. His hand was placed on my back. Let's go do some hunting on the weekend. More footsteps were coming closer and suddenly more people were surrounding me, or rather surrounding Lux, as I just happened to talk with him at the moment. They were all the main characters of the novel, the protagonist's sidekicks, romantic interest, and rival. I sighed, mentally. I didn't know how it became like this, but, at this point, I might have already ruined the plotline. Wasn't I? All of this started a year ago. It was the time when I first arrived in this world as Zayavaras, as clueless as a dense harem protagonist. The first thing I saw after the seemed endless darkness was a computer screen displaying a game interface. The moment I saw the shape and design of the computer in front of me, I knew that it was not the world I used to live in. Still not sure though, until the date on the computer and the calendar hanging above the computer proved it. June 8, 2030. 2030. A broken bar. Am I traveling 7 years to the future? The year before I strangely sat in front of a computer desk was 2023. At that time, I was a broken bar. I was a broken bar. What was I doing before I came here? My mind was foggy. I couldn't remember what I did exactly before coming here. I shook my head. Well, that doesn't matter, isn't it? Yeah, it didn't matter. Better looking for clues of where I was right now. The first clue was that it was the year 2030. And the second clue was a broken bar. A messy room? Wow, so messy. Looking at this place made me think that mine wasn't that bad. Clothes and many other things were scattered in the room. What was going on? I put my hands on my hips. I feel like my hips have become smaller, and I realized that something was wrong with my body. I quickly ran toward the mirror. Huh? I was shocked when I saw my reflection in the mirror. Is that me? When I looked at the mirror, it wasn't my face reflected in the mirror, but someone else. The jet black hair was the same as mine, and also the eyes. His eyes were darker and blacker than mine. It was as if I was staring through the endless deep void. If I was to mention what was the difference, it was that this guy was better looking than I was. He still looked like an attractive person even with his messy, uncombed hair. Should I feel glad or jealous about this? I was glad that now he was me, but I was jealous that he looked better than me and my previous self. It looked like I was seeing my younger self. I fell backward when I was taking a step back without knowing that there was a glass bottle. I slipped as a result of stepping on it. Ow, I groaned. My ass was hurting so bad. I gently rubbed the sore spot while kicking the bottle. Surprisingly, it didn't break even though it was made from glass. FVCKU, a blue window panel, the one that looked like in a game, especially RPG, appeared above the lotion bottle I kicked earlier. A status screen. Bottle. That was what was written on the window screen. I started to ponder about where was I. Was this place here? Was this world a game's world? An RPG world? If it was, which games was it that was set in 2030? I couldn't think of one among the game I played. Oh well, let's just think about it later. This messy room kind of bugging me after all. People often called me a clean freak because how I couldn't suppress my urge to tidy up things when I saw something was in a mess, just like this room. But, trust me, I was not that kind of a freak. I just hate it when things were disorganized. Before anything, I looked for a mask and gloves, and when I was done, it was time to roll. This is just the beginning. I smirked behind the mask. Latter a broken bar. Hoof to broken bar. Hoof to broken bar. Hoof to broken bar. That was weird. Hoof to broken bar. I gasped for air. It was really weird. Hoof to broken bar. How did it take me so long just to clean up this house? Sitting on the sofa in the living room, the softest I'd ever sat on, gasping heavily, opened my mouth like a fish, trying to recruit as much air as I could to fight this suffocation I felt. My own body was the culprit of my situation right now. It was untrained, a body that had never touched grass and just sat in front of his computer, then eat, then sleep, and repeat. If I was to give it a rank, This body's overall abilities were F, except for his brain. I felt like I could think and remember things easier. Oh, right, a broken bar. If this is a world inside a game, then a broken bar status. As I spoke the word, a Windows screen popped up in my vision, just as I thought. Now then, let's take a look at my stats, shall we? Status name, Zayavara's stats: Strength, F agility, F intelligence, C stamina, G magic, F charisma, D luck, E A talents. Dual wielding LV.1 users will be able to wield 2 weapons at once even if their proficiency in said weapons was low. Learning dual wielding techniques will be easier. Available dual wielding weapons: Sword Ace skills, Clairvoyance LV.1 type, active, passive allow users to acquire information about their targets and detects the undetectable. It's not barred. A broken bar for a starter. Player was the first term for humans that wielded magic power inside their bodies in my novel. The reason for that was because of the status system that was similar to the RPGs, which made people who had those similar to a player or character in a game. But then, it was changed to the enhanced. My stats are suck. A broken bar that much was not any different than a normal human, even worse. G rank stamina broken bar. What the FVCK is that? This guy's stamina is in the same rank as a toddler's. I was a bit disappointed knowing that. Usually, people who got reincarnated to another world would have overpowered stats or godly or maybe heavenly artifacts and items in their possession the first time they arrived in that world. But, look at me, I had nothing. Well, not really a broken bar. I still had some useful skills. My eyes fixed on the other description in my status screen: talent and skills. For some reason, the format seemed familiar. Dual wielding a broken bar. My talent was dual wielding. It sounded cool the first time you hear it. Imagine fighting with swords in each hand, just like in a movie. But, in reality, wielding 2 swords was much harder. Fortunately, according to its description, it seemed like this talent was some sort of a support tool to learn dual wielding. If this was a gamey broken bar, maybe just having this skill in my character was enough to master dual wielding. I narrowed my eyes, and this time I looked at the skill I had in my status window. And clairvoyance. To my knowledge, clairvoyance, the one I remembered, was a higher ranked superpower based on the user's vision or eyes. According to its description, this skill seemed more like an appraisal and detection skill. Did the status screen appear on top of the bottle earlier because of clairvoyance? I looked at the bottle. I kicked again. The same status screen as earlier also appeared again. Then, to satisfy my curiosity, I focused on another object: the computer, Octax 2.0, Garuda keyboard, Garuda mouse, desk. Several pieces of information popped up above each object I observed. It was a bit weird, unfamiliar, and ticklish to my eyes when I used this clairvoyance, and I didn't know why it felt like I knew how to use a skill. Was it because I played a game? The information is too little and vague to call the skill clairvoyance a broken bar. This is just an appraisal skill. I stretched and stood up. Well, I've rested enough. Let's continue where I left. A broken bar clicker exclamation mark. Just as I was about to start mopping the floor, the door was opened. I'm home. A broken bar. A mellow and soft voice made me freeze in place. I'd never thought I'd hear a voice as tranquil as that. Long silver hair and eyes the color of ice, looking at me in disbelief. I was nervous, captivated by her beautiful face and hearty lips that opened up, giving way for air to move in freely. Who was she? We both tilted our heads at the same time, but the one that spoke first was her. What are you doing, my broken bar? Mopping the floor? I scratched the back of my neck. Was I the intruder, or was she a relative? I wouldn't know unless she talked about it. They both had attractive faces though. One was handsome, and the other was beautiful. It'd be more make sense if she and I were relatives. I can see that, but why? Why a broken bar? What do you mean? She rubbed her nose bridge as she shook her head slowly. Never mind. It's just that, it's been a long time since I saw you doing house chores. Usually, you'd lock up yourself in your room all the time. Sincere broken bar. She paused midway, biting her hearty lip, and sandwiching it between her canines before continuing. It seemed like she was wondering whether to tell me something or not. Anyway, I'm glad, really, she smiled, and not just a smile, that one was sincere. For some reason, I felt like I want to return her smile, so I did it. She rolled her uniform sleeve, a uniform that was somehow familiar to me. If you're doing it, then, let me help you. It's been a long time since this house took a bath. How a broken bar, feeling tired after cleaning the house with the claim to be my cousin who called herself Shannon. I leaned back on the sofa. I could feel almost being dragged into the dream world if only her voice didn't reach my mind. I've never thought that cleaning would take this much time. Sorry. I felt sorry because the reason why it took this long was because of me. No strength, no stamina, no muscle. The worst body ever. The only good thing about me was my look. What are you sorry for? She said. Her hands slowly touched my shoulders. Want a massage? Sure. That felt good. Buta broken bar teeth at a broken bar. Can work. FVCK. If you keep it like that, I think my bone will break a broken bar. And then she stopped and smiled at me. You need to train your body and hone your skills, cousin. You're too weak. At this rate, you won't pass the Octagram Academy's entrance exam next month. Octagram Academy? It sounded familiar. Where had I heard of that word before? Yep, the most prestigious academy with state-of-the-art facilities and technology. You said you wanted to attend that academy from the first time you went through awakening 3 years ago. Broken bar. She paused for a moment. But since that day, you'd never use your power anymore. It was a grief expression at first, but then she smiled as she was looking at me with somewhat a little mischievous eyes. Earlier, when we were cleaning the house, you used your observation on me, right? Eek. I tried to stay calm, but it was out of the blue that she suddenly brought that up. Right now, looking at your face, I think that's true. So, what is the reason for you to suddenly use your power again? Is there a need for a reason to use some cool power? It'd be a waste to just leave it unused. I mean a broken bar. She was about to argue, but she leave it with a heavy sigh. Right, there's no need a reason to use such power. A broken bar. She patted my head gently. Glad you're back. She said that, but did she knows that her real cousin was actually someone else? I gave her an awkward smile for 2 reasons. First, was because I wasn't this Zayavara as she'd known. And second, I'd never get my head patted like these. Oh, it was comforting, just as the books I read said. Well, let's leave it here. It's getting later. Broken bar. Do you want to have dinner first before you get to bed? Yeah, sure. Alright then. A broken bar. It's been a while since I cook. I hope my skill is still there. She disappeared behind the kitchen. As I was about to relax on the sofa, her head popped up as if she was peeking. Don't forget, tomorrow, you will exercise and train. You want to get into the academy, right? Yes, I know, I said, waving my hand lazily. Although I said that, honestly I didn't know if that very academy was the academy I knew. I guess I need to do some data gathering about this world. Looking back at the computer in my room, it'd be easy to do that. A world with more advanced technology than the one I knew must have plenty of information spread around the internet. After dinner, without anything to talk about with Shannon, I immediately entered my room. The light was out, so the first thing first was to turn the light on. Of course, the computer to my right was tempting me to use it before I went to bed, and so I did. Just like before I came upon this world, I sat and turned on the computer. Wow, this guy's got a lot of games on his PC, but I don't recognize all of these games at all except Craft. These games were waking up my urge to play them, but I weirdly could hold it off. Unlike the usual, it's not the time to play games, I said. First, data gathering. Yes, data gathering about this world is more important than playing games, and after that is done, then that's the time to play gamma exclamation mark. No, after I have done with data gathering, it'd be wise to go to sleep. I need to wake up early tomorrow. After flexing my finger, I started to type on the keyboard as if I was a hacker. Tap. Like tape. I meant that. I started with the most basic keyword, Earth. So, humanity hasn't moved to another planet and started a colony? Apparently, the world where I was living right now was still a blue and green planet called Earth, the homeworld, and not Mars or whichever planet I could mention. A bit disappointed, but well, it was the Earth 7 years to the future from my time. A familiar world, easy to adapt to. Well, not really. I hope society at least changed a bit. The second and third keywords I searched for were awakening and octagram academy. Shannon mentioned earlier about awakening power or something and octagram academy. I'd thought I need to start from that first because those were familiar words, yet I was not so sure about it. Multiple sites link were opened at once, but, as I read through it, I felt like it was too shallow of information. Then, one tab, a forum called Ascension, I'd opened. It was the one I needed to look for information. Scrolling and reading dozens and hundreds of topics posted by other users was sure a tiring one, but it didn't fail me. It took me some hours to digest all of the information shared by the others, and once I'd done with it, I could say that this was the world familiar to me. I meant, it was not because it was the normal Earth, but because this Earth was the world of the novel The Hero Beyond the Light that was written by me. I can't believe it. My voice was trembling. I felt thrilled, or maybe excited was the right word to describe my feeling right now. Ha, I can't believe that those stories are true. Reincarnation, a broken bar transmigration to a novel world is the real deal. I could laugh and jump like a bunny all I want this late at night if only someone didn't barge into my room and hit me with a pillow. It's late at night, why haven't you slept yet? Shannon sighed, trying to smile. Sorry, I got excited. A broken bar. Her eyebrows were raised, and her facial expression had changed from an annoyed face to a curious face. Excited? For what? She said as her eyes were peeking at the computer screen. You're broken bar because I got to attend Octagram Academy. A broken bar? She eyed me for a moment and let out a cute yawn. A broken bar was cute yawn even a legit word? You would attend to. If you don't practice hard, I doubt you will pass the test. Don't worry. Thwere broken bar yawn. You have me as a teacher. 2 weeks is more than enough to make you able to pass the exam. Hey, a broken bar so confident. What rank are you in the academy anyway? Pi circumflex plus minus ndi circumflex plus minus noi 1/2 e1 n tilde oath. Oh, she tilted her head. Unbelievably. Broken bar. What? Did you lose your memory, or are you don't care about everything I told you every time I got back home? Yeah, broken bar. I just forget about that. Okay, you didn't even tell me about that today. Broken bar. Oh, right, I forgot. It's because of your sudden change. Yeah, broken bar. She smiled. I felt a little nervous every time she mentioned that. Although her smile was a pure concern, her eyes said otherwise. By the way, I ranked 33rd in the entrance exam. At the end of the first year, my ranking rose to 19th place. Throughout my second year, I moved up the rankings again and now maintain 7th place in my year's batch. 7th place? 7th place meant that she was in the top 10 students of her year. If I was right, the Octagram Academy gave them the top 10 students of each batch a black card, something like a VIP card where they would get treated as a priority, and every item they bought was free. A broken bar because the Academy paid for it. A 70th place black card would get you around 15 million creds. For the record, $1 was equal to 100 creds, so 15 million creds would be around $150k. Feeling a soft touch on my skin, I was brought back to the harsh reality. You got 7th place at the end of your second year, right? She nodded. Then, it means that you still don't have the black card with you until the semester starts? Why, do you need money? Has the money I transferred to you last week run out? Huh? Upon hearing that, I immediately grabbed the phone from the computer desk. But, I just remembered that it was not my bank account. I couldn't check the balance on this account because I didn't know the code PIN. What was my PIN again? She took the phone from my hand. Her fingers moved as she input the PIN. After that, she returned the phone to me. When I saw the numbers on my phone screen, I held my jaw so it didn't get dragged down by the shock. 5 million creds, a whole $50k. If it was the world where I came from, I could buy anything I want at my current age. But, in this world, 5 million creds wasn't that much money. With this much money, I could only get a gear of D ranked and below. Well, still, for normal people without these awakenings things, that amount of money was able to cover their life needs for 2 to 4 months, which could be more if they had an extremely frugal life. "Oh, did you save the money I gave you?" Shannon said as she peeked at my phone. "Did I? Or did this guy save the money? But, I wonder, how much money did he get for every transfer?" Feeling curious, I checked the transfer history and found out that she sent me 50k creds weekly. "My broken bar, have you never used this money since the first time I gave you pocket money?" "What the hell, really?" "He didn't. If it was me, I'd already spent all those creds from the moment I got it in my account." For a broken bar, this man I possessed was a crazy guy. "I guess so, broken bar. I didn't use it because you'd still buy me things." Shannon, shoot, what the hell was I saying out of the blue? I just assumed that she bought me everything, although she already gave me an allowance. But, somehow, I felt like that was the case. "That's true." She scratched her cheek. "Well, let's stop the talk here. It's already midnight. Just go to sleep. You have a lot of things to catch up on." I sighed, both in relief and disbelief. Waking up early in the morning, 4 p.m. to be precise, was sure a new experience I'd be glad to have. Usually, I always woke up late past breakfast time, but, right now, with a comfy bed and fresh breeze air entering through the window I opened all night, I felt alive. "Alright, I need to work out today." When I was about to open the door led to the living room, I saw a black cat on the windowsill. The cat's meow was echoing clearly in my ear. "Hey there, how did you get here?" This was the second floor, so how did this cat get here? There wasn't even anything that could be a foothold to jump up here. "Meows," she purred as her skin brushed against my skin. Her fur was soft like cotton candy, and her purring sounds made me relax somehow. Knocker exclamation mark. Knocker exclamation mark. As I enjoyed my time with the cat, a knocking sound was heard along with a mellow, familiar voice that had been rendered by the door and walls. "Zio, are you awake?" I turned my attention toward the door and answered back, "Yes, wait for me." When I looked back at the cat, my hand was patting the air where the cat was supposed to be there. A summon, or illusion magic? I pondered a moment about the cat's identity. Well, either two of them were enough to explain why there would be a cat standing on my window rail suddenly, appearing without a trace, and so disappearing without a trace too. But there were questions stuck in my mind. Who was the cat's owner or the magic caster, and why would they send the cat to me? Shaking my head, I left my room and headed to the park with Shannon after washing my face and brushing my teeth. A broken bar in front of me stood a young girl with dirty silver hair, her eyes the same color as her hair. I dare say that she was an angel because her smooth and clean white skin makes it hard for my eyes to look away. Noticing my gaze, her beautiful, unmoving face formed a smile as we made eye contact. She tied her long hair into a ponytail. As she did that, her hooded training jacket tightened in some obvious parts which hooked my gaze on her even more. "It's rude to stare at a girl's body like that, you know." I shifted my gaze to her face when I heard her saying those words. "It's called observation. I was just observing your perfectly sculpted body and thinking that God is so generous to bless me with a cousin as perfect as you." Okay, rather than flattering me with enchanting words, why don't you start running and exercising, right now? Next year a broken bar. She paused for a moment and then continued. "Of course now, my dear cousin." I nodded while holding back a laugh. Eventually, I chuckled and went straight to jogging in the park. There was a problem when I was jogging a broken bar, and that problem was my poor stamina. Not even 5 minutes had passed since I started jogging, but my stamina was already depleted. I forced myself to run a little more before I collapsed. How a broken bar. I breathed heavily, my legs were trembling while I sat and leaned on a nearby bench. Shannon looked at me with raised eyebrows and then shook her head lightly. "This is why I told you to do daily exercise even if you are locking yourself in your room." A broken bar. I lifted up my face a bit to peek at her. "Yeah, broken bar." Opening my mouth, I tried to argue with her but immediately shut myself. Never mind. I couldn't believe it. How could there be someone with a body like this? After a little rest, I started running again. Like earlier, I need to stop every 5 minutes to rest and then continue running again. I kept repeating the routine for 2 weeks. The result was quite satisfying. From the first day to the third day, I just jogged and stretched in the park for an hour. On the fourth day, Shannon increased my training portion: jog for an hour, push-ups and sit-ups 50 times, and stretch. On the fifth day, I started my sword training. After jogging and doing push-ups and sit-ups 75 times, Shannon gave me a wooden sword and told me to do a vertical swing 100 times. Jogging and running in the park had increased my stamina and slightly tempered my body's condition. The same could be said for push-ups and sit-ups. The sword training was the most exciting activity for me. In my previous world, swords were used as decorations instead of a weapon. Well, that's what I knew about swords in the modern era, as people were using a gun instead of a sword. Unlike my previous world, this world's most effective weapons were sharp weapons like the sword, the spear, the dagger, and so on. Gun was still used as a weapon, but it was not as effective as a blade or blunt weapon unless you were rich and bought a specially made gun with a ton of magic bullets. Anyway, as someone who never held a sword in his entire life, of course, I was excited when I got the chance to learn how to use a sword. With Shannon's help and her clear and easy to understand instructions, I was able to understand the basics of swordsmanship in just a few days. When I was learning swordsmanship under her teaching, there was a pop-up window that notified me that I got a new talent. 8 talent, swordsmanship has been received. Right, with that, now I have 2 talents: dual wielding and swordsmanship. But I felt like the swordsmanship talent was kinda useless, that I already had dual wielding, which allowed me to use a sword at least on a basic level. It was not like I need to be a master at swordsmanship to be able to perfectly use the dual wielding, or in another case, dual sword talent. Now that reminded me, were dual wielding and dual swords the same? I'd heard and written about dual swords in the novel, but never a dual wielding a broken bar. Starting from the 10th day to the next 4 days, my training changed from learning swordsmanship to sparring. That's right, sparring a broken bar. I had to spar with Shannon to test my swordsmanship as well as to gain some experience in using a sword to fight rather than just show off by the display. The result of my first day sparring: loss. Second day broken bar loss, third day broken bar loss, and now it was the 4th day of my sparring against Shannon a broken bar. Currently, I was standing in a square-shaped room while gripping a wooden sword in my hand. This place is a training room inside an Awaken training center in the city, the closest to my house. I exhaled a long breath. I need to clear my head. I need to focus. I just need to hit her once and I will win. Because of my losing streak 3 times in a row, Shannon changed the rule of the spar. If you can hit me just once, it's your win, she said. Gripping the handle of my wooden sword, I observed her briefly. Her stance was flawless. I couldn't find any opening in her stance's form. I gritted my teeth when, even after a long observation, I still couldn't find the opening. Softly smiling, she extended and spread her arms wide as if purposely exposing her weakness to me. So confident, eh? After saying that, Shannon leisurely swung her wooden sword. Probably a warm-up session. I, too, did a warm-up. Unlike her, I didn't just swing my sword here and there but also did some quick movements like dodging, dashing, and so on. You ready? Leisurely stretching her hands, Shannon asked me while smiling. Yeah, ha, broken bar. I gripped the wooden sword tightly and prepared my stance. While doing so, I caught her smirking at me. Preparing for the stance? This isn't a fist combat or martial art duel. Ignoring her words, I finished my stance. Looking at my posture, I felt slightly proud of my 2 weeks of training with her. Even though it's only 2 weeks, I felt like my constitution had gone up quite a number. Maybe I could run for 90 minutes instead of just 10 minutes with my current constitution. Unless you have a technique, a stance before the fighting was useless for swordsmanship. She raised her wooden sword at me and said, "Now, come." Firmly standing in my place, I observed and studied her. On the outside, she looked calm and even her defense was wide open and exposed. She was full of openings and yet I felt nervous. Swallowing my dry saliva, I sighed a long breath. I just need to hit her and see a broken bar. I took steps forward slowly and steadily, and after that, I immediately dashed all the way to her in a quick motion, appearing in front of her like a mist. I swung my sword horizontally, but, just as I expected, she dodged my flash attack with ease and minimal movement. Try harder. Swinging more of my sword, I tried to break her rhythm of defenses. Horizontal swing, and then another one. She stepped one block behind every time I swung my sword. I squatted, gathering my energy to my feet as I prepared for a vertical swing from under. Swoosh or exclamation mark. Daka exclamation mark. Quickly releasing the energy and making a jump, I swung my sword from under to the top of her head. She intercepted my attack and was blocking my sword so that it couldn't finish its swing into the air. "What will you do now that your weapon is stuck?" she said with a smile, nonchalantly smirking. I released the grip on the handle and then spun my body while still in the air. Then a broken bar Daka exclamation mark. After spinning my body 360 degrees, I launched a flash kick aimed at her face. "Nice move," she said, casually pushing my leg after she successfully blocked my kick. She then patted her hand. "Tch." I clicked my tongue, feeling disappointed that I couldn't even hit her once after all that. When I was going to attack her again, a sudden alarm coming from the device on her wrist stopped me. "Time's up." Sheet a broken bar that was hurting my feelings. Truth be told, I'm actually the kind of guy who can't tolerate a consecutive loss streak to the same person. The more I lost to the same person, the more desperate I wanted to win. That was why I felt more sensitive about the result of this spar. Just why I couldn't win? Why couldn't I hit her even once? She's not even one of the main characters, she's just an extra like me, a broken bar. But well, she was a 7th rank holder of her batch year. I clenched my fist until it's turned white. "Don't be angry, cousin." A broken bar. Hearing her soft and mellow voice entering my ears, I felt like if there was an anger measurement point, I could proudly say that my anger point would be decreased a lot until it reached 0. I sighed and looked her in the face. When I did so, my throat unusually produced dry saliva that I needed to swallow immediately out of nervousness. "According to the rules where you just need to land a solid hit on me once to win a broken bar." She paused as she placed the wooden sword back on the weapon shelf. "Well, you win this time, congrats." "Huh?" I was about to ask why I won when I didn't even land a single hit on her because she always blocked my attack easily, but I stopped when I saw her gesturing at her forearm which she used to block my kick. "That count?" She nodded and said, "I used my body part to block your kick so it counts as a hit." Blankly staring at her, I scratched my neck. Now that I think about it, our broken bar, we're sparring swordsmanship. How come I think to fly a kick on her? Well, there was no rule about not using a punch or kick, so I guess I won. Then, I checked my status. Unfortunately, I didn't see many changes except that my stamina had gone up a rank from G to F. My broken bar. Should I start to use a shortcut? Nah, broken bar. I shook my head. Even if I knew the existence of the artifact that could help me improve my abilities, I didn't think I could get my hands on it, especially if I was this weak. I could even die in the hand of a low-rank monster. Bruh, what are you thinking about? Shannon stood in front of me while wiping the sweat with a towel. She placed the towel around her shoulders after she finished. Looking at her, I shrugged and said, "I was wondering how I can become stronger in a month." A broken bar. Haha, you're so funny and delusional, cousin. Shannon laughed. There is no way someone can become strong in just 1 month. Even the current first rank in the heroes ranking, Thunder Emperor, couldn't do that. Thunder Emperor, a broken bar, one of the characters I created. He was humanity's strongest hero in this era, but he would die because of an incurable disease, magic core dysfunction. Magic core dysfunction occurred when the body and magic core, the place where mana circulated in your body, didn't synchronize with each other. Those two aspects are like yin and yang, they need to be balanced. If one had a high-quality magic core but an average body, his body would be burdened by the magic power stored in his magic core, causing damage to the organs and cracks in the magic core. In addition, because the quality of the magic was not compatible with his body, which has a limit. It would cause the connection between magic and the body to be severed. Each person has potential and limitations. If one forces their way to break through their body's limit, MCD will occur. Well, let's take the Thunder Emperor as a direct example. His potential and limit were S, but he forced himself to try to break through to the next level at SS rank, even though there was no record that someone had achieved SS rank potential limits. The Thunder Emperor wanted to be the first to achieve that. Unfortunately, he failed to do so and his core was shattered, causing his core to have dysfunction. He could still use his original power, but every time he used it, it would damage his body, and that's how he will die in the future. Oh, for the record, the last time I checked, it seemed my potential rank was B except for intelligence stats. Feeling a soft tap on my shoulder, I came back to my senses and looked at Shannon close beside me. I shook my head. Pi circumflex plus minus NDI circumflex plus minus noi 1/2 E1 N tilde oath. Oh, smiling at me, she ruffled my black hair. You look a lot like your sister, a broken bar with black hair and black obsidian eyes to a broken bar. Hearing her words, my ears instinctively twitched. I snapped my gaze at her with a frown face. I opened my mouth, but then I realized if I was to ask this question, she would think that I lied about my amnesia. I really wanted to ask her about this body sister's whereabouts, especially when she said that my sister had the same black hair and eyes as me. With a gulp, I said, I have a sister? Once I said that, her eyes widened open as if she just saw a ghost. After a moment, she gained her composure and smiled at me. Why, you had an ear broken bar? I raised an eyebrow. Is she broken bar like my parents? Shannon shook her head slightly. Number. She is still alive, I hope, but she went missing 10 years ago, and even after a thorough search, I couldn't find her. A broken bar? I see a broken bar, I said in a low voice. My eyes were peeking from the corner of my eyes, and Shannon's face looked troubled as she said those words. It seemed like she was guilty when saying it, but it was more like she just regretted breaking a promise or maybe telling a lie. I wouldn't know. Well, let's go. Shannon went back to her old self, the confident and kind girl. She grabbed me by the wrist and pulled me. Wait, I need to put this wooden sword back. Happily looking over her shoulder, she smiled widely. Her clean white teeth looked like it was glowing. Just drop it by the floor. The building staff will clean it later for us. What the hell? Shaking my head in confusion, I did what she told me. I released my hand from the sword and then it fell on the floor. Looking at the front, I could still see Shannon's smile even from behind. Well, I didn't know why she was acting like that, but, as long as she was happy and that it didn't bother me, the spar where I finally won against Shannon marked the beginning of another hellish training. The day after that, I had to endure a high intensity of gravity in one of the training rooms in the public training center. Did you know what was funny? I collapsed in under 3 seconds. Shannon made a mistake by inputting the gravity level to level 5 when she was supposed to pick level 2. Good thing the medical team was quick in rescuing me, or else I had to live as a crippled normal human even though I just started getting used to this life. There is no problem with his core. Phew, good. One of the medics looked at me and Shannon, then put on a reassuring smile. You hear that, kids? You're good and healthy. Just make sure not to let this happen again, okay? Shannon bowed a few times gratefully. Even when the medical team was out of our sight, she kept on bowing a few more times before she turned and looked at me with an apologetic expression. I sighed and shrugged casually. Don't mind it, it was just an accident, right? It's not like you purposely chose level 5A broken bar, I said to reassure her. Although I said that, I still have a lot of complaints inside my heart. Don't mind my ass, I thought I was gonna die. That was what I said inwardly. Still, even after I reassured her with my words, she kept saying sorry, but now her expression turned grim as if the world was about to end. It was just a small accident, but why did she act like that? I said don't mind it, Shannon. Look here, I'm perfectly fine. Finally, she showed me her genuine smile, and I smiled back. We returned to our home after the training. The sun was still up there at the highest point, The day was still long before the Queen of Night replaced the ruler of the day, and so, in the meantime, what should I do? Of course, I decided to walk around the city. There was nothing better than sightseeing in this city. Apparently, thanks to Shannon, who I was not sure where her money came from, she could buy a medium cozy house on Octagram Island, the very place where the Octagram Academy was built as the center of this artificial island. The artificial Octagram Island and Singapore were often called Father and Son Islands because the size of the island was only half size of Singapore and how close the two islands were to each other. Also, a very obvious fact that it was named Octagram Island was because the shape of the island was an octagon, and some story of the first-generation heroes, the 8 heroes that led humanity to victory in the war against the monster, came from a portal gate of the Abyss Rift, some dozen years ago. Eth macron eth degrees eth middle dot eth apostrophe sense eth apostrophe dot eth apostrophe eth degrees eths. This artificial island was the powerhouse of the world just because it was built by those 8 heroes, which now was remembered by the Octagram heroes. Because of its small size, managing this island wasn't as hard as a country with a big land. Thus, developing was much easier here. It has become the land with state-of-the-art technology as well as the other things such as education. The Hero Association was built and operated on this island, and it was the second biggest building after the Academy, where plenty of heroes nurtured the young generation of heroes, and that one particular academy was the main stage where the protagonist and the other main characters would grow up together and become the best of the best. A broken bar. Well, in the end, they were all dead, leaving only the protagonist alone. I, too, hoped that I could get into the academy as I lived in this world now, not only for my own sake but this world's sake that was ruined by its own creator, me. This redemption arc sounded so novel to me. I need to keep in mind that I was not the protagonist of this world. A broken bar. Sigh, standing at the highest point of the towering building. The wind blew out and messed up my combed hair. It looked like even the world didn't want to see me comb up my hair. How sad. For the record, this place wasn't just some place that could be visited by anyone, but, because of this card in my hand that was lent to me by Shannon, I could go anywhere I wanted on this island, and that was for free. The black card was delivered in the middle of my 14-day training, even though the new semester started in August. I thought that it was given on the first day of the new semester. Was I wrong? The sound of a beep coming from behind me. When I turned around, the sign hanging above the elevator door where I came from caught my interest. It was written Garuda Sought Tower. The elevator door slid, and coming out of the elevator was a young girl about my age with fiery red hair, as if the hair itself was a burning fire. I tilted my head as I observed her. In contrast with her fiery red hair that looked like a burning fire full of passion and energy, her fire-red eyes were cold as fuck and expressionless. Wow, as expected, every female character I see in this world has exceptional beauty that exceeds even the top actors that I remembers. I quite like her cold eyes, thought for broken bar when I casually observed her. It seemed like my skill was activated without my knowledge, as there was a Windows screen popped up above her. Ember Crimson was written there. Was that her name? Soon after the sudden activation of my skill, she turned her attention to my direction. Eyes looked like those of an eagle. We made eye contact for a moment, which made me shudder. As she walked out of the elevator, her attention was still on me. Before then she shook her head and went straight to the left section that led to a room. The sign above the door was written Library. Red hair like Flamies. A broken bar. I feel like I know her, but I forego a broken bar. I shook my head and shifted my attention back to the city landscape scenery after wasting my time captivated by her beauty. Ha ha ha, I don't believe that a city like this exists. A broken bar. Humans are really scary, their imaginations are boundless, and that includes me. I chuckled as my mind wandered through every imaginary fantasy possibility that could happen any time in this enhanced world. Sighing, I turned around and walked toward the elevator, waiting for the door to open. I spent the waiting time with my phone. Information was essential to me, even though I was busy with training for the past 2 weeks. I never once neglected my search for every piece of information I could get about this world. I had been a reader before an author, so I knew relying on a single source of information was both arrogant and foolish, so foolish that I got sick of seeing the "oh no, because of me, the story I knew is changing. How should I progress from now that I couldn't rely on the original story anymore?" Ding. The elevator door opened, but no one was inside. I entered and pressed the button to go to the first floor. Just as earlier, I spent my time playing with my phone. A broken bar. It was useless. I think I need a more reliable source to get information from. Other from the Ascension forum. A broken bar. The information they shared is either a blatant lie or has been fabricated by their novelty exaggerated writing. Too quiet. Somehow, I felt nervous when it was too quiet, not like before in my old world. A broken bar. Actually, I didn't know what I looked like or what was my personality like. I only got a hunch that I was more of a people person type than a loner. Maybe a broken bar. Come to think of it, the room that the red-haired girl entered earlier is a library, right? I might learn some useful truth information from the book. A broken bar. I whistled. Yeah, let's go back to the highest floor. Ding. The door opened, followed by a little shock that I felt only a little to be noticed. Still in the elevator, I pressed the button back to the highest floor again. Thank God the technology on this island was more advanced, so it would only take 30 seconds to travel from the first floor to the 108th floor. So, it was 1 minute for me to go back and forth from the highest to the first floor and then back to the highest floor. The door to the highest floor of the special observation deck was opened, and for the record, the 107th floor was the limit for a normal guest or visitor of this building. The 108th was an exclusive floor for the Octagram Academy student, and as I stated, it was because of this black card in my pocket that I could get into this floor, either a black card or a student card, whichever should get the student eligible to step in on this floor. When I stepped outside of the elevator, the shock that was too little to be noticed by me earlier was now a greater one. I blinked. A broken bar. I blinked and it was not even a second, but after that blink, the scenery in front of me had changed into that of forest outskirts filled with trees. I was confused at first, and after that, I panicked. I was so panicked that I didn't notice that there were also other people in that place. Suddenly, what happened? A while ago I was inside the elevator, playing with my tablet phone and surfing the internet for information about this world. It was a small shock at first, but then a greater shock happened when I was about to step out of the elevator to the highest floor, which turned out to be the signal of the disaster. I got myself into a huge problem. A dungeon. A dungeon was something like another dimension or another world. The concept of the dungeon came from some RPGs where its outer form was that of a portal that led to another place. Inside the dungeon, usually many monsters inhabit there and protect their territory from invaders such as we. Enhanceds. Many enhanceds would go to the dungeon to hone their skills and gain experience or do so for money, but that was the case for the normal dungeon. Unlike the normal dungeon where enhanceds were the invaders, the dungeon that suddenly brought me and other people forcefully was different. This type of dungeon was called Flash Dungeon. Flash Dungeon was a dungeon that appeared suddenly due to a certain factor that made the magic in the air gather at one point and exploded. The explosion will create a dimensional gap that appears in just a few seconds, and that slight shock at first, then the greater shock when I was about to get out of the elevator was probably the explosion of the mana in the empty space. It was invisible and couldn't be detected, but the after effect of the blast could be felt through that shock or something else. That was that. The most important thing right now was that I need to get my composure back. I breathed in and out slowly and steadily, making sure that I wouldn't get choked by my own breathing. Now that I more or less felt calm, I studied my surroundings. There were at least 100 people who were forcefully brought here. They all were in the same state, confusion, and fear of the unknown and sudden things. They were enjoying their time leisurely, but the next second, they suddenly found themselves in the forest outskirts. To make it worse, there was also something invisible that blocked our exit out of the forest. Invisible barrier. Even though this place looked vast and full of exit ways, because of the invisible barrier, people couldn't leave this place. Unlike the normal dungeon or people called the Rift Dungeon where someone could use the return stone or kill the boss of that dungeon to exit the dungeon, the Flash Dungeon was different. There were no bosses there. The only way to get out of this dungeon was to survive until the countdown ended. I looked above, at the sky. There was something like a countdown there that looked rather transparent because the color almost blended in with the sky, but people could still see it clearly for some reason. 167 hours 58 minutes 58 seconds I need to survive for a week, huh? Hey, everyone, please calm down. Pi circumflex plus minus ndi circumflex plus minus noi 1/2 e1 n tilde oath. Oh, that one loud and clear voice took over all the attention of the people trapped here, including me. Standing close to the trees were a group of 6 people, 4 men, and 2 women. The voice from earlier was coming from the guy who has a trained muscle body. He looked like a reliable guy. Ah, you're Jin. Jin? Oh, thank God, Jin? I raised an eyebrow, trying to recall his name. There was a character named Jin amongst the characters I wrote in the novel, but I was not sure if he was the same as that character or not. If he was not, then it was either an extra character that I didn't even include in the story, just like this boy I possess, Idas Ivaras, and his cousin, Shannon Oliver. I looked over the group again. Many people had gathered around them by now. They were either fascinated by that man named Jin or just felt safe because there were people who looked reliable in this situation. I know that you guys are confused right now, but don't worry, I'll make sure that you all can leave this place safely, so hear me out. A broken bar said him. This is what we call the Flash Dungeon. It's a phenomenon where broken bar. He explained about the Flash Dungeon to the others with reassuring words of choices. He was so good with speeches that he could run a campaign as a politician. Not gonna lie, after hearing his explanation, people started to calm down, though there were still some who were trembling and wearing hopeless expressions. So, I offer myself as the one who will lead you to safety from here, he said with a broad smile. First, look at the sky. A broken bar. His finger was pointing above, at the sky. People were following his gesture and they were shocked when they saw the numbers in the sky. Jin smiled when he saw them gasp and turned their attention to him again. It's a countdown timer. When that time is up, we'll be able to get out of here without having to fight monsters. A broken bar. Well, not really, we might have to fight it at least once or twice. His words slightly made people flinch, but, don't worry, let us. The enhanced said. He cleared his throat. The heroes take care of it. Oh yeah, of course. It was weird that I forgot that it was a hero against villain story all over again. Long short story, this world was invaded by the monster. People suddenly gained power through a system like in a game. They awakened their power, fought against monsters, and succeed in saving their world. Thus, the new society and the era of enhanced was begun. Some years later, those enhanceds, which at first were the pillars of humanity, split into 2 sides, the good and the bad. Of course, the good side was the enhanceds calling themselves heroes, and the bad side was the villains. Cheers and claps erupted amongst the crowds. What a speech! He could really run for a politician, I thought. Wait, the sound made the cheering and clapping stop. All attention was shifted to the owner of that husky voice. It was a man in his 30s, covered in scars that gave him an aura of a veteran fighter. I don't agree with you being the leader, said the man. I also want to nominate myself to become the leader of this group. People were gasping when they finally recognized the man. It is Herman, the infamous Goblin Butcher. He smirked proudly when hearing people recognize him and his nickname, PFFT, Goblin Butcher. What a name. I never heard of him though. Just another extra. I walked toward the nearby tree, not too far from the crowd, and leaned on it. There were some people here too. They seemed uninterested in the current situation just like me. Along with these people, I observed the crowd and the 2 guys who competed for the leadership role. If I was right, those crowds were mostly civilians. None of them was an enhanced except Jin's group and Herman, who was accompanied by 2 arrogant-looking people. Hey, kid. Along with that voice, I felt a tap on my shoulder. Turning my attention to the voice's owner, I found a smiling guy and the other gazed at me. Are you an enhanced, too? I nod. I'm preparing for the entrance exam. His smile widened as he lowered himself and sat beside me. I see. In that case, I hope we all can get out of here, he said. There was a pause before he continued. The first time we were dragged here you looked dazed and panicked, but a second later, you suddenly calmed down as if this was normal. I can't even do that in an instant. A broken bar. I raised an eyebrow as he lifted his hand. Look, a broken bar. Even now, I'm still trembling. What is this guy on about all of a sudden? So, after a long time of arguing about who would be the group leader, it had finally decided that Jin was the one who took that role after we did a group vote. Of course, I voted for Jin because he looked more reliable than that goblin butcher guy. Jin won by 76 votes out of 100. Most of the enhanceds were siding with him. Displeased with the result, the goblin butcher guy left the party and wandered together with 20 other guys who were also displeased with the result. Just as he promised, Jin was taking care of and protecting the people who followed him. We set up a base right in the place where we first got in here, the outskirts, because there were more civilians than enhanceds in this group, like 59 civilians and 20 enhanceds including me. The enhanced group needed to work even harder to survive. We made it through the first day without any difficulty. All we did was set up a base and gather materials such as wood, fruit or food, and other necessities. On the second day, the enhanceds started to sweep the forest, looking for any monster in the periphery. On the third day, there was a monster wave at nightfall. A broken bar. Wake up, there is a monster wave. Hurry and set up defenses, Jin shouted, half-heartedly weeping my sleepiness. I immediately get in position, but, position for what? Honestly, all I did these days was just relax even during the expedition while everyone was busy building this and that. Kaya, that scream, that damn scream. A broken bar. It was at that moment when everything went south. My hair stood on end, and a chill pierced my spine like needles. I, who had always ignored everything that happened in this world from the first time as if everything was normal, started to feel anxious. Watch out! Splitter exclamation mark. Splitter exclamation mark. Blood splattered and painted my face red. It was fresh blood, and for some reason, it was so hot that I felt my skin was burning. I diaresis I circumflex plus minus eth inverted question mark d I circumflex plus minus na apostrophe I circumflex 1/2 a vertical bar and tilde hey. I spoke impromptu when a monstrous creature stood before me. The red-crimson color covered its hand like gloves. The woman's body hung lifelessly in the hands of the creature with her head crushed. It was one of Jin's companions. With a gulp of dry saliva stuck in my throat, a chill rushed through the back of my bone like a rocket. Electrified, I felt like I just got electrified by 100,000 lightning bolts. Petrified, I couldn't move an inch of my body because of how nervous and scared I was. Wake up, someone shouted and brought me back to reality. The one slight touch to my shoulder became heavier and pushed me away from my position. I flung toward the faraway trees out of the central open area where we settled up a camp to survive through this dungeon. Barmer exclamation mark. It was weird. Even though I hit the tree so hard that I heard the bone of my back make a crunchy sound, I didn't feel any pain. Instead, when I opened my eyes, I was standing in the center of the camp, looking around. Most of the civilians were lying on the ground as if they were possessed. Some of them were screaming hysterically. An illusion? There is no other explanation for this situation than an illusion, but it's weird. As far as I know, only the demon can use an illusion spell as strong as these. A broken bar. Hey, are you okay? Calling to me was a young handsome man with blonde hair. It was Jin. Now that I saw him this close, his feature matched Jin's description that I remember. A dependable guy with an extraordinary appearance and charisma. His blonde hair looked like golden threads and those blue eyes were clear as the sky. But for me, he was a dangerous person. I didn't exactly remember, or it was just because I didn't write how and why, but, in the future, he was going to betray humanity for the greater power. Big hands gently rested on my shoulders. He shook me as if I was some object that needed to be activated in some way. I raised my hand, gesturing for him to stop, and he did so. Oh, sorry, it's okay. A broken bar. He examined me with curious eyes. I knew what he was thinking. He probably wondered how I could break free from the illusion while some of his companions couldn't. After a while, he shook his head. How can we broken bar? He hesitated. No, never mind, I'm glad you're okay. Buta broken bar. He looked around the camp. 80% of us had collapsed and were under the illusion spell. Only 15 people including me and the other stronger enhanceds were free from the spell. Jin gathered them all in one place, and as a person who resisted the spell, I was to be brought along with them. We need to do something about these broken bar, Jin said after we were gathered. But, how do we do it? This illusion spell is so strong to be just an ordinary spell. There must be a high-ranking monster in this dungeon, someone replied. No, wait, in the first place, which monster could use an illusion spell? Isn't this only the wizard can do? We don't have a wizard among us, thought UFO broken bar. Everyone was eyeing each other, looking for the culprit hidden among us. But, no matter how much they looked, we all were enhanceds, not wizards. Jin sighed and looked at me. The moment his eyes locked onto me, I got a goosebump, not because I was terrified or anything, but because I just felt like he would ask me something troublesome. What do you think, kid? When he said that, everyone was raising their eyebrows at him. Come on, Jin, what does he know? He is not even a full-fledged hero like us, said a bald guy with a mocking tone directed at me. This bald ear broken bar. I felt like I wanted to hit him in the face and grind that bald head of his like cheese, but, instead of getting provoked by those words, I just exhaled a short breath. I know that, but, look at him. The fact that he is standing right now means that he is as strong as us, or probably. His blessing has to do with anomaly resistance? My ears twitched as soon as I heard the word blessing. In this world, when someone awakened their power as a superhuman or enhanced, they would be blessed with numerous gifts, blessing, talent, and trait. These three were the power gifted by the higher beings in this world, or so they called a god. Blessing has something to do with one's soul internal power. Even if one never uses much of their blessing, it would still exist in their soul and never disappear until they died or their soul was destroyed. Meanwhile, talent and traits were the sources of external power. It could disappear if a certain condition had been met. Talent was someone's innate skill. It was mostly related to combat skills or anything that uses one body to perform things such as swordsmanship. Then, the trait was someone's mind and physical capabilities. Something like passive skill, for example, was steel body, a trait that made someone's body harder than usual. Just like in the real world, if one never used or honed their skill, at one time, they would be lost touch with it and forget how to use them. But, when they tried to get it back, it would be easy because that power had once been there. Though there were 3 types of gifts, not everyone was born with all of them. The most common power people would have of all 3 was talents, and the rarest were those with blessings. Even though someone has a talent and a trait in their possession, the one with only the blessing was still the rarest one. Of course, our most precious protagonist needed to be special, right? So, I gave him all 3 types of gifts: blessing, talent, and trait. He possessed all of them. To be more detailed, he had 3 blessings, 1 exclusive talent, and 2 traits. One of his blessings was that of the exclusive system that helped him to become the strongest throughout the story. Phew, how unfair, a broken bar. Even though I was the author, not only I had only 1 talent, it was 2 now, but even my stats were also a piece of shit. But, anyway, I didn't have any blessings, as Jin said. But, he was right. How could I stand firmly when some higher rank heroes were trapped by the illusion spell? It could be the cause of my hidden power or something, but I doubted it, because there should be at least an indication in my status screen that served as a little proof if I have a hidden power, something like a'. Description: I do have a similar blessing like that, a broken bar. I lied, but it's not like I could do anything about it, didn't I? They would find it weirder if I had said I didn't have that resistance blessing. Although I like to be recognized, I hate if I got interrogated. Also, looking at their shocked expression meant that none of them had the lie detection skill, which put me at ease for lying in front of this strong human. Oh, that is obvious. Of course, you have it, or else, there is no way you could break free from the illusion, right? Ha ha. said the baldy. How broken bar? I reluctantly laughed. Jin nodded in acknowledgement of my bullshit, but he didn't know it anyway, so he also thought that I really have the resistance blessing. Anyway, kid, do you know something about this situation? Anything is fine, just tell me what's on your mind. Should I tell them that this was the work of a demon kind? But I doubted that they would believe me if I told them that there was no record of a demon appearing in this world. Even if there was one, the higher-ups would definitely keep it a secret to avoid unnecessary trouble. But that was where they were wrong. That was the last thing they wanted to do. My broken bar. I don't think any monsters are capable of doing this. The monsters we fought and found in this dungeon seem to be low-rank monsters, so the possibility of it being caused by them is almost zero. A broken bar. We also know that, but we can't ignore the possibility that there might be abnormalities happening in this dungeon. That's true, but it rarely happens that abnormalities would occur in a mere weak time flash dungeon, I said. Although I said that, I couldn't help but be nervous. As far as I knew, I stated that an abnormality wouldn't occur in a flash dungeon that had less than 10 days' time. Such abnormality was like a unique trait of the dungeon, a meaningful event, whether it was a good thing or a bad thing, such as this illusion. But what I know was that this was not caused by the dungeon itself, but by an external force such as the demon or anything that wanted to harm us. I gasped. I remembered that we were once 100 people, but some of them went on their way, leaving the group. There was a chance that the demon was among them, or maybe they were the ones who did it. Where did the Goblin Butcher man and his group go? Did any of you see them? Goblin Butcher? Everyone seemed confused for a moment, but then instantly recognized what my words meant. Ah, Herman's group? No, I didn't see them again after we parted. I didn't see them either. A broken bar. Me too. Me neither. All of them never saw the Goblin Butcher's group. Wasn't this sound suspicious? There must be something going on right now. I peeked at Jin. He seemed to be deep in thought. Then, after that, his eyes widened as if he found the answer to all of this. As expected of him, the great commander of humanity, yet the betrayer when the demon invaded the world in the future. There was no doubt anymore. This Jin guy before me was the same Jin that would be an important character in the future's catastrophe. Not only he was strong in the physical aspect, but he was also smart. He clapped his hand to get everyone's attention. He observed each of us before he started talking. I think you all already know who our target is. They all nodded in unison. Good, let's split the group. I need 7 people to search for Herman's group, and the rest will protect this camp. 7 people were volunteering to become the search group, while the rest including me stayed in the camp. Okay, you all can do basic flare magic, right? The 7 of the search group nodded, but one of them was showing off instead. Like this. Jin? Yeah, that is it. I want you guys to shoot the flare to the sky once you found Herman's group. A broken bar or worse, at least, the corpse of a human. A broken bar. Okay, that's easy, said the baldy. Jin nodded. Now, scatter. Looking at the 8 of them disappear into the darkness of the woods, I walked toward the campfire. There was nothing I could do to help the victim anyway. The fact was that it was they who told me to just sit and don't do anything. They were so kind to give me that much privilege, so I couldn't refuse the offer. Hee. Ha ha. Broken bar. This will be a long night for them. Yeah, this would be a long night for them, but not for me. Why? Because I will just sleep and hope that everything will be solved when I wake up. Just when I thought of that, a small piece of memory was being played in my head. The city was burning, the sky was dark, and screams filled the entire city. Someone was standing in front of masses consisting of 100 heroes more or less. That was a big charismatic guy with eccentric full-plate armor. Before them was a 3 meters giant creature with red skin and a pair of wings and horns. The demon. The big guy suddenly kneeled in front of the demon, which made people behind him gasp in surprise as well as confusion about why did their leader kneel to the demon. The demon's smirk widened as he extended his hand to bless the big guy, acting as a leader to the heroes. For some reason, no heroes dare to interrupt the demon's rite as he turned their leader into their kind. When the rite finished, the leader grabbed his face and tore it apart. It was not flesh that was being torn apart, but suddenly there was a white blank mask without an eye socket on his face, and his features slowly changed, from the big charismatic, veteran-looking guy to a tall handsome guy with an athletic body. His black hair changed to blonde. It was Jin. I instantly opened my eyes as soon as the memory ended where Jin betrayed his comrades' overpower, and all that was because of one particular artifact he got. Still daisy, I shook my head and then ran into the woods. Hey, kid, where are you going? I need to take care of the worldly matters, I can't hold it anymore. With that, I disappeared into the darkness of the woods. What I remembered when I closed my eyes was the backstory of Jin, the great commander, betrayer. He got a really amazing artifact in the Flash Dungeon in his early year as a hero, and that Flash Dungeon was probably this current Flash Dungeon because this was the only Flash Dungeon he got himself trapped into according to my memory. That artifact was one of the great artifacts in his possession that helped him soar through the sky like an eagle and became the top 300 heroes in 3 years. Now, shall we start the treasure hunting? I recalled the backstory of Jin. At that time, in his early year as a hero, he got trapped in a Flash Dungeon for a week. Unfortunately, because all of the civilians were killed in the dungeon, the heroes who were also trapped there were criticized. The heroes concerned were given enormous sanctions, not only paying compensation money but their status as heroes was also revoked. Those ex-heroes then joined the villain's side except for Jin. Unlike the rest of the revoked heroes, Jin was the only one who stayed on the hero's side even after all of that. The reason for it was, he registered as a new hero with a new identity using the artifact he got from the dungeon, Avatar Mask. That artifact was an ego artifact. Once it chose its owner, no one else would be able to use the artifact except the rightful owner. It could create an avatar or character just like the character creation in games, or simply duplicate one current appearance and save it to the avatar slot that was limited only to 3 slots. So, with that artifact, Jin has 4 identities including his original appearance, the big and charismatic commander, an agent in the black market, a popular singer, and the original Jin, the ex-heroes. Now, I was on my way looking for that artifact in this dungeon, in the middle of the night, surrounded by trees and a chill wind that brushed against my skin. It was a little weird for me to behave like this even though I never had ambitions or was determined to do something in my previous world, but just like magic, when I lived in this world and became quite adapted, my behavior slowly changed. It was just me assuming myself though. From my perspective, I have changed. I chuckled when I thought about it, looking at my surroundings. The trees have become larger than before. I think I almost reached the center area of this forest. A broken bar. The atmosphere was so gloomy because of the larger and taller trees that covered the forest from the moonlight, and not even the sun's rays could reach this place if it was daytime. But, thanks to the glowing mushroom that grew in this area, I could see well in this darkness. The scenery of this dark forest combined with glowing mushrooms made me recall how beautiful a fantasy world was. It felt like I was really inside a fairy tale world, a fantasy world. Everything before me was almost similar to every fantasy or fairy tale book I'd read. The precise description of the magical dark forest fantasy was always the most fascinating place for me. If only I could live in this place here. Broken Bar. It has always been my dream to live in a fantasy world full of magical things like this. It's just too bad that I was still living in the modern era of the Earth despite it having a magic component. Why didn't I make it so that people could occupy a dungeon and live there in my novel? I sighed. My sigh was full of regret. Truly, it was a regret that I couldn't live here. Broken Bar. Broken Bar. Where exactly am I though? I looked around again and again, but everything my eyes captured was trees and vines. I guess I got lost. Fuck it. I just remembered that I never really described or wrote anything about this dungeon. All I did was Jin found an artifact when he got trapped in a flash dungeon. Hell, even if I was to write it, I doubt that I could remember it. That was why I kept on looking for information, to refresh my memory as well as to see if there was any difference in information from what I knew. Fuck, damn it, what should I do? Let's relax first, Zio. Don't let emotion get in your head. A broken bar. A broken bar. Suddenly, the bushes made a sound. As soon as it reached my ears, my body flinched instinctively. Looking at the bushes with narrowed eyes, I carefully took steps back. Mind you, it's not because I was afraid or something, I was just being careful. But, when the bushes suddenly quieted, my curiosity took over. I looked for anything that I could use as a weapon, and I grabbed a tree branch on the ground. With the legendary tree branch in my hand, I felt like I could face anything, even a dragon. Now, let's see what was behind those bushes. I walked forward very slowly and carefully, minding my steps to not make unnecessary sounds like stepping on the tree branches or something. I could see something behind them now that I'd closed my distance with the bushes. It truly shocked my heart when I saw what was behind the bushes. It was corpses. Those couldn't be identified corpses were lying in their own pool of blood. Heck, I almost threw up because the scenery was so horrible. Their organs and features were in no way able to be identified. They had been broken, sliced here and there just like animal meat. Apparently, I vomited. I couldn't hold on seeing those horrible scenes even though I'd already turned around. After calming down, I dared myself to go back to that place again. I promised that I won't vomit anymore now. So disgusting. Heck, I almost vomited again, but thank God it won't happen anymore. FVCK. I almost emptied my stomach. A broken bar covering my nostrils with my hand. I examined the corpses while keeping my distance from them so I won't risk myself to vomit again. Amongst those corpses, there was a dead body that even though it was ruined from top to bottom, I still could guess who that corpse was thanks to my skill. Window screens popped up above those corpses. Goblin Butcher. A broken bar hormone or something is his name, right? Although his name was clearly written on the window screen, I couldn't help but tease him even though the person was already dead. I was sorry but not so sorry. It was the guy who left the group along with the other 20 or so on the first day, just because he didn't get the role of the group leader. Oh, right, they said I should cast flare magic if I found his group. A broken bar. I looked around. It was dark, but thanks to the glowing mushroom I somehow felt safe in this darkness. The trees surrounding me were also like a fortress wall. I doubted I could find my way out of there. How do I cast a magic spell? I dived into my memory, looking for the data about the how to cast a magic spell for a beginner thing and the how to release or circulate the mana in the body for a beginner. I sat with my legs crossed, just like how people were in a meditating position. The way of circulating mana inside my body was just like how people usually did a meditation. Manually controlling my mana consciously would have an immediate effect on how to feel mana flowing in my body. Once I felt the mana stranded randomly in my body, I just needed to focus on circulating it at one point, my magic core. After I finished gathering mana to my magic core, the last step was to open a small pathway to my palm so I could release the mana outside. That is what I remembered. A broken bar. I said, I'm not sure about this but let's give it a try. I looked for a comfortable place. There was no way I would start a mana meditation in this place full of corpses. After looking for it, I sat under the big tree surrounded by the brightest glowing mushroom. I didn't prolong it anymore when it came to experiencing something out of the world like magic and mana. A broken bar. Sitting in a meditation position, I circulated my mana following the guideline of the memory I knew. Control my breath consciously and feel the mana inside my body. A broken bar. As soon as I did that, I could really feel the mana flowing in my body. It was warm yet at the same time cold. I felt my whole body temperature go up and down alternately. It was because of the mana that scattered everywhere in my body. I need to gather it in my magic core, but where is my magic core? Every enhancer has a magic core to store their mana, and where the magic core placed in each of them was completely different from the other. It was up to one's type. The type who used their head more has their magic core nested in their head, and those who prefer a more physical action usually have their magic core placed in their body, and precisely around their heart. Now then, what about me? While in a trance of circulating my mana to my magic core, I also focused my mind to look for where my magic core was located. After some time, I detected the location of my magic core was close to the heart, but there was something odd about it, though I didn't care about that as I was focused on circulating my mana into the magic core. A broken bar it was called when the mana was filling the magic core, but after it was filled, my body felt warmer afterward. Is it done? I asked myself, looking above. Tall trees and their leaves covered the sky. I raised my hand up with an open palm, open a small pathway and guide my mana to my hand. A broken bar feeling the mana rushing toward my hand, I start to chant the magic spell under my breath. The spell magic flare released from my right hand and was launching into the sky, penetrating the leaves that covered this place from the light. I was not sure if anyone could see my signal, but I'd already done my job. Now that it's done, I should go with my original goal. Without waiting for the rest of the search team to come here, I immediately went on my way to search for the avatar mask, my original target for me to come this far. In the camp, full of unconscious civilians. Hey, look, that light, isn't that the flare? You're right, but, is it just me or that magic flare is bigger than normal? Now that you mention it, it does look bigger. Is it Jin's? Probably. Somewhere in the east part of the forest where Jin just encountered the hero who was part of a search team. They both noticed the flare and were looking at it together as if they were watching a fallen star. Whoa, whose magic flare is that? Jin said enthusiastically. I'm not sure who it is, but they must be a higher-ranked enhanced or maybe a wizard. Buta broken bar. They looked at each other. Was there such a thing like that in our group? They both left dumbfounded by the person who cast that magic flare. Meanwhile, the caster himself, who didn't have a clue about what he just did, was leisurely taking a stroll in a dark and dense forest by himself in search of an artifact he wanted. For broken bar. I stopped running, my legs trembled and I was short of breath from running non-stop. Just where the hell is that artifact? Taking my time resting on the tree's large root that spreads to the surface, I checked my status screen. There was no change happening to my status. It was all still the same as before I got into this mess, except for one thing. A broken bar. My skill clairvoyance has leveled up. I didn't know when it leveled up, but I guess it was thanks to my frequent use of it. But, starting from now on, it'd be a hard grind. Clairvoyance LV.2 type, active, passive rank, X, new, allow users to acquire information about their targets and detects the undetectable. The range of this skill limit is unlimited. Hereditary skills, pathfinding. X rank, there was a rank in skills, starting from the lowest was the F rank and the highest was the SS rank, but, in some cases, there were exceptional skills that were bound to one soul, that was the X rank. The great thing about this skill rank was that there was only one piece of this skill in the whole world, which meant that I was the sole owner of the clairvoyance, and there would be no other living soul out there that could have it other than me. Also, there were no X skills that were useless because those skills were growable. Every time I hit the max proficiency on each level, it would level up to the next level. Each level up would get the skill much more use and benefits, just like what recently got, a hereditary skill pathfinding. Pathfinding type, active rank. Hereditary. The user can trace where targeted objects or subjects that they know, whether it was the visual or a special mark of target, are located. It consume mana upon using the skill. Isn't this sweet? I drooled. Just what I need in a time like this. Let's try it. Unlike magic spells which needed someone to chant the spell correctly to use it, the skill was much simpler. One just needed to activate it with a command by a mana-imbued voice and say the skill's name. Of course, in my case, there was a limitation just as the skill's description stated. I needed to imagine the visual mark of my target to be able to track it. Coincidentally, I knew everything about the artifact. Hereditary skill, pathfinding. After saying the skill's name inwardly, I felt weak, probably because of the sudden decrease in my mana. In a split second, I received information. An image in my head showed a location somewhere in the forest. There was a largest tree in the center, and surrounding it was pillar statues with a marked symbol etched on them. Where is that place? Here, broken bar. Honestly, I still didn't know where should I go to get to that place, but at least, I have a clue. So, Let's just walk around and hope I stumbled upon the damn treasure. There were so many glowing mushrooms in this section of the forest. It was much darker and deeper from where I found Herman's group corpses, so the glowing mushrooms were also increased to compensate for the darkness. The scenery truly looked like I was in some fantasy, magical forest. As I walked along, following the blue light that sometimes appeared amongst the green and yellow light of the glowing mushroom, although it was dark and shut from the outside world, the breeze I felt against my skin made it look like this place had a natural air conditioner. Not too cold, and not too hot, it was just a relaxing temperature. Before I knew it, the goddess of fortune seemed to give her blessing upon me as I finally stumbled upon the damn place that I saw when using pathfinding. It didn't take me that long, or maybe it was a long adventure, but I just didn't feel it. Anyway, here I was, standing before the great magical-looking tree. There were 8 statues made of stone, and there was a carving on each statue. The statues were placed at 8 different points surrounding the great magical-looking tree as the center. I dared to guess that if I was to see it from above, it would make it look like an octagon shape. At one glance, I more or less could guess what this place was. According to my experience of reading horror and fantasy or dark fantasy stories, this place was a broken bar, a magic formation. I walked closer to the tree and entered the invincible pillar formation. Once my feet stepped inside the formation, the carvings on the statues lit up in different colors. It made me amazed. A wide smile was plastered on my face when I witnessed those scenes. It really is a magic formation, a broken bar, I said, fascinated. I extended my hand behind the outside of the magic formation. Instead of an empty wind, there was an invincible wall that blocked my hand. Cool. I whistled. I looked around and observed each statue's carving. A dagger, an hourglass, a crown, a praying hand, a two-faced demon's face or mask, a lip, a flag, and a sword? Huh? What the hell did this suppose to mean? Wait, let me think. A broken bar. There was a sword carving statue. When I approached it, it would glow a faint red color. A red sword? A murderer? Shoo! Exclamation mark. The sword carving was glowing lit red. Oh, the light is no longer dim. Does that mean that I'm guessing it right? A murder? Or perhaps an assassination? My smile widened as I realized what this riddle was trying to tell me. Some sort of story, like hell. I knew what the story was about. The most important thing was I have to solve the puzzle first. Next I saw a broken bar, the hourglass. The carving had a dim blue light when I approached it. Okay, let's solve this. The hourglass, according to me, probably meant time, but what did the color blue have to do with time? A peaceful time? The dim light then grew brighter. I guess I got it right again. Next was a crown with a pink dim light carving. What the hell is this supposed to mean? It took me dozens of attempts until I guessed it correctly. A princess? Just like before, the dim light grew brighter. Time had passed for damned who knew how much time had passed. But, finally, I finished the puzzle. A praying hand carving with white dim light symbolized an innocent scapegoat. A two-faced demon's face with purple light symbolized a trickster. A dark green dim light of a lip carving symbolized an instigator. A flag carving with black dim light was a war. And the last was a sword carving statue with golden light that made me frustrated. It held no special meaning, and the answer was, well, a broken bar, a sword. It was just a sword. I just wasted my time on that. A broken bar. The ground shook greatly as if the earth was angry, but it was just for a moment. At least that was what I felt. But my surroundings were different. The trees, all likely everything outside the formation, was shaking madly. Then a broken bar. Something happened to the magical-looking tree at the center of the formation. The trunk, which was so big and wide, moved writhing like a worm. Slowly a hole began to form and got bigger and bigger until it finally formed like a door entrance on the trunk. There was now an entrance to the tree, but I was not sure how to proceed from now on. My gut told me to just walk inside the entrance and that something interesting would happen. I sighed. My heart was beating fast as I closed the distance between me and the tree's entrance. Then, I passed through the entrance that brought me into an unknown place. It looked like a corridor in the castle dungeon. Torches were installed on the wall. There was only one path in this place. a straight and forward path that only needed me to walk forward toward the door far in front of me. Behind me, there was nothing except a solid void black that I couldn't pass through. I noticed that I couldn't speak here. I opened my mouth as if I was screaming, which was true that I was screaming right now, but my voice won't come out. Then the next strange thing was my feet moved by themselves. They brought me along forward, closer and closer to the door. Only when I was just one step away from the door that I regained control over my body. The door had 8 stars decoration on its wooden surface. A broken bar. I guess I just need to open this door. A broken bar, I thought. I grabbed the doorknob nervously, taking a small breath to release the tension. I twisted the doorknob and pushed it. What greeted me on the other side was a large vine's nest room. In the middle of the room was a stone with a flat surface. On top of it was lying a plain white mask-looking object. Surrounding it was 8 statues of different features. But then, as I was about to take my step forward, a shadow emerged behind the flat stone surrounded by the statues. The shadow's features somehow resembled me even though I couldn't see its face. 2 long sticks made of shadow formed from the shadow's hand. He threw one at me, and I consciously grabbed it. It turned out that the shadow stick was a shadow sword. I stared at the shadow curiously and nervously. What did it want by giving me a sword? My question was answered immediately in the next second. The shadow at first was walking slowly, but after 3 or 4 paces, it rushed toward me. A fight it is. I gulped my saliva as I readied my stance. The shadow jumped at me while swinging its shadow sword vertically from the top. I nearly got hit by that attack if I didn't move my hands to block it with the other shadow sword in my hand. What is the meaning of this? A test? I gritted my teeth when the weight of his sword increased. It was not wise to hold it, so I pushed him with my sword. He jumped back and landed gracefully after several backflips. A smirk formed on my face without my knowledge. Bring it on, then. My body shuddered. A pair of red circles, which I assumed were the shadow creature's eyes, were glaring at me. It didn't stay still as eyes should be. It was moving around the shadow's flat empty face. The hell is that? I cursed. The shadow played with their shadow sword, twirling the hilt before they attacked me again. This time it was a basic horizontal slash to my left side. I didn't want to risk things by blocking its attack, so I stepped back 2 paces, enough to avoid the pointy edge of the sword, and launched a counterattack immediately. Its swift and instant movement to the back nullified my attack completely as I only slashed thereafter. Image, damn, you're fast, growler exclamation mark. I didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but I heard they were growling, a short deep growl like a beast. Did they perhaps respond to my word earlier? A flurry of attack, a mix between slashes, thrusts, and punches rained down on me. I couldn't block and avoid it completely, so I took some damage from its attack. My left shoulder, left hip, and left wrist was bleeding. That damned shadow only attacked my vulnerable side. It was not that I blame the shadow, it was actually a smart move. But, as the victim of the attack, I couldn't help but be annoyed and hated it. It won't do if I keep on defense. That shadow would slowly overwhelm me when my stamina depleted. A broken bar huff. It was a matter of stamina, a fight against a creature such as a shadow, who couldn't feel tired or hungry. If the battle went on like this, I would lose. Clanger exclamation mark. I parried their attack and then dashed forward as my shadow sword was ready to thrust the shadow creature. Just as I expected, the shadow would instantly back off 4 to 5 paces after a failed attack. Lucky me that I was ready in a position where my sword could reach the shadow once it landed. The pair of red circles grew wide as I thrust my sword forward. Just a bit more. A broken bar clanger exclamation mark. Wah question mark. I didn't understand. I was sure that my sword stabbed them right in the chest. They should die right then. But, did that thing even have a heart? Did stabbing their chest would make them die? I wouldn't know, and I regretted that I couldn't find it out. All I saw at the moment was the darkness of this place's ceiling. Then the next second I saw a mossy floor. It was cold, and also my headless body lying down there. What happened? My vision slowly grew darker until it was completely cold darkness. A broken bar gasper exclamation mark. When I opened my eyes, I was standing in the same corridor where I first arrived here. I looked around in confusion. No matter how hard I examined this place, it was really the same corridor before I walked through that door far in front of me. If I was to mention what was different, was that now my body didn't move by itself to go to the door. It was of my own will, or at least that was what I felt. Somehow, I felt like my mind was a bit noisier than before, and that it was telling me to walk to the door. Standing in front of the wooden door, I noticed that a star was gone from it. Before, it was 8 stars, but now it was only 7 stars. It was then that I realized the situation I got myself into when I opened the door. Behind the door was the same room with giant statues circling a flat stone, just like the star on the door. One statue was gone from the formation. In front of the flat stone stood the same shadow creature who was fighting me a while ago. When suddenly I got myself back to the corridor, they threw a shadow sword at me again. Now, it was clear that I have just died when fighting against the shadow. It was the moment when my sword almost stabbed its heart. I didn't know what did they do, but my head was cut off even before it swung its sword. I just died and I was respawning in the corridor. Looking at the stars and the statues, I thought that those were something like a life or a chance. I had 8 lives when I first came here, but because of my first death, I only have 7 lives now. I stretched my body and smirked. This is going to be fun, isn't that right, Shadow? The shadow growled, which I assumed they were agreeing with me. We'd have a very much fun time together. This time, I took the initiative. I ran as fast as I could, but the shadow's speed was overwhelming me as I expected. But I could reach them. My sword could reach them. I knew where they were going. Clanger! They parried my first attack, but not the second one. Swoosh! TCH. The shadow turned into a mist form and back to its solid form after my sword failed to cut it. How the hell I was supposed to do? The speed, the form, everything was bullshit. A physical attack won't work on them. Should I use magic? But what magic should I use? I meant, I didn't know how to cast a magic spell. The flare magic was the most basic of all spells, and the only spell that I knew how to cast because it was the only one that I wrote how it worked. Let's try it first. A broken bar. The flare won't do any damage, but at least it would give me a light to weaken that shadow. A broken bar. FTM inverted exclamation mark FTM.FTM as I put on a defensive stance and taunted the shadow. But, like last time, even before the sword was swung, I was already dead. I found myself standing in the corridor again. FVCK, another dead. At least, I could still try the strategy I was going to try. Let's see what will happen to your body when I light your body up. Only 6 stars and 6 statues left, 6 chances to pass this test. A devil number, the shadow growled, swinging their sword madly. Horizontal slash, vertical slash, stab, thrust. Everything happened so quickly. Some were deflected, parried, blocked, and dodged, but some cut and sliced my skin. Even under pressure by their rapid attack, I could see some after images of where would their attack be. It was a battle of stamina and speed once again, and of course, I lost in those 2 aspects. PI circumflex plus minus NDI circumflex plus minus NOI 1/2 E1 N tilde oath. In that short and quick battle, I ended up the one who received the most damage, but this much wound was still manageable. Another flurry of attack was coming to my left side. I grinned upon noticing that. Finally, the attack that I was waiting for. It was the attack on my vulnerable side that I usually dodged, but it was not the case this time. Instead of dodging, I faced it head-on. In a quick motion, I released the sword momentarily and grabbed it with my left hand, then parried their attack. In that short time, I succeeded in parrying their sword with my non-dominant arm. That was such a close call though. If only I was a little bit late, I would be dead for the 3rd time. Parrying their sword with my left hand, I cast the flare magic spell on my right hand. Just as the last time, every time I parried their attack, they would be moving in an instant to the back 4 to 5 paces. So, I didn't release the spell immediately but instead stepped forward 3 paces, closing our distance. My eyes were moving, observing their entire body movement, especially their hands in case they pulled something that suddenly killed me. There was a faint glow that came from their shadow sword, so that is what caused my death? I thought, a battle of speed again. Which one would win this battle, my casting speed or their sword draw speed? Of course, I'll win this. Flare. My right palm was shining brightly with a yellow hue, but I lost again. The shadow was faster, their shadow sword, the faint glow that I saw in that split second earlier. A broken bar. There must be something going on with that sword, I sighed. Standing in the room again, I caught the shadow sword that was flying toward me in the air. I tested the sword in my hand, a few slashes and cuts here and there, but there seemed to be nothing special in this sword. I didn't see the faint glow like those on their sword. Could it be caused by the skill and not the sword? Hey, can we exchange weapons? They didn't growl like before. Their red circle eyes stayed still in their place. I felt like they were observing me. A moment later, I suddenly stood in the corridor. Huh? What the hell just happened? I looked around my surrounding. It was the same corridor where I respawned every time I died. Did I die? How? There were only 4 lives left. FVCK, what would happen if I spent all of my chances here? Would I die, or would I simply get kicked out of this place? It'd be good if it was the latter, but if it was not a broken bar, damn it, I shouted as I punched the wall beside me, although there was no voice coming out of my mouth. Hell, I didn't even hear the sound of the walls cracking and my footsteps. Huh? I looked at my hand, which was now broken because I just hit the wall using it, but I didn't feel any pain. Now that I think about it, I got sliced, cut, stabbed, and even died several times, but I felt fine. There was no pain accompanying me even when I got hurt and battered. Slapper! The slapping sound should be echoing loudly in that corridor if something didn't block any sound coming out. Anyway, even that hard slap from myself didn't leave any sting or pain feeling on me. My grin widened as I walked toward the door. FVCK defending, I'll just rush them the moment I got my sword. Too bad though, the moment the door opened, what greeted me wasn't the usual sword throwing by the shadow, but it was a thrust attack by the sword itself. I was dead, again. It was 3 lives now. A broken bar this time. I dodged the sword that flew at me. It stuck on the door behind, trying to pull it out, but the shadow was already in front of me, ready to swing its sword. Shit. I rolled to the side and then prone as they swung their sword at a low angle horizontally. Doesn't even give me time to rest. Huh? The shadow growled somewhat angrily. The sound was deeper and shakier, attacking me by stabbing their sword to the ground. I kept on rolling and eventually cast a magic flare. Exposed to my flare, the shadow creature shuddered for a moment. I kicked the shadow sword off their hand. Now it was fair. Are you good in martial art? I asked, purely out of curiosity. The shadow growled as it lunged at me. Their black hand turned big like a balloon that had just been inflated. I blocked it, but their strength overwhelmed me. My body felt light as I flew across the room. Before I even landed on the ground, the shadow teleported above me and dealt me a crushing blow. It didn't hurt, nor I felt any pain, but I couldn't move my body because it was broken. I died. 2 lives left. A broken bar. Haha, broken bar. FVCK ta broken bar. I brought torches each in my hand. As soon as the door opened, the shadow lunged at me. I ducked and then extended my hand upward enough for the fire to burn the shadow. To my surprise, it worked. The fire could burn its shadow. Haha, why didn't I use this method earlier? A broken bar. The shadow moved back instantly. It has now hesitated. You're scared, I said as I play with the torches. It growled while backing up a few paces back. Hey, a broken bar. Then a broken bar. 1 torch was sent flying toward the shadow. The other one was still in my hand. I dashed forward as soon as I threw the torch. This is a payback. Arriving in front of him, I catch the torch I threw earlier while it was still in the air with one hand. Meanwhile, my other hand had swung the torch at the shadow. The shadow was shaking, and its form slowly faded away. They dodged the torch I swung by teleporting behind me. That move was already predicted by me. Another torch in my right hand flew toward the shadow position. Before teleporting again, I caught a glimpse of faint light on their sword flare. I cast a flare toward them, interrupting their attack. It slid forward and bounced when it hit the wall. The shadow teleported again, close to me. Their black hand was ready on the sword's hilt to slice me at any time. Eat this, motherfucker. I threw the torch in my left hand toward the door's direction, and my right hand was already lightened up a yellow hue. Flare. The yellow flare shone brighter. It's checkmate. View Yosha! The flare shot out from my hand. The shadow teleported again. I didn't have any idea where they teleport, but it was my win this time. The flare bounced upward when it hit the floor. Flare. I shot out another toward the flat stone direction, slightly upward. Coincidentally, the shadow was teleporting on the flare's trajectory, but it could teleport again, and almost got hit by the flare. Although it didn't get hit, it was already exposed to the light at such a close range. It must be already weakened, as its form didn't resemble its original solid shadow humanoid form, which looked like me. The third flare bounced when it hit the wall and a broken bar it collided. The first and second flares, which had already bounced from earlier, and the third flare that had just bounced off those three flares collided with each other and created an explosion that illuminated the room. A perfect calculation, I would say. Now, with fewer shadows in this room, there was only one place that shadow creatures could teleport to, a small area near the door. As expected, the shadow teleported into that area. Its form was fading, trapped, nowhere to run, and a broken bar vanish. The torch I threw earlier burned the shadow. Growler! It growled like a mad beast, but it was over. Nothing it could do to be free from that. No matter how strong the darkness you have, in the end, it will be devoured by the eternal fire. A deep voice suddenly played in my head. Huh? What? Where did that voice come from? Was that the shadow's voice? Along with the defeat of the shadow creature, the light of the exploding flower also disappeared. The room was dim again. The reflection of light struck my eyes. In the place where the shadow creature had disappeared, there was a sword lying there. Huh? I stared at the sword while feeling anxious. A well-tempered silver sword with beautiful calligraphy of the R letter was carved on its lower blade, which could make a sword master think that it was just for a display. A Windows screen popped up above the sword. Retro bounded to Zavarez type, artifact, sword rank, S, a sword artifact, and an S rank artifact at that. Lucky. With a happy heart, I picked up the sword from the ground and swung it. At first, it felt heavy and uncomfortable, but then, like magic, the sword shrunk to fit my hand. Oh, this is good. A broken bar. What is the effect of this sword? My clairvoyance skill, even though it provided me with a bit more information after it leveled up, still didn't tell me any useful data. A broken bar. The only way to check its full information, I need someone who had high-level appraisal skills. An appraiser was definitely a place I need to go, but there were a lot of scammers. Most of them always tricked their client by telling them that their item was junk and they should just sell them to the appraiser with a high price, but in reality, the claimed to be junk item was actually a high-grade item. Of course, the victim won't know that. If it's an appraiser, I think I know one trustworthy fellow. Yes, in fact, with the knowledge I have as the author, looking for an exceptional individual in this world was a piece of cake. I cut some thin vines in the room and turned them into a strap so I could hang the sword around my back. It's time for the main dish. Walking toward the center of the room, I found myself standing near the flat stone. Before, it was surrounded by great 8 statues. Now, it was only 2 statues left. Judging by the face, one statue was a girl, but the other was unknown, their face and features hidden behind the hood. I was not some sort of detective or a fan of sculpturing, so I just took a look at it for a while and decided to focus my attention on the white blank mask, without an eye socket, on the flat stone before me. Avatar mask type, artifact, accessories rank, B. So, this is the avatar mask. A broken bar. Not so eye-catching, eh? Unlike the sword a broken bar, it was stated that the artifact was a B rank, not so high for an artifact that was referred to as an overpowered artifact. But, not all overpowered skills or items were needed to have a high rank. The avatar mask was an artifact that could transform its user into a different shape or different appearance without any restriction. The disguise couldn't be detected by all means. Even if someone had a high rank detection skill or whatever, they couldn't ever find out the true identity of someone behind the disguise of avatar mask. But, it has a limitation in that it functioned the same as a character slot in games. The user couldn't disguise or transform into whatever appearance they wanted infinitely. Instead, they could only transform into 4 appearances that they had saved in the slots. Instead of copying appearances like some other transformation skills or items, the avatar mask, which has the same feature as game character slots, could only create an avatar or appearance. Anyway, it was up because it couldn't be detected by any means. Imagine tricking the Thunder Emperor by posing as his late grandson Broken Bar. Not that I will do it unless he's on his deathbed and starts hallucinating, I said with a shrug. I grabbed the mask. I felt a magic shock in the air as my skin touched the mask's surface. When I lifted it, the scenery of the dim room glitched and eventually I was back in the forest with the great magical-looking tree and magic formation. Amazing, a Broken Bar, I said, too exhausted to scream my amazement. Excitement built up the longer I looked at the mask in my hand. I wanted to try it immediately, but it would take a long time to create an avatar. Also, I'd rather do it under a safe roof than in this dark forest. But, if I didn't use it, how was I supposed to hide this from the others, especially Jin, who originally would be the owner of the artifact? I should have looted the corpses for a dimensional bag, a Broken Bar. The choice was given. There were 2. Use the artifact, or wait here until the countdown is over. If I decided to stay here, then I won't need to use the artifact and wait until the countdown was over. But, I would like to know what happened to the rest of the group. I didn't know what would happen to them and Jin since I got the mask first. Would they survive, or would it follow the story in which only Jin and a few heroes survived? Or the worst part was, they would all be dead without me knowing the reason. And since I was the holder of the artifact this time, I might be a replacer for Jin and the others as the only survivor of the dungeon. Tracing back to what happened in the camp that night, I was sure it was an attack of the demon, or at least their minion, the human that sold their soul to them in exchange for power. Then, the brutal massacre of Herman's group in the depth of the forest. A Broken Bar. Sheet, a Broken Bar. I wore the mask and my vision went dark for a moment until there was a light that slowly engulfed me. My vision returned, and in front of me was a floating mirror with some eyes on them, just like a character creation panel in games. I don't want to waste my time on perfecting my avatar appearance, but I don't want to have a bad-looking avatar either, a Broken Bar, so I will have a look at the presets then slightly change it. There were dozens, even hundreds of presets of different genders, male and female. A sudden, useless thought came into my mind as I was looking for the nicest preset. What was I in my previous life? The only thing I remembered was that I played games and wrote a novel. Other than that, everything was forgotten. My name, my family, was I handsome or pretty, a Broken Bar? Well, judging by the fact that I didn't feel uncomfortable in this body, it seemed like I was male in my previous life too. After contemplating for like 5 minutes which preset I was going to choose, I ended up choosing a portrait of a young adult with an attractive face. A bit of rework on here and there and voila, a Broken Bar. A window appeared after I pressed the confirm button. Avatar profile: name, Ian Crow, age, 25, gender, male, about he was born and grew up in a fairly rich family in a broken village. He lived free of trouble until he was about 10 years old, but at that point, life changed drastically. He lost his siblings in the dragon incident 15 years ago and was forgotten by everybody. With no friends and relatives, he had to survive by himself, but with his wisdom and determination, he managed to train to perfection and remain out of reach of danger. Still plagued by the past, he now works a small job with low pay. By doing so, he hopes to find a place to call home and finally find the tranquility he has never had. Do you want to continue with this setting? Yes. Number. Seems good, although his backstory looks interesting and believable. It's just a made-up story that didn't actually happen. Feeling satisfied, I pressed the yes option on the Windows screen. Instantly, my appearance had changed in less than a second. Looking at the floating mirror, I saw a handsome gentleman in a black noble-like suit and a magician-like hat. His black hair was as messy as mine, his sharp blue eyes staring unblinkingly as we looked at each other. The black line under his eyes indeed described someone who has experienced a lot of bitterness in his life. He was tired but remained firm in his goals, but his smile and constant positive expression were a facade he used to hide the darkness of his past. I feel like looking at the adult version of myself but without the blue eyes. I loosened the tie around my neck and tightened the gloves on my hand. Let's go back. As I was about to leave the area, the sound of the bushes led me to a girl around my Agia sitting under the tree just across from me, separated by the magical-looking tree. How could I not notice her? She was just sitting there, staring blankly at me with her ruby-like eyes. Her long straight black hair framed her face. Did she see me transform? I cleared my throat. Hello there, Broken Bar, how long have you been there? I just arrived here. She still locked her eyes with me as she answered me. Her voice sounded calm and cold, like someone who had lost their motivation or was even soulless. Oh yeah? She nodded slowly. Her eyes looked ahead, deep into the large trees behind me. Are you a part of the group? She nodded again, her attention still unmoved. Which group? Hermans or Jinns? I diaresis I circumflex plus minus eth inverted question mark d I circumflex plus minus na apostrophe I circumflex 1/2 a vertical bar and tilde om. She turned her head at me slowly. Yours, mine? So, it's Jin's group? I paused for a moment and realized something. Wait, do you even know me? She shook her head. Number. Huh? What is wrong with that girl? I thought. The monster attacked the camp. I ran here alone. It's safe here, she said as she stared at me expectantly. The camp got attacked? Could it be that it was the truth behind the hero's banishment? The incident of the incompetent heroes, letting all of the civilians be killed in the dungeon. Can you tell me the details? You will see it for yourself. Just run forward, she said, her finger pointing at the forest behind me. I turned and looked at the forest. It was dark because the sun didn't reach this place, but flickering light from the glowing mushroom could be seen along the path. Then, I'll go a broken bar as I turned back and wanted to ask the weird girl before I go. She was not there anymore. Huh? Where is she going? Even with my clairvoyance skill I still couldn't find her trace. Shaking my head, I head into the forest immediately after praying for the girl's safety. The death aura slowly shrouded the forest, especially as I kept running straight past the corpses of Herman's group. The aura was getting thicker the closer I got to the camp. My body shuddered as the intensity of the death aura pressured me. I have a bad feeling about these. A broken bar. My heart was beating even faster than usual. As I ran through the forest, cold sweat was produced and flooded my face. Each time my feet stomped on the ground, it cost me a lot of breath, which meant that my breathing got heavier as I kept running toward the camp. Yuga! Something hit me so suddenly and I rolled over on the ground while holding my stomach. I was hoping that this all was just an illusion just like before, but it wasn't. It wasn't an illusion, but a reality that threatened my life, which I have to face for the first time since I arrived in this world. The pain won't wash away so easily. I kept holding onto my stomach as I growled like a wild beast. Taka! The sound of footsteps coming from behind me. I didn't know who it was, but I was certain they were not friends. A human. The voice sounded heavy and deep as if they talked under the earth. I see that you are coming from the direction of the shrine. The shrine? I didn't know what they meant by the shrine, but I guess that place with a magical-looking tree and magic formation was the one they referred to. I mustered up my energy and everything I've got just to spout one meaningless word. Who? I didn't see it, but I knew that they were smirking right now. Do you certainly want to know who I am? This motherfucker. If you truly want to know, why don't you turn around and face me? There was no need for me to turn around as they asked because, after those word exchanges with them, I could guess who they were. the demon a broken bar, but that it was impossible for them to appear here right now, so it was probably a human who made a pact with a demon, the minion. My curiosity still took over me and I did turn around in agony as he wanted me to do. I gritted my teeth when I saw the demonic human the minion's appearance. He was on the verge of becoming a full-fledged demon. Those crimson blood eyes were drilling a hole in me. The small horn grew on his forehead's right side, and his skin color had turned a bit darker close to the red. So, what do you think? What the FVCK do you mean by that? He just stood there, staring at me. It looked more like he was looking down at me as if he looked at an ant. He gestured with his head to make me stand up. Even though I hate him, I couldn't disobey him if I want to, at least buy some time for now. First, let's make his guard down a broken bar. You almost looked like a demon a broken bar, I said. He raised his eyebrows and then laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, you flatter me, he said with a high and aggressive tone, and you seem not that surprised when you saw me. Is this not your first time seeing us? I stayed silent. I mean, I know that there are many minions out there, but something that looks like me isn't common, you know? So, I thought that you must have seen the others who also went through this evolution. He licked his own lips like a wild beast when they were about to feast on its prey. Tell me, who are they? Or simply tell me their characteristics, like their face or something. What's wrong with this guy? Who is he? When did he come here? There was no way someone from the other side of the dungeon could stay here even if they were a demon a broken bar. Then, has he been with us since the beginning? But, I didn't recognize him because of his current form a broken bar. Many questions came into my mind like pouring rain, but the answers to them did not. I didn't know how much time has passed since I entered the test room. Knowing how much time left I had was a first priority. Since the part of this forest was not too closed like in the inner forest, I could catch a glimpse of the countdown being obscured by the leaves. To make sure, I also used my clairvoyance, pathfinding. There were 20 minutes left before the countdown was over. I need to stale for time. Summer a broken bar. Why did you keep peeking up? Is there something in the leaves? He said, while following my subtle gaze. There is nothing there, though. His gaze shifted back to me. No, to my sword. He let out a low whistle. Where did you get that sword? Did you steal it somewhere? Also, your clothes. I want them. I'd look cool wearing them, don't you think? Surely you can just ask your contractor if you want cool clothes. I smirked. His expression got serious, and his eyes narrowed. Don't you dare talk shit about my contractor, human. Hee. Of course. I'm sorry if it offends you a broken bar, I said while scratching the back of my neck. My hand slowly reached the sword's hilt on my back. As I tried to pull out my sword, I kept talking to distract him. But, I'm curious, what's good about selling your soul to the demon? At the end of my words, the air suddenly felt heavy again, filled with the aura of death coming from him. Cuck. My breath was heavy. It felt like I was suppressed by the high gravity. It was just so hard to breathe because of the pressure. My heart raced as a pair of crimson blood eyes glared at me. You insect. People like you who had good powers don't know how we, the lowly trash enhanced with a trash talent, feel. Selling our soul to the demon is the only way for us, the trashes, to become stronger. Trash talent? There is no such thing as trash talent. It all depends on who could hone it to maximum proficiency. What? The minion shouted. You're just looking for excuses. Brought up trash talent when you yourself don't do any effort to get stronger. Looking for a shortcut for power? What bullshit. There's no way such a thing could last forever. So what? What use is an effort if, in the end, I am still weak? Selling our soul is cheaper than a bothersome thing such as effort. I smirked. I agree with that. Butte a broken bar. I pulled out my sword and rushed toward the demonic human. A pay-to-win play like that cost me all of my money, and it will cost you all of your soul till you're no longer human. Damus, shut up. Being agitated, claws came out from his fist and blocked my sword. You dare attack me, insect? Why not? Although my sword was blocked, I still have an advantage in my position. It was unrestricted. I could move freely while he couldn't, so I lifted my leg and landed it on his belly. His demonic form made his body sturdier than a normal human, so my kick didn't do much damage unless being a tickle for him. His face was full of grins now that he got the upper hand. He grabbed my leg and threw me away. I was just nothing more than a stick when he threw me easily. Hitting the trees 3 times was painful for sure. I broke my bones in the process. It hurt as hell. It was then that I realized this was not the same as my fight with the shadow where I couldn't feel pain. I had truly forgotten about it. The effect of fighting with the shadow without taking any pain made me reckless in this fight. But it was useless to complain about that now, right? I gritted my teeth and forced myself to stand up. My left hand was gone, yeah, I meant broken, my ribs too. I stood unsteadily while looking for comfortable support on a tree. It looks like only your mouth is sharp but your skills suck. Holding the pain in my ribs and left hand, my grip tightened as I let out a chuckle. Thanks for the compliment. I stepped forward with the sword still in my hand, pointing it toward the demonic human whose expression changed from smug to irritated. Again, I said. The demonic human smiled, and so I was, but nervously. Then, the aura of death was coming again. It was much heavier and darker than before. I was suffocated because of that. I felt hurt in my broken bone. If this is going on a broken bar, I could die. Without much choice, I gave up on the idea of using the mask, which avatar was already in a pitiful state. But, let's wait for the right moment. With only one hand left, I fought the demonic human desperately, attacking when I'd got a chance, and all the time I was on the defense. If you don't want to die, give me the artifact you got from the shrine, said the demonic human while attacking me relentlessly. Which artifact? In fact, there were 2 artifacts I got from the place he called a shrine. Although I knew which artifact he meant to, I need to stale for time. Let him be desperate as I was. Are there any other artifacts besides the plain white mask there? His attack flow was in a mess since I brought up the unexpected second artifact. Since it was written that Jin only got the avatar mask and nothing more, it made me surprised the first time I found it too. Maybe, I don't know, I smirked. A broken bar. The demonic human rushed onto me at a speed my eyes couldn't follow. He choked me and threw me as far as his strength allowed. I flew like a bullet, hitting the trees relentlessly, blood gushing all over me, but all I could do was grind my teeth. When I'd flown far enough, I forced my freshly broken right hand to move, tearing off my face, which then turned into a mask that gently lay in my palm. Once the effect of the mask was removed and my body returned to my original appearance, all the pain and broken body left me. This is why I called the B-rank mask artifact Opal. Another effect of the mask was that the original body and each avatar didn't share each of their body condition. Usually, when people used a disguise skill or item, the damage done to neither was shared because they were using the same body and only changed their body structure or appearance through a transformation skill. Rather than transformation, the avatar mask was more like switching. The use of the avatar mask was switching bodies, from the original to the avatar, or from an avatar to an avatar. Each avatar was a different body, so if one body was destroyed, when the user switched to the other bodies, their former body's condition will not be carried away to the switched body. In my case, my original body wasn't injured before I used the artifact to transform or switch to my Avatarian Crow, so when I cancelled the artifact effect, my body would transform back to my healthy original body. I spun to slow down and then dropped to the ground after calculating that I'd at least be slightly injured when I fell. With a broken bar it hurt a bit, but this much couldn't even be compared to the pain and damage done to Ian's body. I looked at the mask in my hand. A screen was floating above it saying that it was in a cooldown phase for a day. Looking around me, it seemed I was thrown towards the entrance of the forest, seeing how few trees there were compared to before. The countdown. It was just 10 minutes left. 10 minutes. A broken bar. It's enough to get to the camp and see what happened to Thema. Broken bar. I reached for my sword but it was not there. Panic was about to hit me but I remembered I had dropped my sword before I was thrown. Summon, retro. Good thing I knew a very convenient secret about a bounded item or artifact. When an item or artifact was already bound, the owner could summon their artifact to their hand simply by saying summon plus the artifact's name. Of course, it was not free to summon a bound artifact, it required mana to summon them. The amount of mana used to summon artifacts was depend on the distance between the owner and their artifact. Mine was close, so the mana being used for summon was not much, but for my F-rank magic stats, it could be considered a large spent of mana. Feeling the sword in my palm, I gripped it hard and started walking to the camp. My stomach looks bloated because of the avatar mask that I hide under my jacket. Buta broken bar, the death aura was back. It was coming from behind me, from the forest. I had no time to think about the demonic human. My priority was to see the camp's situation. I wanted to know what happened to them, especially Jin, who's this time had no chance of getting the artifact in his hands. The camp was already ransacked when I arrived. Dozens of people were lying dead on the ground, both civilians and enhanceds. Only 9 enhanceds were still fighting the monsters, including Jin, but I didn't see the rest of the civilians. Looking at the total corpses, I doubted that they all were dead, so they must be hiding somewhere. I was relieved when I know that. "Hey, kid," someone shouted. It was Jin. "I see you're not dead yet." That's a relief. A broken bar. He slashed his sword and killed a monster in one hit and looked back at me. "Surely that sword in your hand isn't just for display, right? Would you mind lending us a hand here?" I had so many questions I wanted to ask him right away, but I guess it could wait until we killed all of these monsters, and so I gave him a fake smile and said sure. They almost wiped out the monsters invading the camp. There were only a few left before they could take a rest, and for Zio to start questioning Jin, that was if he excluded the matter with the death aura that came from the demonic human. The last monster was down and they celebrated it shortly, clapping or hugging or something like that. The countdown was almost over. Just 3 more minutes. We did it. FVCK, yeah. They were so happy that Zayud felt bad if he was to tell them that it was not over yet. But, it was a matter of life. Surely they won't hate him for it, right? "Thanks for your help. I didn't know you were good with swords," Jin said as he approached Zayo while extending his hand for a handshake. Zayo's mind was already occupied by the matter of the demonic human in the countdown. Noticing his eyebrow was knitted, Jin asked, "What's wrong, kid?" Zayo slipped from his thoughts and shook his head. "If you're looking for the rest of broken bar, don't worry, they're safe." That was one thing to be excluded from Zayo's worry list. But, it was not like he worry only about one thing. There were matters of Jin's credibility, whether he was actually a good person which turned evil by the demon, or a secretly evil person from the beginning. Zayo hated when he was clueless. There was also the demonic human that needed immediate attention. "Listen, I know it's only 3 minutes left before we get out of this place." Due to the death aura shrouded the air around the camp, everyone here was feeling it. They were shivering as the aura lingered on their body, suffocating them. Zayo realized that he was too late. The demonic human was already sighted 100 meters from the camp. An invisible death aura slowly materialized. Death incarnation. Everyone knew that it was just an illusion, but they couldn't help but be terrified. A broken bar. The moment he let out a voice, his head was cut off from the body. The head dropped to the ground, making a loud thud sound. Everyone's heart was beating fast the moment they heard the thud sound. Slowly, one by one, their eyes looked at the head on the ground with a pool of blood already. Dedema slash, slash, slash. Another 3 head was severed from their body. "Playtime is over." A loud, hoarse, deep domineering sound echoed in the air. The demonic human was walking arrogantly, spreading his arms wide, with the wide grin which couldn't be torn off plastered over his face. He believed he had already won the battle. Zayo was shaking. He looked like he was about to crumble at any moment. As the adrenaline raced, the clairvoyance was activated unexpectedly. A piece of information that he should have obtained from the moment he met the demonic human was just received by his brain. Name, Nado, male sign, age, 24, race, half demon. Broken bar. A scene of memory was being played inside Zayo's head. It was the scene in this very same dungeon, but the situation was completely different. The camp was already obliterated, corpses scattered all over the camp, leaving only 5 enhanced. Jin was there, but not Zao. Kneeling before the demonic human, Nado, they begged the demonic human to spare their life. Nado laughed and spared them. In the next scene, there were only Nado and Jin. Nado was giving Jin the plain white familiar mask, the avatar mask. Before the dungeon's countdown was over, the memory ended. Zao was back to reality with blurry vision. What was that? He thought. Hey, you, black-haired brat. The demonic human shouted. Although Zao couldn't see anything because everything was blurry for him, he knew that the one Nado referred to was him. The reason was that there was no one among the enhanceds who was a brat except him. What a broken bar? He said while gripping his sword nervously. Jin gritted his teeth full of frustration. He knew that the boy would be the next one to die, so he wanted to save him. But he couldn't move his body. It seemed like his body didn't listen to him, either of the pressure or because he didn't want to risk his life to save a stranger he just met a week ago. Instead, he tried to look at the countdown up in the sky. 1 minute left. Hold on there, Zao. He said in his mind, hoping that his inner voice would reach Zao, but it won't. After all, he didn't have telepathy skills. Give me the artifacts, you little SHT. The demonic human walked closer and closer to the frozen group. Every step he took made the enhanced's fighting spirit leave their body. 1 pace, 2 paces, 3, 4, 5. A broken bar. 8 paces, and then Zao pulled out the mask hidden beneath his jacket. Stop. Zao lifted the mask. Is this what you want? 45 seconds left before the countdown was over. A broken bar. The demonic human's eyes and smile widened as he saw the mask, but the next second, his expression turned sour. It won't do. Broken bar. That artifact is bounded to you, so? Zao gripped the sword even harder, ready to swing it if the demon approached. In fact, a bounded artifact meant that only the user was capable of using it. If the other wanted to use it, they would need to have the user's approval and the artifact itself. Or if it was an artifact with ego, the only way to steal a bounded artifact was to kill the artifact's owner. Having known that fact, both Zao and Nado exchanged a hostile stare at each other. 30 seconds before the countdown was over. A broken bar. The demon had paid no attention to the countdown, but he knew that he didn't have the luxury of time. Meanwhile, Zao kept peeking at the countdown using his clairvoyance, pathfinding, but he couldn't keep on doing that as his mana was almost depleted. Nado's hand getting bigger and now was resembling a demon's hand and claws. Zao, Jin, and the other enhanceds flinched. Their fighting spirit continued to decline. Their only wish was for the countdown to speed up. Nado looked at his hand amazedly. 20 seconds left to broken bar. Zao's vision has been restored to normal condition. Swoosh or exclamation mark. Nado's figure became blurry and then he disappeared. Not even before the enhanceds could react, Nado appeared again in front of Zao. His sharp claw was already stretched out forward like a spear. Zao had seen it coming, so he was the only one who could react to Nado's surprise attack. It was all thanks to his clairvoyance skill, which could predict his target's movement. Not that Zao was aware of that though. He always had a gut that it was because of clairvoyance that made him could track the shadow's movement in that dungeon, but since there was no such description telling him that it could predict or track his target's movement, he was left with doubt. But, after this, maybe he would realize that clairvoyance wasn't just a skill used for obtaining information. The only way to counter a thrust attack was to avoid an quick attack or block it in perfect timing, but since it was not that easy to do a perfect timing block, most preferred to avoid the attack than to counter with a block. Zao also preferred to avoid it since it was only 2 weeks since he learned the way of the sword, but his prediction said otherwise. If he was to dodge, he would absolutely die to Nado's force-projecting attack, or his hand would suddenly make a sharp turn because he already used his lock-in skill. Lock-in was a type of skill to accurately hit the target. It was usually used for a projectile attack, but it didn't mean that it won't work for a close-range attack like what Nado just did. He made it possible to change his attack trajectory with lock-in because his hand was no longer a human. Even if he broke his bone, it would immediately be healed due to the demon's blood regeneration. Zao desperately lifted his sword, attempting to block Nado's claw attack. Clanger! A lucky shot. Zao managed to perfectly time his block, but, due to the difference in strength, Zao was knocked back, flying several meters back. Nado caught the mask Zao had released, but it wasn't enough. He needed to kill Zao if he wanted to use the artifact. Not only that, but his greed to have the sword held by Zao was also his target. It all happened in a split second that not everyone could react. But, the next second when Zao was landing on the ground that Jin reacted immediately. Stop him. The enhanceds broke free from their petrified state and immediately gripped their sword tight and positioned themselves in front of Nado. Don't get in my way, insect, Nado shouted as he kept rushing forward, breaking through the enhanceds formation without shedding any sweat. The enhanceds blocking him either lost their limb or heavy bleeding. 10 seconds left. A broken bar die, you little fly. With all his might, Nado threw a punch at Zao, who was busy trying to get up. At that moment, time seemed slow for Zao as he was hearing sounds inside his head. Swing your sword, master. Zao was confused as to where the sound came from, but it was not the time to think about it, so he just followed what the sound told him to. There was a glint of light that traced the blade before he swung it. Splitter! A slash wound suddenly carved from the top of his head down to his waist. Blood was gushing out like a fountain from Nado's wound. It all happened even before Zao drew his sword, the same technique as the shadow in the dim room used against him. Why? Even Nado was surprised that he suddenly getting cut off into two suddenly. His soul won't rest in peace if he did not know what just killed him. Not that he could rest in peace in the first place after selling his soul to the demon. The demonic human's body split into two, and when Zao swung his sword upward, vertically, he was just slashing an empty air as Nado's body was already dropped on the ground beside him. The faces of the enhanced who were originally preoccupied with their situation couldn't even hide their shock at what Zao had done to Nado. Zao was covered in Nado's blood while the demonic human split body was lying beside him. "We're broken," said Jin, but before he could speak more, the countdown has ended. Portals appeared behind everyone's backs and sucked them in like a vacuum cleaner. Fortunately, Zao had taken the avatar mask back before he got sucked in. Traveling by the portal was like those scenes when people got sucked into a wormhole in sci-fi stories. It felt serene. If only it had lasted a bit longer, all the memory that Zao, Jin, and the others experienced inside the dungeon might be forgotten. No one wanted to remember that demonic human power or how Zao killed him in one slash. A broken bar thrown out of the portal. I found myself on the highest floor of the Garuda Sword Tower, the last place I visited before I got transported to the Flash dungeon. The blood covering me and the sword was gone when I checked my body. With a sigh, I lay down on the cold floor, resting my eyes and my body. Now that the adrenaline went down, my body suddenly felt numb. The sound of footsteps was coming closer and then it stopped. "Hey, are you dead?" came a voice that sounded calm and cold. Opening my eyes slowly, I saw a shoe blocking my view. Tracing my eyes up, I found a face I thought I'd seen before. Her hair was long and red-colored, resembled a flame. She gave me a cold-eyed stare that somehow almost didn't suit her red eyes. Her oval face was framed by the layered curtain bang. Her entire cool and calm demeanor was the complete opposite of her red color scheme, which represented courage or energy. I didn't know what she wanted from me. Broken bar. Unfortunately for her, she needed to wait for another time. "Looks like you're alive," she said, then walked toward the elevator. A broken bar. I thought she was going to question me. A broken bar. Oh well, I was going to sleep anyway, so broken bar, good night. Coming from a portal gate designed like a giant mirror was a youngster in his 16s. His straight and silky hair was as white as snow, combined with his golden eyes and pale skin that were like the sun shining on the snowfields could attract the opposite sex's attention. Lots of whispers came from the girls who were mesmerized by the boy's face, making him slightly uncomfortable. "Oh my, look at him, a broken bar, he's handsome." A broken bar, definitely my type. The boy was not just a normal human. He was an enhanced, and his senses were also sharper than any young enhanced his age. He could hear voices being spoken in a whisper or see so far outside the range of a normal human's vision could see. Ignoring the voices, the boy named Lux Virtus looked at the statues of 8 heroes. Among them, he especially saw a statue of a sword-wielding woman whose finger traced gently over the blade. "So, this is Octagram Island?" he said. Unexpectedly, a voice was heard that responded to his supposed inner monologue. "No, that's not. That's the statue of the 8 heroes, duh." Lux turned around and found a girl around his age standing a few meters behind him smiling. Grace. The girl named Grace smirked. She puffed her almost non-existent chest. For a girl, as she walked forward and hugged Lux around the shoulder. "Nice. It's not that hard to call me that now, right?" Lux scratched his cheek. "Well, it's still a bit hard to call you by name, Master a Broken Bar. Then you should get used to it. It'd be awkward if you call me Master at the Academy." "I'll try, Grace." They walked out of the building. From the outside, the building was a plain square. The outside area around it was very wide and was always crowded because the area around the building was the city square. There were also 8 statues of the heroes, which were placed in a row along the road straight to the entrance of the building. The building was called the Octagram Transport Center, which was shortened to OTC. Was a place for dozens of warp gates that connected Octagram Island with various places around the world. Fascinated by the city square, which was crowded with people doing different activities and some food stalls, Lux was running around like a countryside kid seeing the city for the first time, which was true. Lux was from the countryside, but it was not mean that he never visited a big city. But Octagram Island was a different case, as an island and the most developed city in the world. Of course, the experience of living there was not something that was easily forgotten even by rich kids who lived in big cities. "Don't run around, Lux, you might get into trouble." Broken Bar. Right after she said that, the trouble really came upon Lux. He bumped into someone in the crowd. If it was an ordinary person he bumped into, there wouldn't be any trouble, but unlucky for him, the one he bumped into was a famous figure. "Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Broken Bar," Lux said in the utmost politeness as he extended his hand. The girl with the same hair color as Lux nodded and reached for Lux's hand, but then there was the problem came. The boy who was walking with the girl smacked Lux's hand and helped the girl up. He stared at the girl passionately before then he looked at Lux in disdain. The girl could only shake her head at the boy's impoliteness. "Hey, don't you have eyes?" the boy shouted. Lux was stunned for a moment before smiling at the snow-white-haired girl like his, the only difference being in the color of their eyes. If Lux's was like the sun, then hers was like the bright blue moon that lit up the winter night sky. Ignoring the boy's babbling, Lux asked, "I'm sorry, miss, are you okay?" "I'm okay." The girl's eyes narrowed when she found the rude boy standing between her and Lux. "Ha ha, Broken Bar." She shook her head in disbelief. "How dare you talk to her when I'm right here?" said the boy, annoyed, his veins visible because of how hard he tried to suppress his anger. "Sorry," Lux said cluelessly. As the dispute continued, someone in the crowd surrounded the 3 youths seeming to be enjoying the argument with knowing faces. That was Zavaras. It's been a week since the Flash Dungeon incident. As many as 56 people died in that incident. Of the 44 survivors, 6 of them were enhanceds including me. Unlike the scenes in the novel, Jin and the other 5 heroes were not sanctioned and remain heroes. Nado, the demonic human, died at my hands at the last moment. With his death and the avatar mask in my hands, it was certain that Jin would not betray humanity. However, what would Jin become in the future? I'd leave that for the person himself to decide. When I got home, Shannon was very worried about me that she cried. But, after that, I got a very long lecture from her. I was using the free time of a week before the entrance exam by honing my talent and skill. Thanks to that, my dual-wielding and swordsmanship talent had leveled up to level 2. With the dual-wielding reached level 2, I got more options of weapon choices other than the sword. Dual-wielding LV.2 users will be able to wield 2 weapons at once even if their proficiency in said weapons was low. Learning dual-wielding techniques will be easier. Available dual-wielding weapons: sword, dagger. Dual dagger sounded more like a type of assassin or rogue talent combat style, with so many techniques that could be learned for assassins and rogues. As a dual dagger user, I decided to hone my dagger skills and learn techniques that I could learn for free. The reason I preferred daggers over swords was that the assassins and rogues' weapon techniques were dual weapons, namely daggers. With this, I could also improve my dual-wielding skill easier than using dual swords. The sword talent was divided into two types: swordsmanship and dual sword. Swordsmanship techniques were not suitable for dual swords, and vice versa. That was why, for example, my talent was both swordsmanship and dual-wielding /sword, and because dual sword techniques were rare and expensive, I had to learn swordsmanship techniques instead. I mastered the swordsmanship techniques, but when I changed to dual-wielding, those techniques would be rendered useless as they won't work for dual sword. Instead, if I was to learn assassin and rogue techniques which both used dual weapons, I could also apply those techniques to my dual-wielding talent that used daggers. But, unlike when I first learned swordsmanship from Shannon and got the talent because of that, it didn't happen when I learned the assassin and rogue dual dagger combat style. The reason for that might have been because Shannon has a bestowal skill. It was a skill that gave her the power to bestow her knowledge of what she'd learned upon her disciple, an apprenticeship type kind of skill. Well, thanks to the dual-wielding talent, I didn't need to have an assassin or rogue talent to be able to wield dual dagger. The city square was crowded. Many people outside the island has come to this place. It was to be expected because today was the day of the Octagram entrance exam, and I felt confident I would pass the exam with my current skill. On my way to the Octagram Academy, I stopped briefly at the town square to see the faces of my would-be classmates, especially the arrival of the protagonist and one of the main female characters in this very place. It seems like I just need to wait for the scene to happen, I said while looking at my watch. I don't even know when they will come out. Pi circumflex plus minus ndi circumflex plus minus noi 1/2 e1 n tilde oath. While waiting, I wasted my time and money at food stalls. There were lots of street foods that I could try. Apart from being cheap, the taste was no less delicious than restaurant food. A half hour had passed since I tasted the food. Any more than this and my wallet would be crying. Just as I was done contemplating, a ruckus happened on the other side of the city square. Using my clairvoyance, pathfinding, I could see the images of three youths arguing while being surrounded by the crowd. Without wasting any more time, I went to the scene. When I got closer to the crowd, I heard an angry voice coming from the center of the crowd. Sneaking through the crowd, I stood where enough for me to see the drama that was unfolding. It was a boy I didn't recognize that shouting at the other boy. His bland appearance didn't match any character description I remember. He was probably the extra in this scene so the protagonist could stand out. The other boy though, with striking hair and eye color, must be Lux Vertis. Standing behind the extra boy, was a pretty and dignified-looking girl that looked like she was coming from a rich and noble family that uphold tradition. Her face looked anxious, probably because of how big the commotion the boy had caused. Her long snow-white hair was tied back in a bun, held up by hairpins decorated with cherry blossoms. Her blue eyes restlessly observed the crowd's reaction. Ayanofu Ayuki, a broken bar Ayanofu Ayuki. That was the girl's name. She was born into a rich family of Japanese family that upholds tradition. Being born into such a family made her an Ojusama or young lady or young mistress type character, strictly educated to be polite and well-informed, but her lack of experience in dealing with the outside world made her a curious person at times. Because of that, her friends were few, almost non-exist, and in the end, it was Lux who became her first friend and lover. I'll teach you how to behave in front of us," said the boy with a full fist ready to hit Lux. That's what a third-rate villain character would say. Broken bar, I thought. Looking at Lux and Ayano's expressions, it seemed like they also thought the same. "Stop," Ayano shouted, but the boy didn't stop. Having a full fist launched toward his face, Lux dodged it with minimal movement and grabbed the extra boy's wrist, and twisted it. "ACK," the boy screamed. The boy looked at Ayano with pleading eyes. His bravery from earlier was gone now that he experienced pain came from a broken arm. Ayano was speechless. She could only shake her head and then bow to Lux. "I apologize on behalf of my attendant." "Oh, number. It should have been me who sorry for bumping into you, miss." My reaction to that was a full round of yawning. "Lux," a girl's voice came somewhere amongst the crowd. "Mazza." Broken bar grace. It was a girl with long dark green hair and a pretty face. I recognized her immediately the moment she appeared. She was Lux's sword teacher, one of the 8 heroes who excelled in swords. All of her techniques were flashy and should be suitable only for performance. But, with her complete understanding of swordsmanship, she was capable of doing the impossible possible. Due to a curse, her growth has been going backward. She received the curse in 2010 at the age of 36, and since then her growth has been reversed. Who should be 56 years old this year, she became a 16-year-old girl again. Well, at least the title of the youngest of the 8 heroes still applied to her. Time reversal curse. Cue her broken bar. Is this really an academy? Standing firmly in front of me was the entrance gate, which was flanked by 2 statues of the most famous hero of the first generation, Garuda. The gates and statues were gigantic in scale, as were the walls that were built around the academy grounds. I once said that the academy grounds were built right in the middle of the island. However, I never thought that there was an island within an island. So, it turned out that there was a lake and a large circular island in the center of the city, and it was on the island in the lake where Octagram Academy was located. There were a total of 4 entrances to the academy area: the East Gate, the West Gate, the South Gate, and the North Gate. While the main island was half the size of Singapore, the campus itself covered an area of 8 kilometers square, which was divided into 8 main areas. Also they called realms: eagle, tiger, cat, horse, dove, crow, wolf, and owl. The eagle realm was where the lecture halls were located. The tiger realm was where the professors' offices were located. The area was off-limit for students, and unless the professors demanded the students visit them at their office, the students were forbidden to go near the area. Just like the tiger, the cat realm was also off-limit for students, as it's where the research lab facilities were located. The horse, dove, and crow realms were located close to each other. These 3 realms were a student's area, where the training facilities, dormitories, and public spaces such as cafeterias, grocery stores, and parks were located. The last 2 realms were wolf and owl. These 2 realms were located side by side, a few kilometers away from the dormitories. The wolf realm was the student space, where the buildings of student clubs were located. Lastly, the owl realm, as the owl was an animal, symbolized wisdom and knowledge. The grandiose building resembled a castle was built there, the Grand Library of Octagram. People were crossing the bridge to get inside the campus. Once inside, they were walking to the horse realm, where the training facilities and the great arena were located. Thousands of candidates gathered in a large octagonal-shaped area with 4 large octagonal architectural buildings on each side of the octagon. The north, east, west, and south was the entrance to the horse realm. Meanwhile, the northeast, northwest, southwest, and southeast was where the large octagon buildings stood firmly, and at the center of the horse realm was the great arena, which was designed like a coliseum but with a touch of futuristic architectural. Those 4 training facilities were where the entrance exam was held. I got a separate exam venue from Lux and Ayano. The building where my exam was located was in the northeast, while theirs was in the southwest. It's a shame, even though I wanted to see their performance, but well, it was not the time to think about that. Next. Hello, please fill this form first. The receptionist looked too young for this job. He was probably a professor's assistant. By the professor's assistant, it meant that he was a top student among his peer or has the potential to be a good hero, or maybe the worst case was that he was an undergraduate with a poor economy, a pushover, trying to earn good grades and money as an assistant professor but ended up being a professor's slave instead. Not that I care. I filled out the form and continued on my way into the building. After I received the tag number, it said 403. Inside the building was another waiting area that was already crowded with prospective students. 10 doors led to the exam room, and above each door was a numbering screen telling the current candidate's tag number who was taking the test inside. The highest number of the 10 rooms was 304. Wow, that was 99 people before my turn. I looked around, trying to find something to waste my time. People were either talking to each other, introducing themselves, or happily talking about their powers. It was less fun, of course, if there was no such thing as a group circle. Within this crowd of candidates, a circle of various kinds had formed. There was a rich kids group, the geeks group, the boss lackeys group, and even a harem group. But there was one group where a bunch of girls gathered around one guy over there. I was not exaggerating when I say I'd be surrounded by the girls if I take off my geeky-looking round glasses, because that was a fact. In order to take the exam peacefully without anyone bothering me, I had to do this, hiding my face from the female predator who was thirsty for a handsome guy. What should I do to waste time? Well, there was nothing fun here except socializing with other people, but there was none particular I'd like to socialize with here. That kid ice a broken bar. Never mind what I just said earlier. There was one person I'd like to talk with among the geek group. I walked over to the geek group, acting friendly and humble. Hey, can I join here? Yeah, sure. Surprisingly, they welcomed me with pleasure. Was it the effect of my nerd fashion? My eyes were locked on one particular green-haired boy with a bowl cut. Behind the lenses were his azure eyes staring blankly at the floor. His body may be small and looked fragile, but his mind was as sharp as Zhu Liang's. Bell Walker. The immoral alchemist in the future, he'd be a great obstacle for the demon army in taking over the earth. His meticulous and extreme mind gave humanity a chance to fight the demon as an equal. He experimented with a human using a demon's blood and thus created a mutant that could release one of the demon's best traits, regeneration, creating an immortal army. Although it didn't last long as the demon countered it immediately 6 months later. Even though his method was somewhat heinous, in a future where rules and society have collapsed, what he was doing for the survival of mankind was arguably the most effective method to fight against the demon. But, right now, he was nothing more than an innocent brat. All he thought about at this age was how to cure his sister. Since it was only him and his sister, also was economically poor to afford medical services for his one and only sister, all he could do was make his own medicine. His goal today was not only to pass the exam but also to get a full scholarship. Too bad for him, there was no professor who was interested in alchemy in this year's exam. My goal today was to get to know this group that Bell was in, and slowly befriend him while waiting for me to get called. My name is Zayavaras, nice to meet you. A broken bar. A few hours later, a broken bar candidate number 403, please enter room C. Oh, it's my number. A broken bar. I looked over the group for the last time. It has been fun. See you all on the first day of the new semester. I bid my farewell to them. Honestly, I didn't expect I'd get much knowledge and information from those talking, but that it was just a bonus. In the first place, my goal was to get to know Bell and befriend him, slowly but surely. Even if he failed to enroll in the Octagram Academy, at least I already got his contact. The immoral alchemist is my best friend. Think about the benefit I got if I was to help him make the medicine to cure his sister. Because in the end, I had the knowledge of the future, his masterpiece Tearfall, the elixir he made for his sister. But sadly, when the elixir was completed, his sister was already dead. I'd just come to him at his desperate moment so he would swear his loyalty to me. Candidate number 403, Zayavaras. I nodded silently, opening the door to room C. He nodded back at me. This way, he said. Behind the door was a large squared room. At the different side of the room, sat 2 examiners of a different gender. The man looked like he was in his 40s, muscular and bulky body with a hairstyle commonly seen of a carpenter. Messy curls with a beard like a cloud. You know what Mario looks like? Yes, that guy looked similar to that game character. The other was a woman with a violin body shape. Her appearance was like a goth girl, all black clothes, as well as her makeup and hairstyle. I recognized the woman examiner was Gillian Wilford. She was an A-rank hero and ranked 432nd in the Hero Association Omega ranking. She was actually a spy for the infamous villain League at this time, Dystopia. In the middle of the room was a machine I had never seen but knew the name of, Monolith Crystal. Candidate Zio, please stand by the machine and place your hand on the monolith. It was a machine that looked like a crystallized mana shaped like a diamond. The color was transparent at first, but when I placed my hand on the monolith, it was half filled with blue color. The examiners murmured as they saw the colors in the monolith. These colors mean I suck a broken bar. Knowing what the future was like was not pleasant, especially if that very future you knew was the destruction of the world. You'd be thinking about it every time and then, what you should do so that future would not happen. Would you be able to bear such a big burden? For I couldn't, but I would still try my best to prevent it. If I fail to do so, then so be it, but if I succeed, then it'd be a new whole story. The end of the world was not this world's destiny, it was just a mere writing of a person's. There were no predictions about the future that was accurate, even if it was a fate decided by myself as the author, as I could decide the fate of the world being destructed as an author. I, too, could change it so that such a future won't be happening. Only time would tell how the future would unfold. As the one who held the knowledge of the future event, I could only try my best. Let's leave this afterthought for later. Before I could think more about that, what I need to do was to get stronger. Not that it could prevent the end of the world unless I was as strong as a cheat character like the protagonist, but by doing so I could at least fulfill my desire. The monolith crystal was half filled with blue color. The examiners whispered to each other as they saw the result and then nodded. The half-filled monolith crystal meant that my potentials were only 50%. It was a good number, but for those two examiners, which I noticed by their expressions that they had no slight interest in me, the highest possibility was probably I was categorized as an ordinary student here, because what professors were looking for was people with a potential above 75%, and the blue color indicated the magic stats, which meant my potential was inclined toward the magic stats more than the other stats. Not that I mind it, but it was weird. If my potential was on magic stats, why did it only be an F rank? But, in their eyes, those numbers and colors were just ordinary if no lower than trash. I could understand their views since the professors were mostly A rank or above. Zaivaras, the report told me that your overall stats were around D rank, with intelligence as the highest value, C rank, and, it seems there is an error regarding your stats potential, a broken bar anyway. We'll send the report to the higher up and see if they can solve the problem, a broken bar. I nodded. Then, we've adjusted the test level to the minimum. You'll start off fighting low-level puppet monsters we created and gradually increase in difficulty until you reach your limit. Clapping their hands, a chisel-looking object floated and motioned around a point. From that motion, small blue particles were created which then assimilated and formed a small transparent blue humanoid figure. From that figure emerged a small green monster with bulging yellow eyes, a large sharp nose flanked by two fangs protruding from its mouth, and ears sharp-shaped like daggers. A goblin, a common monster, appeared in the dungeon. You can't use a personal weapon, so, just choose any weapon from the weapon box. Jillian clapped her hand again and another flying object flew toward me. It was a box this time, not just an ordinary box, of course. Storage cube. It was a man-made artifact manufactured by the Omega and distributed across the world. The storage cube had different storage capacities even though the size was the same, as big as a human's adult palm. The cheapest had fewer capacities than the expensive one. This box definitely has a larger capacity, because, why would the most prestigious academy with top-end facilities use a storage cube with smaller capacities? It functioned like an inventory in RPGs. There was a screen displayed when I put a voiced command cube, list, 2 training daggers. Without wasting time I immediately picked 2 daggers out from the storage cube. A dual dagger? Is that your weapon of choice? Yes, it is. Very well, then a broken bar, she said. The storage cube flew toward Jillian's palm and gently rested there. Start. As soon as the exam started, I rushed forward quickly and slashed the goblin. The first monster was down in 5 seconds. The bearded professor was shocked and in awe upon seeing my performance. I bet he didn't expect that. Meanwhile, Gillian was still with her uninterested expression. Not that I care about their reaction, I just wanted to get placed in the higher ranking. The second puppet monster was a furry, 4-legged animal, a wild wolf, another common monster dungeon. All this time, my practice partner was Shannon, so I've never had a chance to fight a non-humanoid monster, but, thanks to my experience in the Flash dungeon, I had that chance to fight against wild beast monsters such as wolves, diaresis registered negation degrees diaresis broken bar. With that experience, fighting this wolf would be easy, and so I rushed again and killed it easily. As the examiners said, the difficulty did increase as I passed each level. I fought against a lizardman at stage 3, an orc at stage 4, and this time a minotaur. Lizardmen and orcs were humanoid monsters, so killing them was possible for me, though it required more effort to take them down, especially the orc. The lizardman was easier to fight because they were only strong in their territory, the swamp. The orc, though, was a formidable foe. Besides being twice the size of an adult human, orcs possessed great toughness and strength. Killing them was a bit tricky, especially when using E-rank quality daggers. Piercing through its skin was extremely difficult, so I repeatedly used the momentum from the orc's movements and managed to stick a dagger in its eye. Next was to bury the dagger so deep that it penetrated into his brain. It was a victory with a sense of accomplishment, but it wasn't over yet. My enemy this time was a minotaur. The creature stood very sturdy. Its body was even bigger than an orc. His bullhead snorted. From his nose came white smoke like a steam engine. "We'll stop the test immediately if things go south. Don't push yourself," said the examiners. "Thank you, but I'll be fine," I said while giving them a reassuring nod. Perhaps a broken bar. This line was spoken in a whisper. I rushed at the minotaur at once and gave it a fresh slice in the leg and immediately backed up, although it didn't do much damage because its skin was tough just like the orc. A hit-and-run strategy was effective against the minotaur as its movement was slow, but its strength, endurance, and size compensated for its slower speed. As long as I kept moving I won't get hit, but I also couldn't damage it. The only way was to aim for its eyes just like the orc, but it would be hard as I need to climb onto its shoulder or head first because of how tall the creature was. The axe was swinging horizontally at a low angle. That had given me a chance to climb onto the creature's shoulder. When the blade touched the floor and ransacked it, I jumped and stood on it. Didn't want to lose my chance. I ran on top of the axe toward its shoulder, thinking I'd reached the spot to jump. I succeed in sticking one of my daggers in its eye, but it was too shallow that it immediately dropped to the ground at the same time I landed. "TCH, what do you think?" said Gillian, breaking up the silence of her fellow professor, Gilbert Drian. "He's good." Gillian nodded and was still silent, giving Gilbert a look for him to continue. "Stats potential-wise, he's trash, but his fighting ability cannot be underestimated. He is the second best after the headmaster's favorite girl in terms of fighting ability." I could see that he was keeping a close eye on his foe even as he was running around waiting for an opportunity to attack, just like before when he was climbing up and running the minotaur's axe into its shoulder. He didn't hesitate either. A broken bar. Gillian sighed as she leaned on her chair. "Why is it that always the trash who work hard?" "Don't say that. You also know that the Flame Fist was someone with trash potential, but look at him now. He could even fight the Thunder Emperor on equal terms." "PFFT, equal? How could you tell that when they never fought each other?" Gilbert shrugged at her question and changed the topic back to the student's test. "Anyway, what about you?" Gillian tilted her head. "What do you think about him?" Gilbert continued. The room was shaking as the big axe smashed the ground. Thanks to an artifact, the area around the examiner's desk wasn't affected by the shock. Just like earlier, Zio climbed onto the Minotaur's shoulder by running on the axe. This time he didn't do the jump attack to the eyes but instead slid behind the Minotaur's neck and then plunged his daggers as deep as possible into the soft part of the creature's neck. It was impossible to penetrate the Minotaur's skin, even the softest part using only an E-rank dagger. But a broken bar? Gillian's eyes narrowed. Isn't that mana coating technique? Upon hearing that, Gilbert also noticed the blue aura that enveloped the tip of the daggers. You're right, that is definitely the mana coating technique. Where did he learn that? That's what I want to know. A broken bar. Seeing Gillian's expression showing interest in the candidate, Gilbert brought up the previous topic again. So, any word for him? Gillian let out a short sigh and dispersed her expression. Well, he's just fine, enveloping his daggers with mana. Zaya stabbed the Minotaur in the neck and the daggers dug deep enough thanks to being covered in mana, making the blade sharper. Grower. The Minotaur growled loudly as its neck was being penetrated. The creature moved wildly to pull Zaya off his back. In that chaotic situation, Zaya was hanging there, releasing momentum as his body lifted and then pulled himself down. He coated his feet with mana so that the weight was concentrated there and made him heavier so that the fall would be faster, and also helped cut through the Minotaur's hard skin more easily. Is that even possible? Gilbert was so shocked that he even got up from his chair. It's just a double mana coating. Even D-rank heroes can do that. I know, but he's not yet a hero and he's still young. Tell me, at what age did you able to use and master double mana coating at the same time? What? Why are you asking me that out of the blue? Said Gillian as she pouted her mouth. But, well, a broken bar. I admit that he's better than when I was still a student. A broken bar. She observed the battle a bit more. The intensity of the mana around Zaya's feet was increased and his fall fastened. Could it be because his highest potential is magic? I don't know why his magic stat is only an F rank when it's the highest potential. But if that value isn't an error, then what could he do if it reached the limit? B rank limit, huh? Then, if he goes through an awakening, he could also match the Thunder Emperor in terms of magic. I also wonder who has been teaching him a broken bar. Gillian looked at Gilbert with raised eyebrows. Did you have a grudge against the Thunder Emperor or something? Do you want to know? Gilbert looked at Gillian with a full smirk expression. Meanwhile, Gillian rolled her eyes as she noticed Gilbert's smirk. The room's floor shattered instantly the moment Zaya hit the ground and managed to rip the Minotaur's back from top to bottom. The creature groaned in agony as it was swinging its axe like a madman. The axe blade sliced through the examiners, but they were magically unharmed by the attack. It was as if they were invincible, and that was just a mere illusion trick standing there. This artifact is very useful and convenient. I wish I have one in my pocket. Me too, Jill, me too. By doing a chaotic and wild move, the Minotaur had accidentally disrupted Zaya's focus as he stayed away from the axe's range of attack with an exhausted face. As the axe blade was flying toward him, a clapping sound was echoing in the air and stopped the axe as well as the Minotaur's movement. Seeing the sharp blade stop before his eyes only a few inches away, Zaya dropped his body down to the ground. A broken bar. He exhaled a long heavy breath. That was close. I think it'd be best to stop the test here. Looking at the two examiners, Zaya nodded gratefully. In fact, he was already exhausted, and even if the test was continued, it was still impossible for him to defeat a monster of that caliber. It was a good thing that those monsters were only puppet monsters created by the Academy. If it was a real one, he might be already dead. Walking out of the room, Zaya checked the time on the display board hanging on the top center of the room. I'm sure I was inside for almost an half hour, but it was actually only a minute has passed. Zaya looked back over his shoulder and waited for whoever had just entered the room a minute to confirm his assumption. Just as he assumed, no matter how long someone was taking the test inside the room, it'd be a minute to exactly 60 seconds when they came out of the room. It's interesting, but I don't remember such detail as these. A broken bar. The entrance exam lasts for 2 days. On the first day, the candidates would be measured for their potential and demonstration of their skills. The second day was a more relaxed exam than the previous day. Candidates would be tested for their knowledge by holding a large-scale written exam simultaneously in the Eagle Realm, the lecture halls. For me, this exam was a relaxed test because I certainly know the ins and outs of this world. Anyway, day 1 of the exam was coming to an end as the sun was about to set. The day was getting old as the magnificent shades of orange illuminated the sky. The sun was about to go to sleep while the Moon Princess prepared to accompany the night. The sound of birds chirping collided with the chatter of the candidates who still looked enthusiastic after taking the exams. As for me, I was enjoying my free time just leaning on a park bench in the Crow Realm. There were several candidates here beside me. Their faces looked happy and were enjoying the laughter. Somehow I feel calm among the noise around me. When I was about to close my eyes, I felt something touch my leg. It was a black cat. Its loud purr was clearly heard over the noises. "Hey, my furry friend, are you hungry?" I said as I pet her soft fur. She meowed. Her eyes were red. It somehow looked familiar. "Wait, you're the cat on that day, right? One who appeared on my windowsill early in the morning?" The cat stared at me for a long before she meowed, then scratched her furs. "Wait, a broken bar? Why do I even talk to her? It's not like she understands what I am saying." Staring at the cat for some time, I couldn't suppress the feeling of wanting to pet her head, and so I did it. But, if she's a summon creature of broken bar, it's possible for her to understand me, or maybe the summoner does. Pi circumflex plus minus ndi circumflex plus minus noi 1/2 e1 n tilde oath o. Using my clairvoyance skill, unlike the usual, a screen didn't pop up on the cat. I raised my eyebrow and tried again. The result was the same. This cat couldn't be observed. Either she was immune or there was a skill blocking my clairvoyance. It was the first time this had happened, so I wasn't so sure what caused this. Hearing someone's footsteps coming closer and then stopping right to my left side, I looked up just to see two familiar faces. I stared at them with genuine confusion and excitation, confused too as why they would stop and not continue their way to wherever their destination was, and excited because I met the main characters, Lux and Ayano, which both were gorgeous. "Are you okay?" said Lux. Upon hearing him saying that, I was so confused. Why did he ask me that? I peeked to my right just to see if there was another person than me who might be the one Lux referred to, but there was no anyone sitting on this bench beside me. Looking back at Lux, I said, "Thanks for asking, I guess I'm okay, but why did you ask that?" Lux scratched his cheek while Ayano seemingly looked around as if she tried to find something. Eth macron eth degrees eth middle dot eth apostrophe sense eth apostrophe dot eth apostrophe eth degrees eth. So, it's a broken bar. How do I say the's a broken bar? Is he afraid that he might offend me? HMPH, as if I'd get offended by someone's words. Just say it, it won't hurt to hear a concerned person's reason, I said with a shrug. Well, not really. I might get really offended if he was to say I was ill just because he heard me talking with a cat. Not that he will be asking me that, right? Actually, I accidentally heard you talking a broken bar. Oh, so it's really because of me talking to a cat? Noticing my blazing glare, Lux immediately calmed me down. No, number. It's just that, I accidentally heard you talking to yourself, something about a summon, talking to myself? Did he not see that I was talking to a cat? Literally a cat, with black fur and red eyes. He didn't see that? Yes, a broken bar, he said in a low voice. Hugh, a broken bar. You see, I was talking to a cat, a summoner's cat, I'd guess. A cat? Yes, it right over here. Broken bar, I said while pointing at my feet. Huh? Where is it gone? The supposed black cat was not there. Lux and Ayano looked at each other with slightly raised brows. Well, anyway, I'm not talking to myself, but to a cat. I see a broken bar then. A summon you spoken. Was that cat you talking to? Yes, I know it's weird to talk to a cat, but, since it's a summoned cat, I thought that maybe the summoner could hear me. It may also explain why the cat suddenly vanished. Then, I guess so. We talked for a moment. It was just Lux and me. Ayano was silent all the time but occasionally let out a little smile every time Lux laughed. It was a short talk with the protagonist, but it was really fun. Pardon me, I ought to introduce myself before talking to anyone. I'm Lux Vertus, from England. Nice to meet you. He looked at Ayano and introduced her also, and this is Ayano Fuyuki. She's from Japan. She slightly bent her body, making a polite bow. Nice to meet you. My name is Zavaras. Well, I was from Indonesia, and now I live on this island with my cousin. Nice to meet you." Influenced by her, I unconsciously copied her movement while I introduced myself. The talk ended after the introduction. What a great way to end the conversation, eh? While I sat back and chatted with the main characters in the park, I never thought time would go by so fast. When I saw the sky that was now getting dark, a cold wind blew against my skin. It was already evening, and that was the sign that I had to go to the dormitory provided for the candidates to stay for one night. The dormitories were located in the Dove Realm. Arriving there, the multi-story dormitory buildings lined up along the straight road fill this district. Even if the streetlights weren't bright now, this street would still be lit by lights coming from the dorm room windows. Well, at least until they all fell into a deep sleep after the test earlier. I'd have been lost searching for which building was containing my room if they didn't put a sign in front of the building door, flipping the tag I got when I registered. Apart from the participant number, there was a letter indicating the dormitory building I would be staying in. There was a letter D engraved on it. Logically speaking, that meant it was the fourth building. Sure enough, the fourth building had a sign with the letter D emblazoned on its door. Wait a minute, if I'm not mistaken, this dormitory building is where Lux and the main characters lived during the entrance exam. In a broken bar, they definitely stayed here during the night of the exam. As for the room number, I'd forgotten about that, but, if my memory served me right, the 5 of them would be next to each other. Lux Virtus with Leonardo Miguel, Ayanofu Iuki with Lumia Alicia, and Seo Young-ha with Grace. That was all of the main characters' names except Grace. She was not a main character. I'd said she's a supporting character, with as much screen time as the main characters. Mine is number 403A Broken Bar. It's on the 6th floor, a broken bar FVCK. There were 8 dormitories, with each having 500 rooms. The buildings were all 6 stories high. The entire first floor was a lobby and student zone. From the 2nd floor to the 6th floor was where the rooms were located. The 2nd floor consisted of rooms from number 001 to 100. The 3rd floor consisted of rooms from number 101 to 200. The 4th was 201 to 300. The 5th was 301 to 400. And the 6th floor was number 401 to 500. Riding an elevator to the 6th floor was such a short trip that even though I didn't do anything, the elevator doors to the 6th floor opened suddenly. Finding my room right after walking out from the elevator was also a quick trip. It was only a few steps away from the elevator door. The sign screen hanging above the door was showing the number 403, so I immediately opened the door without hesitation after confirming it. "Excuse me, a broken bar. There was no one in this room." "Oh? Will I sleep alone tonight?" Not something I would complain about. So broken bar bed, here I come. I jumped on the bed and lay down. It was so soft and comfy that my energy suddenly drained. Oh, awful broken bar. I stood up to look at the other bed. It's an unused bed. I bet it'd feel the same. So I jumped on another bed and my body immediately got sucked in by the bed's soft foam. Ah, it was such a good time. A broken bar. I just want to lie down here forever. Before long, my consciousness left my body as I drifted off to sleep. Everything became dark. A broken bar. Yes, of course, it'd be dark because I closed my eyes and fell asleep. But that's not the case. The night was long for me. For some reason, I couldn't sleep in peace. I'd occasionally woke up every hour in the middle of the night. This was the 5th time I had woken up because of the same dream that kept repeating. Looking at the clock screen, the time showed 1:30 a.m. Hugh, a broken bar. I can't sleep. The bed was indeed soft, but why couldn't I sleep peacefully? Looking ahead, the bed across me was empty. It looked like I was right. I was the only one occupying this room. I stood up, wondering what I could do to relieve my mind so I could sleep. Then I caught a shadow passing by the window. My room was on the other side, facing away from the street, so the scenery outside wasn't the street filled with lamplight but trees. The trees were firmly planted in the ground, but their leaves danced in the night breeze. Opening the windows, the night breeze hit my skin, my face. I felt refreshed, but that didn't wash away the lumpy feeling in my mind. A broken bar. I sat by the window, letting my leg hang while the other was against the window, supporting my hand that was lying softly there. The moonlight shone as if I were the main character in a stage play. My mind was traveling somewhere while my body was drying under the moonlight. It felt good. A broken bar. Too bad I only just enjoying this now. A broken bar. I leaned back as I thought about what to do now that I opened the window. Should I practice? Looking down, I just realized that I was on the 6th floor. The distance between the ground and my feet was more or less 30 meters. At first, I wanted to jump to practice in the shady trees down there, but I immediately discouraged myself. Maybe next time. I don't want to risk injuring my legs just to practice a broken bar. As I was about to return to my bed, I remembered something. Wait, this is the 6th floor, right? A broken bar? I looked outside again and searched its surrounding, the trees, the night sky, and the grass on the ground, but nothing in particular caught my attention. Then a broken bar. What was that shadow? Strange thoughts filled my head. Soon I immediately closed the window and curtains and then forced myself to sleep. Eventually, I fell into a deep slumber, but the repeated dream still haunted me. A broken bar. Why am a broken bar? The next morning, I found myself awoken on the floor. No wonder I managed to wake up early in the morning. I was not in a comfy bed but on the cold floor. It was still early, but I couldn't be more patient, so I head out for a tour. They said that the written exam would start at 9 in the morning, so I'd got time for like 3 or 4 hours. Now a broken bar. What should I do first? Of course, first thing first was to wash my face and brush my teeth. It would be embarrassing if people see me with an untidy appearance like this. After that, I walked out of my room. As soon as the door opened, Lux was passing by in front of me and eventually stopped as he saw my face with recognition. An FSVLS.CFSFSR, Zayavaras, right? Grace was by her side this time. Her long dark hair was tied into a ponytail, and her violet and cat-like eyes were observing me cautiously. A moment later he dropped her gaze and looked at Lux with a face full of questions. Someone you know, Lux? Grace asked as her finger pressed Lux's shoulder. Yes, we had just met yesterday evening when he was talking to Lux Vertis. I didn't think you would remember my name. I thought our relationship was just acquaintances. But it seems like we could become friends. Hearing me mention friend, his face was slightly shocked a bit. In fact, in the early chapter, before he enrolls in the academy, he was a lone wolf, not because no one wanted to befriend him but instead because he was in seclusion. He was being exclusively and intensively trained by the girl beside him, Grace. Truthfully, I honestly had no idea how he managed to make friends with the others quickly despite being out of touch with other humans except Grace. Usually, when someone undergoes seclusion from a very young age until youth age, they'd be an introvert or antisocial person. No, well, as the author who wrote his character, I could just say that it was because of his naivety and the main protagonist Sora. You know what I meant, right? Friend. A broken bar. Lux's mouth moved as he muttered the word friend. It was obvious from his slowly widening smile that he wanted it, a friend, that is. He looked at Grace with puppy eyes. Ugh, don't look at me like that. A broken bar. It's up to you who you want to be friends with, as long as you remember one thing I said. Lux nodded enthusiastically. Of course. I looked at them with a knowing look. Did they think I didn't know their relationship as master and disciple? Moreover, did she think I didn't know that she was actually one of the 8 heroes? Well, it'd be best to keep my mouth shut. She won't like it if some strangers found out her real identity. Looking at me, Lux grabbed my hand and shook it excitedly. Deal. From now on, we're friends. And not just an ordinary friend, but you're my first friend. Deal? What the hell? I thought we were making friends, not a trade. First, how about her? You two seem close. I thought that she is your friend. A broken bar. My smirk widened as I continue. Oh, perhaps she's your no. To my surprise, Grace snapped in a high voice. I looked dumbfounded when she shouted like that, but she immediately go to her calm mode again. I diaresis I circumflex plus minus eth inverted question mark d I circumflex plus minus n a apostrophe I circumflex 1/2 a vertical bar and tilde Lux was also surprised as he kept looking in Grace's direction. What? Grace said in an irritated tone. And nothing a broken bar. Lux looked back at me, clearing his throat before start talking again. Anyway, she's you a broken bar my relative. Yes a broken bar oh, okay. By the way, where are you going? We are just going to look around the academy. A tour? Grace nodded slightly when Lux looked at her. Yes, oh, what a coincidence. But, I thought it'd be best for me to go alone than with them. Just look at Grace. She looked like she was trying to bore a hole in my body with that sharp stare. I knew why she was like that because actually, their reason wasn't to just look around the academy but to meet with the headmaster. Then, don't let me disturb your time, have fun. I hope we pass the entrance exam and be placed in the same class. Lux nodded with a smile. See you later, Zayavaras. Yeah heartbroken bar watching them as they go and disappeared into an elevator. I then walked down the stair to the first floor so there would be a time gap between us so I won't cross paths with them later. The first floor was a lobby, a student's zone. The public space for everyone stayed in the dorm. When I arrived there, the lobby was filled with diligent people. The tables were almost full of ambitious candidates. This lively atmosphere was accompanied by the sound of jazz music. In their hands was either a book, a tablet phone, or even the most advanced device categorized as a man-made artifact that was selling very well in the market, a smartwatch called NovaWatch that was connected to the system directly. Actually, NovaWatch was one of the dozens of smartwatch brands or models. It was just that NovaWatch was the most popular model of smartwatch so I was assuming it was that model they used. Although they were a diligent bunch of kids, it didn't mean that their studies went well. There were those who were really serious about studying, there were those who were confused but determined, and there were also those who were excited at first and then immediately gave up after a few seconds. There was a reason behind it all. They didn't know what the written exam would be like. Would it be about history? About heroes? About enhanced? About monsters? Or even general knowledge? Suck to be them for being clueless. Ha broken bar in this time like this that I felt superior to the main characters, even Lux, because I knew what they did not. Enough sightseeing in the lobby which air was now full of invisible steam. Leaving the building, I head out to wherever my feet led me. I'll be the tour guide for myself or broken bar. A broken bar time flies when you are having fun. That line applied to my current situation. I didn't think walking around the academy would be this fun. One of the reasons was because of the architecture of the academy building itself was very diverse. When I entered another area, the scenery immediately changed as if I had indeed changed realms. My final destination was the Eagle Realm, where the written exam would be held shortly. It was 8:30 in the morning when I arrived at the Eagle Realm. It had 4 main buildings, the lecture halls. Each building was for each school year: first-year students, second-year students, third-year students, and fourth-year students. The building had a large capacity so that it could accommodate more than 2,000 students in one building with dozens of spacious classrooms which could also accommodate approximately 100 students per class. There were still 30 minutes before the exam starts but I was already sitting in the classroom assigned to me. I used these precious 30 minutes as best as I could to remember what would appear in this written exam. There were already several people sitting in the classroom apart from me. They were reading physical and digital books. I was the only one who sat with nothing and looked like someone who was daydreaming. 30 minutes passed and the time has come to fill out the answer sheet. To my surprise, the answer sheet wasn't the one I expected it to be. I thought it was going to be a normal paper sheet. Turned out it was a fucking digital tablet. I sometimes forgot that it was the year 2030, and plus, this world had advanced further than Earth expected in 2030 due to the use of otherworldly materials from dungeons and field monsters. Oh well, I needed to make a mental note not to be surprised again if I saw anything out of ordinary in the future. Smiling, I started filling out the answer. A broken bar. 2 hours before the exam, a broken bar standing by the window, Watching how crowded the academy was with prospective students was a woman with red flame hair smiling. The distance between where she watched and where the crowd was so far, but she could still see it as flame emerged right in front of her fire-color eyes, enhancing her vision. It's always fun watching my would-be students flocking to the academy. The flame enhancing her vision dispersed as she closed her eyes and turned around. That said, why would you two be here instead of studying for the exam? Sitting across from her were two figures, each having a striking appearance. One was a boy with snow-like hair and golden eyes, and the other was a girl with dark green hair tied in a ponytail and sharp violet eyes. Lux Virtus and Grace Calicorn. Answering the red-haired woman was Grace. She stood up from her chair and walked closer to the woman, who stood still as she watched the little girl being known and friendly with her. Nuria, stop this bullshit. A broken bar. Oh my, looks like I have a very rude student here, the red-haired woman, Nuria said. There was a teasing tone in her voice. I know you'd recognized me. What do you mean? Her expression was getting uncontrollable. There was a playful smile on her face as time passed. Seeing that, Grace shook her head in disbelief at Nuria's childish behavior. She is always like that. A broken bar, Grace said inwardly. That was not a hate comment, but something akin to a compliment for her old friend. A smirk also plastered on Grace's face as she decided to play along with this nostalgic foolish conversation. Well, a broken bar. I wonder what did I mean? Grace said while pouting. She acted cute and all as if she was really a brat, but what she did wasn't just for nothing. It was actually to try to get Nuria irritated by her act. Lux, who saw his master acting cute like that, had raised his eyebrows in confusion. All this time being together with her for almost 10 years, it was the first time he had seen her master like that. Normally, she would always be strict and her guard would always be up wherever and whenever, but now, for the first time, Lux had seen her master lowered her guard completely around that woman who was supposed to be the Octogram's Academy headmaster as well as the most popular of one of the 8 heroes, Nuria Crimson. Oh, looks like someone needs to be disciplined. Looking around the room, several tables and walls had portraits and paintings as well as figures of Garuda. Garuda was another one of the 8 heroes. If Nuria was the most popular hero, Garuda was the most respected hero until now. He was reported as missing in action, at the war in the land of Africa a few decades ago. Pi circumflex plus minus ndi circumflex plus minus noi 1/2 e1 n tilde oath. Oh, everyone still hoped that Garuda was still alive wherever he was. However, the 2 girls who were his teammates back then, who had even fallen in love, knew that the person would never come back. It seems someone needs to know how to forget a person after they married, she said, but there was bitterness left on her face as she said that. As she heard that, Nuria's stare became cold. Her cold and sharp stares were directed at the girl in front of her. There was a significant difference between their height, so it looked like Nuria was doing a dominating stare, but Grace stood firmly and stared Nuria back. What do you even mean by that, little girl? There was no more teasing tone in her voice but cold and demanding. You know full well what I meant, big girl, challenging Nuria. Her whispering voice sounded like a snake's hiss. The atmosphere of the room suddenly became heavy and intense. Sparks flickered around Nuria's hand like a match, while a swirl of wind slowly formed under Grace's feet. A broken bar. Noticing there was another person beside them, that was Lux, both of them immediately ceased. Hugh, a broken bar. Sorry for getting annoyed over such a small thing. Grass, a broken bar. No, it's me who is sorry for bringing up a sensitive topic. A broken bar. Wait, did you just call me Grass? Maybe you heard it wrong. I literally called you Grace, said Nuria, her head tilted as she played innocent. Grace's sharp stare was interrupted by the very person to who she directed her stare. Gesturing her hand to a chair, Nuria invited her guest to sit down first. Macron degrees pound tm cents tm currency take a seat first, would you? When the 2 of them sat in their respective chairs, separated only by the desk where Nuria was working on her paper, the pile of papers on the table was burnt without leaving ashes by Nuria's fire. The papers were actually not charred but just moved to another place. You could say what Nuria did was a teleportation ability using her versatile fire. A different reaction was coming from the two youths. Lux was surprised and confused as to why would she burnt those papers. This was the reaction coming from someone who didn't know Nuria's abilities. In contrast to him was Grace, who kept her unchanged expression when the papers were burned because she knew what did Nuria just do. "So, what's your business to come here?" "Nothing, I just came to see if you recognized me in this form." "And you did?" Nuria raised her eyebrows and slightly gasped. "Oh yeah, Broken Bar, what happened to your body? You look even younger and smaller than when we fought at the first catastrophe." "Something happened when I was exploring the ancient ruin in Grecia Broken Bar. Did you got cursed?" "Something like that. I failed to solve the puzzle and this is what happened to me after 20 years. 20 years, so it was in 2010? Do you happen to know what is the name of the curse?" As Nuria's curiousness built up and started writing on a paper, on the other side, Grace was shaking her head with a little grief was expressed. "Number. But this curse made my age growth reversed." Scribbles began to fill the paper that was originally blank. "Hugh Broken Bar, try using a status appraisal artifact to me." A Broken Bar. The confusion was shown on Nuria's face, but then she only nodded and used the ring with the tiny storage cube instead of jewelry. Immediately, a magnifying glass materialized as a blue light at first and then became a solid object. While using the artifact, if one looked carefully, they could see a glow emanating from the magnifying glass indicating it was being used. There were some artifacts that required mana, mostly artifacts that had an active skill option, and that artifact was one of them. When the artifact emitted light, it meant that the artifact was being used and using mana. This type of artifact was rare, even almost non-existed among man-made artifacts, such as storage cubes and smartwatches, which didn't require mana to use. So, mana-consuming artifact was often found in dungeons or ruins. For example, the Avatar mask was in that category, although there were also artifacts found in dungeons and ruins which was not in the category of mana-consuming artifact, or even a hybrid of the two category could be used using mana or without mana. Zio's sword, retro, was in this category. Once used, Nuria could see Grace's information screen. Profile name, Grace Callahan. Age, 17. Gender, female. Stats: strength, D+ agility, D intelligence, D stamina, E+ magic, C charisma, D luck, D blessings. Sword master talents: swordsmanship LV.5 traits, flow LV.3, enhanced mind LV.2 curses, time reversal. "What?" exclamation mark. How shocked Nuria was when she saw her old friend's status information. She couldn't imagine how much Grace must have suffered, who had lost almost all of the skills that she had trained for years. Even her age, which was supposed to be 56 this year, was changed to 17. How was it possible that there existed such an extreme curse as this? Is these a Broken Bar for real? Grace could only lower her head, as well as Lux, who looked away when Nuria looked at Grace with a really worried face. "It is real, by the way, our Broken Bar." To her surprise, Grace looked unfazed and didn't care about her situation, and it turned out that when she looked down, she was looking at paperwork that dropped there. "Who is this?" Grace said as she picked up the paper. "Huh?" A portrait pasted on it was of a silver-haired girl, with eyes that resembled the color of ice. Looking at it, Nuria's eyes shone with recognition. "Ah, it's one of the best students of the last year's second-year student." She grew at a rapid pace. "I intended to teach her personally, but there was something off about her." "Hey, a Broken Bar, it's rare to find someone with S-rank potential such as hers, right?" Realizing that the topic had been strayed, Nuria shook her head and stared at Grace seriously. "Don't try to change the subject, Grace. Tell me why the skills you have trained for so many years disappeared like this, even your age too. Don't you feel sad?" "What can I do? It's my fate." Beauty Broken Bar. Nuria paused just to exhale, a breath stuck in her throat. "Your stats were supposed to be already at S rank. Your swordsmanship too should be at level 10. Even you lost all of your skills. I can still fight off a B-rank monster and A-rank villains with what I have now. Still, if we don't take care of this matter soon, in a few years you will lose everything." Grace snorted and placed her feet on the table. "Lose everything? As if I will let that happen." Nuria got a bit excited as she heard Grace say that. Then a broken bar. With her hand, Grace gestured to her right side where Lux was sitting quietly from the start. He flinched a bit when everyone's attention was suddenly directed toward him. Looking back and forth between Lux and Grace, Nuria narrowed her eyes as childish thoughts surged up in her head. "Your boyfriend?" "Yea sir, I meant no, he's my disciple. How can you even think that?" "Hey, a broken bar." Nuria used the artifact deluxe. "Oh?" Having a conversation with an old friend who I didn't see for decades was indeed a pleasant feeling, except that when you met them, they were bringing a piece of bad news along with them, just like how my old friend, Grace, was. It had been almost 20 years since we didn't see each other. Today, we were reunited in the very academy we'd built together, but it felt sad when I saw her unfortunate state. She lost almost all the skills she had been trained for years just because of a nonsense curse that reversed her personal time. As she and her disciple bid me goodbye, I could just stare blankly at the door where they had left. It needed me a solid 10 minutes to reclaim my mind. Poor Gracie, a broken bar. She was the youngest member of the 8 heroes and was the most unfortunate member among us. But, this time, her bad luck was beyond everyone's expectations. "I can't lose you too, Gracie, a broken bar. I've lost all of my old comrades. Now only the 2 of us are left, a broken bar. I could not, I swear it. I won't let you leave me alone in this world, Grace. I will try everything to save here, a broken bar." A shadow emerged behind her. The figure resembled a human. The shadow was complete and plain dark, no face, featureless. The only thing that could be recognized from the shadow was that it just resembled a human stature. "Find out about the curse and the ruins of broken bar." She paused for a moment. A flame sparked in her palm. As soon as possible. The classroom was quiet. No single sound couldn't escape everyone's mouth as they were focusing on the exam. The examiner this time was only one person. It should be a good chance to cheat, but why won't anyone do that? It was because the examiner wasn't an ordinary person. He was a skilled wizard from the circle. Any suspicious move would be immediately detected by him because this class was under his surveillance spell. I looked at one of the questions in the exam. Who are the wizards and what is the difference between enhanced and wizard? These types of general knowledge questions were what made my life easier. Wizard was a term for a superhuman who was gifted with magic. While there were some enhanceds that excel in magic, they were not as good as wizards. The way they use and maintain mana was also different. Enhanced just knows that they have mana inside their body to use a skill. Their control of mana was lacking. It was different with the wizard who occasionally circulated the mana inside their body, so their control over mana was superior to the enhanced. Magician enhanced is the term for an enhanced who excels in magic. They can use the wizard's spell too as their skill. What makes them different from a wizard? The magician enhanced was just a normal enhanced with magic-related skills. They used an intermediary, the skill system, as the basis for releasing magic spells. Meanwhile, the wizard was purely magic-based. They had blood and body suited for magic. They didn't rely on the system and their potentials were boundless. Unlike enhanced, the wizard learned spells by studying them, while enhanced just needed to use a scroll containing a magic spell and boom, they had it as a skill. Although those scrolls itself was created by the wizard circle, I filled out the other question about the enhanced and wizard and continued to the next exam topic. It was about history now. This topic made me a bit nervous because I didn't do background details in my novel, so I had to learn world history from books and the internet. When did the first catastrophe occur? This one was easy. The first catastrophe occurred at the year 1988. The first catastrophe was an event when cracks appeared in the sky. Following that, a gigantic dimensional rift, or what they called at that time abyss gate, emerged from the cracks. Coming out from the gate were monsters, ranging from small monsters like goblins to gigantic monsters like dragons. In the first 5 years since the appearance of monsters on Earth, humanity suffered defeat and lost 40% of its population. In 1993, the first Superman appeared among humans. His name was Garuda. Following that, tens or even hundreds of other superhumans were born. How did humanity win the war against the monster in the first catastrophe? According to the actual history book I read, it was because of the 8 heroes' influence. Garuda as their leader was standing at the pinnacle of humanity. He was the strongest among the heroes at that time, so they made him leader. Under his leadership and the other 8 strongest heroes, which nowadays was called the Octagram, they defeated the monsters on Earth. There was some remarkable monster that fled and was unseen until today. I yawned due to how boring the exam was. It was actually about all the things I remembered. Flexing my finger, I filled out the other question at a quick pace. I was a bit disappointed there was no question about dungeons and villain organizations, even though I was ready to give them a spoiler, or should I call it divination. In the end, I was the first person who finished the exam. Taking notice, the examiner looked in my direction and said, "Candidate 403, have you finished your work?" When he said that, everyone's attention was on me. It was to be expected because I was the fastest. Not even 30 minutes had passed while the exam time limit was 90 minutes, so there were more or less 70 minutes left before the written exam was supposed to end. There was a problem with the questions too. Other than historical and enhanced wizard questions were a topic that they probably never heard of, or things that were hard to understand, such as the system theory and other theory-related questions, magic molecules, and questions asking for opinions of this particular question. Actually, just tell them what we think, but people were not sure about their opinions. They were afraid that their opinions were the wrong answer and one that didn't satisfy the academy. What a BS, just do it. That was what I'd say, but let them be. Yes, sir, we still have plenty of time left. In the meantime, you can double-check your answers, or do you want to submit it now? I didn't see any reason to double-check my answers. I was quite sure I'd at least come out with B or even a perfect score. I'd like to finish it now, sir. Very well. Moving his finger, there was a blue light emitting from his forefinger and my tablet device. The device floated as it flew slowly until it landed gently on his palm. After checking it for a while, he looked back at me. Eth 1/4 eth z eth superscript 1 eth registered eth macron dot eth 1/4 eth superscript o. I already checked it. All the questions have been answered. You can leave the classroom if you'd like. Standing up from my seat, I nodded slightly as I bid my thanks and then leave the room while everyone was looking at me. Left the class. The large corridor was empty. There was no one except me, and the most important thing was, where the hell was the exit door? Standing still for a moment, I tried to remember the earlier morning when I came here. From the entrance to the building, walk straight until I find the great staircase and take the right stairs. After that, a broken bar where, eventually, I started walking around the building, trying to find the exit door. I just need to find a stair lead to the lower floor. It won't be that hard, right? Yes, it was not that hard. It only took me like 15 minutes to finally find the stair. I was proud of myself for not getting lost like a fool. Walking down the stair, I found myself in the great hall. The exit door was just at the end of this hall, across from where I stood. Honestly, I wanted to tour this building before I left, but, as much as I wanted it, it would take a lot of time. There was a thing about getting lost too, not that I'd get lost. Anyway, it was just that this wasn't the time to tour. I'd just do it later when I get enrolled here. Stopping me at the entrance was one of those academy's professors or securities, probably. Candidate 403, why are you outside? Aren't you taking the exam? He said, his eyes scrutinizing me. Actually, sir, I've finished mine. Really? It has been only 30 minutes since the exam started, though. Which class did you partake in the exam from? I'm not sure. A broken bar, but the examiner is a blonde wizard, has a small build, and is using round glasses. A broken bar, Alex? He said, more like talking to himself rather than asking me. Wait a second. I nodded as he walked away from me. The security guy was talking with someone on the communication device, a Nova smartwatch that was. His face constantly changed, confused, shocked, and disbelieving. His expression alternately changed between that. Turning off the smartwatch, he looked at me from far away for a moment before he walked toward me. Sorry for doubting you. It's fine, sir. Straightening his body straight, he placed his arms crossed behind his back. With a serious expression and a slight smile, he said, I've confirmed it with your examiner. It seems you're not lying. He took a few steps back and stepped aside, his hand holding the large open door. This way, if you'd like. Oh, thank you, sir. As I stepped outside the building and passed by him, he told me that the result of the exam would be distributed after 1 week to the candidate's address. There would be a letter received by the candidates informing them whether they were accepted or not. I thanked him as I kept walking and found myself a few meters away in front of the building. It was really an amazing campus building. A broken bar. If only I have a cake to celebrate. Once I reached the south entrance gate, which was the entrance where I came from on the first day, I saw a familiar figure running across the bridge toward me. My cousin, Shannon Oliver. Her long silver hair moved like waves as she ran. The casual outfit she was wearing today looked a bit different than usual. What should I say? It was a bit more flashy, I guess. What is that? I murmured. Standing in front of me was now a smiling girl fixing her silver hair. After that running, she didn't even look tired and she wasn't even out of breath, as expected of a 7 hours ranked third-year student. Looking behind me with narrowed eyes, she probably wondered where was the other candidate. You didn't cause trouble, did you? Why did you even ask that? Then, where are the others? Looking over my shoulder for a while, I smiled smugly when I faced her again. I don't know, they are still taking the exam. Fortunately, your dearest cousin is a smart-ass genius, so he is surely the first to finish his exam. Shannon rolled her eyes at me. Anyway, why are you here, and what is with that clothes? Are you going somewhere? Her smile widened as if she was expecting me to ask her that. Are you hungry? Sorry, a broken bar. We ended up at a cafe, an ice cream cafe. A spoonful of vanilla ice cream entered her mouth. Remnants of white cream splattered around her lips. Yummy, she said, licking the remaining ice cream around her lips. In my hand, there was a cup of untouched chocolate ice cream. I only ate it after seeing Shannon's reaction. As my fuel, as I filled my mouth with a spoonful of chocolate ice cream, I thought about Shannon. I tried to ignore her identity until now, but it seemed like she had caught my interest, in a curious way. She was a completely unknown character, an alien entity to me. I had no memories of her. In other words, I never wrote about her in the novel. She was just an extra character just like me, Zayavaras. But I couldn't help but to feel there was something more behind her character. Maybe she was actually a named character whose backstory I'd never created yet. In the past week when I trained with her too, I used my free time to research her, but the information I got on the internet was limited to her being an octagram student who had started being active as part of the enhanced world 2 years ago when she was first accepted into the academy. More than that, there was no information about her before she became an octagram student. The site Ascension that I frequently visited for data gathering had no further information about her. What are you thinking? Taking notice of my mind's absence, she tapped the table a few times. Shaking my head, I put another spoonful of ice cream into my mouth. Nothing, just thinking about life. She chuckled as I said that. To broken bar. What is that? It's not something young people like us should be saying. Our future is still long. I didn't know what happened to her while I was not around, but I genuinely felt happy seeing her like this. You're right, the future is still longer. Broken bar. She was right. 6 years was a long enough time to fulfill life with happy memories, because after that, I doubted there would be happiness left in this world. When the third catastrophe befell the Earth, the heroes and the researchers said not to worry about future catastrophes, but then decided to take it easy as it had been decades since the last catastrophe happened and there was no sign of another catastrophe. But, as the one who held the knowledge of the future, the third catastrophe was on another level. Earth wouldn't be the same as before if it was to happen and left untended. But Just as Shannon said, our future is still long. Because of that, I try my best to prevent the worst from happening. One cannot stop what is set to happen, but one can still change things related to it so the result would be altered. If I couldn't stop the catastrophe, then I'd just make people aware of it. At least by doing that, some factions would be ready at the time the catastrophe come. That was when Ian Crow's existence became essential. But, as he was in an unfortunate state, I needed to fix him first. Finishing my ice cream quickly, I asked Shannon, by the way, do you know anyone who has good healing skills and can keep secrets? Today was Sunday. My life in the countryside had been peaceful. No enhanced, no heroes, no villain, no crime. It was always my dream to live a peaceful life like this after I retired as a doctor from a big city. Sunday was the perfect day for fishing. Fishing was the activity I always do on Sunday. But, when I just woke up this morning, bad news has been delivered to me via a call. Calling me was my boss, who said they'd let me take a vacation for 3 years. But, it had only been a year since I lived like this. They said that needed me for a mission. They said that the mission would be as easy as taking a walk in the park, so I accepted the mission for free money. As soon as I arrived at the meeting place, what I found was a guy whose body was broken to pieces. That was insane. How did he even still alive with this body? So, can you fix it? That was what my client said. Even when his body was in a broken state like that, I would like to say number. Not because I wasn't capable, but rather because I didn't want to. The reason I wanted to take a vacation was that I didn't want to mingle in this field area again. It was always painful when I used my healing power, but it was the boss' request, which I couldn't refuse. My debt to them was unpayable, and my loyalty to them was beyond heaven. They were my savior, even though I never saw their face. So, just this once, I would return to the enhanced work of field just to heal this poor fellow, both as a doctor as well as to return a favor. Yes, of course, I was sitting on the chair in the hotel room I reserved for today's meeting with someone, a healer Shannon introduced me to. She said that he came from a rural area in a country in Asia. Shannon covered the travel and service expenses of the healer, but she asked me to reimburse them later if I have some money. At first, I was wondering who the doctor was. I thought it would be someone known or something, but it turned out just a healer from a rural area. Oh, not that I care, as long as they could keep a secret to themselves. Nowadays, well-known healers in the cities really have a loose mouth, a priority target to tape their mouths shut. Knocker exclamation mark. Knocker exclamation mark. Speak of the devil, a broken bar. Before I answered the knocking sound on the door, I used the avatar mask to transform into Ian Crow. Transforming, the pain that was like being crushed by the Buddha's palm rushed through my body as I turned into Ian Crow. Almost losing consciousness, I bit my tongue until it bled. When the pain stopped and now was nothing but a sting feeling, my body wobbled and became paralyzed on the chair. The sound of knocking on the door came again, a broken bar. Forcing myself to speak was honestly a bad idea, but there was nothing I could do to call the person outside as I was paralyzed. Opening the door was a man in his mid-20s with an overall small build. Nothing special could be noticed in his appearance except for that big-ass round glasses and his eye color. Black hair with yellow eyes resembled a snake. Honestly, was he really the man Shannon told me about? He looked much like an assassin or a shadow guy rather than a healer with those predatory eyes. Name, Goose, male sign, age, 23, race, human. What the Goose, eth diaresis eth superscript 1 registered eth diaresis superscript O. Goose, is that really his name, a goose? If only my body was fine, I'd have laughed out loud like a maniac. A broken bar. I guess I should thank my current situation, thought for broken bar. I didn't want his first impression of me as a rude guy. The guy whose name was Goose looked at me with observing eyes. His eyebrow was raised. After a few seconds examined me. You, Ian Crow? Yes, a broken bar. He nodded and closed the door behind me. Placing his luggage beside the door, he walked toward me and started checking on me. Let's start right away, he said as he examined me. His yellow eyes were bright, but it was now brighter that he was using his skill. Probably. There was a little groan sound coming out from his mouth, and his expression darkened. Stepping back, he massaged his forehead with a pained expression. I diaresis I circumflex plus minus eth inverted question mark d I circumflex plus minus na apostrophe I circumflex 1/2 a vertical bar and tilde holy. How did you even still alive in this state? He asked. I smiled nervously. That was what I would like to know too. So, can you fix it? He seemed to be in deep thought after that. Fortunately, he didn't lose in his thought for too long, or else I'd rather kill myself or transform back to my original form. This pain was killing me. Yes, of course. Opening the case, there was one big black square box inside. Inside the box were medical tools arranged as neatly as possible. There were 3 levels of shelves that displayed a variety of equipment and medical needs. The bottom shelf had medicines and pills. On the middle shelf, there was light and small equipment such as syringes, and so on. On the top shelf, 5 storage cubes were lined up. I thought there was various heavy medical equipment stored in those storage cubes. Taking the medicines and pills on the bottom shelf, Goose returned to me. It'd be better to heal you in a traditional way rather than immediately using a healing skill. Why? Expecting me to say that, he smiled and then explained the reason. For maximum efficiency. I raised my eyebrow. My face looked like a fool trying to understand calculus equations. It's a wonder you're still alive even with your bones broken to pieces like this and injured your organs. But, here you are, still breathing and talking while your lungs was damaged. Also, it seems it has been a while since you broke yourself. A week, maybe? You are supposed to die after 1 to 3 days. Are you sure you're human? Shaking his head with a sigh, he continued, using a healing skill, even those in higher rank, wouldn't solve your body condition. It required more than magic molecules to completely fix your organs and bone fractures to their original condition. Lower or higher rank healing skills can heal you, temporarily, not including the trauma afflicted. It required more than instant healing skill to fix it. Our broken bar. He continued on blabbering things I didn't understand. As time goes by, I felt tortured because it was hard to even breathe and maintain my consciousness. If this continued, I might as well be a corpse soon. Please, just heal me. A broken bar. Goddamn. Oh, it looks like you're about to die. Sorry for the long explanation. I got too excited even though I should not have. My vision was already dark. I couldn't see anything, and I felt like I was being strangled to death. Eventually, something entered my mouth. A pill maybe. Sleep well. My consciousness immediately disappeared as soon as the pill entered and was swallowed. It fell down the throat and into the stomach. The thing was, when my consciousness was back, the pain and stinging feeling afterward were no longer there. I woke up on the bed. By looking at my surroundings, it was still the same room as when I'd lost consciousness. You're awake. Sitting on the chair where I was sitting before I lost consciousness was Goose. He sipped a cup of tea that he probably brewed himself. Rather than anything, this situation actually looked like a kidnapping scene. I, who had just regained consciousness, suddenly found myself in an unfamiliar room. Then there was someone sitting sipping his tea. But, of course, it was not that kind of story. Yeah, our broken bar. I tried moving my body, expecting there would be some pain left if I moved it. But there was not. How is it? Is it better? Goose said, sipping his tea. I couldn't say that it was better, because it had only been a short time since I used this body, which was immediately destroyed by the Communion. But, yeah, it was better than having a broken body. This is perfect. Finished his tea in one gulp, then he clapped his hands together. Great. Standing up from the chair, he packed his stuff back into the black box and luggage. Looking at me with a transparent smile, he placed his hat on his chest, bidding me goodbye in an old-fashioned way. Then, see you later. Before he could finish his line, I cut him off. Wait. He flinched as his face lifted up, a bitter expression plastered on his face. Smirking, I stood up and placed a pack of money on the table. Where did I get this money? You said. Don't worry, it was not Shannon's money this time. This is the money I got for my contribution in the last dungeon. Jin sent it to me, Zavarez's account. Following my hand motion, his eyes stuck on the money on the table. Like hell I will let you go that easily. Shaking his head after being hypnotized by the money, he stared at me anxiously. Sir, I have already received my money. A broken bar. I know. Then a broken bar. His head drenched in his own sweat, he slowly shifted his gaze from me to the pack of money on the table. Work for me. Sorry, I'd remembered. Goosey broken bar. He was not an extra character, a guy with a plain-looking place, yellow eyes that resembled a snake, big-ass round glasses, and someone who had extraordinary X-rank healing skills but would prefer to use a traditional way because his skills were too much to handle for him. If he was to use it, he would have a headache and other negative effects on him. Not only he was excelled in healing, but he was also the best when it come to information gathering and assassination. A villain character who overwhelmed our protagonist during an information war against the infamous villain organization, Utopia. The next generation of the would-be destroyed villain organization, Dystopia, in a year's time from now on. Goose, or should I call Spectre, was the vice leader of Utopia in the future. If I could make him work for me, a broken bar, it would be much easier to reach my goal. The next day after my meeting with the future vice leader of Utopia, broken bar Shannon, I'll be back at night, I said as I rushed out of my room, walked down the stair to the first floor, and was running in the living room to the front door. What? Where are you going? Shannon's voice was hindered between the wall and floor. She was in her room on the second floor. Although it was hindered, I could still her voice a bit clearer when I reached the front door, wearing my shoes. I shouted back, hanging out with a friend. Footsteps rumbled right above me and slowly faded away. Opening the door, Shannon's voice came more clearly from behind. Hey. Stepping outside, I looked over my shoulder. Shannon's head was sticking out behind the inward wall, onto the stairs. She threw something toward me and I caught it. It was the same black card she lent me when the Flash Dungeon incident occurred. Don't forget to pay me back later. Looking at the card, I noticed that it was wet. Curious, when I looked at her carefully, her hair was covered by a towel. Narrowing my eyes, my gaze immediately locked on the area between her delicate white bare neck and chest. Yes, what a beautiful view, our broken bar. I quickly turned over and walked away while waving the card up in the air. Thanks. I had a plan for today. It was to enter an illegal dungeon. A legal dungeon was a dungeon that was not registered in Omega database, meaning that it was either a newly formed dungeon or a hidden dungeon that had never been found by Omega. There was actually a reward given to anyone who found a newly formed dungeon or hidden dungeon, but who in their right mind wanted to report such a thing to Omega when they could monopolize the dungeon. Well, except for higher-ranked enhanced, either the heroes or villains, most enhanceds, heroes, or civilians would likely report the dungeon for the reward then raid it right away. There were a few reasons for that. First, they didn't know the rank of the dungeon. If the dungeon they found turned out a higher-ranked dungeon, then they might as well as dead. Second, they didn't know what was inside the dungeon. And 3, they were a coward. The dungeon I was going to enter was a dungeon near the village in the countryside where Spectre or Goose lived. In that village, there was a lake he used to visit for fishing. Yesterday, he put on hold my proposal to work together. Suddenly in the evening, he messaged me that he agreed to work as my informant. As my first request, I told him that I needed an unregistered dungeon to raid. He told me that there was a dungeon near the lake in the village he used to live in. No one had ever gone to that lake other than him, so he was the only one who knew the existence of that dungeon. Today, my plan was to raid the dungeon. He also said that it was a low-ranked fisherman dungeon that even E-rank heroes could solo clear it. Arriving in front of the Octagram Transport Center, I waited for Goose in the city square. As of now, I was Ian Crow, a handsome man with weird fashion taste. My white shirt with a high stiff collar was hidden under my black waistcoat, which was hidden under the Victorian-style black cape coat, and a black hat. This was indeed excessive, but somehow I liked this type of fashion except for the hat. I took off the hat and put it on my storage cube. Eth section eth diaresis eth squared eth yen eth registered eth eth.ftm eth tm currency eths. Now this is better. Approaching one of the food stalls that sell fast food, the fast food vendor blushed when she saw me. Curious, I asked her why she blushed and she said that she was fascinated by me. Sorry? No sir, I apologize for my rudeness. It's just that your face is so charming it overwhelms me. A broken bar, she said, her face blushing even more, and she was fanning her face with her hands. Why thank you, you're also so beautiful, miss. Oh hell, I might as well made Ian Crow's persona a womanizer. I would get a lot of benefits by doing that. A broken bar. Apart from power and money, charisma is another way to get to the top. The food vendor looked like she was lost in her imagination. I shook my head slowly. Maybe this body's charm was too much for civilians to handle. Coughing, the food vendor was back to reality. She apologized again and I said it was fine. I would like a burger. Now that she came back to her senses, she immediately worked on my order. When I was about to eat it, I forgot that I was wearing black gloves. The material was nice and comfortable. It was a shame if it got oil on it. So, I took off my gloves and then ate the burger. Hey, there. Not long after I finished my burger, Goose finally arrived. He was in his casual clothes, a white hoodie and black trouser. He had that confused look when he first saw me. Maybe he was also judging my fashion sense, but he didn't say it. Let's go right away, we don't have much time. I raised my eyebrow as I watched his back. What did he mean by we don't have much time? What do you mean? I asked as I started walking behind him. You will know when we arrive there. His face looked nervous. What actually happened to the dungeon? He said it was just a low-level fishman dungeon. Why would that worry him? I wanted to question him right here right now, but I felt like that had just annoyed him. We walked inside the OTC and go straight to one of the farthest warp gates in the corner. Good morning. The guy who seemed to operate this warp gate greeted us with a smile. Where would you like to go, gentlemen? Philippine, I diaresis I circumflex plus minus eth inverted question mark di circumflex plus minus na apostrophe I circumflex 1/2 a vertical bar and tilde om. The operator nodded and worked on the monitor beside the warp gates. After that, he looked at us again. Right this way, sir, let's go. Goose walked toward the huge portal looking like a wormhole in sci-fi movies, following after him. Once I stepped inside the warp gate, my body felt like it was dissipated. It was the same experience when I came out of the Flash dungeon, the same feeling where my body felt light and shapeless, and the sudden change of scenery made me nauseous. It felt instant. The moment I stepped inside the warp gate, the view of the portal wormhole looking changed to that of an outdoor area in the park. Not giving me any chance to look around the area, Goose dragged me toward a hooded person, a wizard. There was only one thing people would need from a wizard around the transportation center. That was a teleportation service. Hello, would you like to use my teleportation service? Yes, to this location, please, said Goose, pointing his finger at the marked location on the map in his hand. This wizard fellow looked plain, nothing special on him. Was he really able to do a teleportation spell? The teleportation spell wasn't an ordinary spell, it was one of the high-ranked spells. Although teleportation didn't have offensive power because it was more like a utility spell rather than an attack spell, it still could be useful in combat, especially if someone mastered a rapid casting to simultaneously use teleportation to attack the enemy blind spot. Compared to most B-ranked and above enhanceds, that spell was rather useless as the average B-ranked enhanceds had already improved their senses to break through a normal human limit. Because this wizard's appearance was less convincing, I doubted he could use a teleportation spell, but I was proved wrong. Judging by his magic output, he was at least a 4th-star wizard, although the recommended rank to use a teleportation spell was a minimum of 5th star. There was an exception to a 4th-star wizard with huge mana capacity and good mana control. I'd make a mental note not to judge the book by its cover. A broken bar. The feeling of getting teleported by a teleportation spell had less impact on my body than the warp gate or dungeon gate. The surrounding area was open green fields and vast rice fields as far as my eye could see. Honestly, this view was extraordinary and refreshing for my eyes. I'd never thought a land like this would still exist in 2030 when technology had advanced. Also, I'd never mentioned the countryside region in the novel. The background the novel took was mostly in the city or dungeon. If you're done enjoying the view, then let's go. I rolled my eyes at him, couldn't even let me enjoy the view and the land I'd never seen for so long. Broken bar. Yes, I'm coming. After some time exploring the light forest, we finally arrived at our destination. We're here. Broken bar. Looking around. The lake was small but magnificent. The color of the water was clear and filled with blue particles or magic molecules floating around the lake. This view reminded me of a magical lake in fantasy stories. As much as I want to enjoy the view, I had been reminded myself of my purpose here. The area surrounding the lake was a normal forest, filled with trees. Some were about to break, a fishing hut across from us, and a path to the deepest part of the forest to our left. But I didn't see any dungeon portal around the lake here. Broken bar. Where is the dungeon? Smirking, he pointed at the small lake under us with his eyes, taking notice of what he meant by his eyes gesture. I carefully observed the small lake. Don't tell me. A broken bar. Using my clairvoyance, an unusually large screen appeared above the lake. Fishman Lake Dungeon rank, E+ status, pre-outburst. Fishman Lake Dungeon rank, E+ status, pre-outburst. It's in pre-outburst state. A broken bar. You can tell? Yeah. Broken bar. Thanks to my clairvoyance skill, I could tell that it was in that state. After seeing it with my skill too, it turned out that the dungeon was underwater. Pi circumflex plus minus ndi circumflex plus minus noi 1/2 e1 n tilde oath. Oh, I thought that the whole lake was a dungeon, but that should be impossible for a mere E+ rank dungeon to have that amount of scale. How can I even enter it? It's underwater. A broken bar. Goose looked at me with raised eyebrows. I could tell in a single glance that his expression was about to tell me the obvious answer: swim and dive. What do you mean? Do you want to enter it? It's in the pre-outburst state. See? Just Leah. Huh? Wait a minute. What? I see. A broken bar. I forgot that people here didn't know about a pre-outburst dungeon raid yet. Staring wonderingly at the lake, I waited for a few minutes. I was thinking about whether should I raid it when it was still in the pre-outburst state. There would be so many benefits if I did so. The dungeon in the state of pre-outburst would be much easier to kill. There wouldn't be so many monster inside, but instead, the boss would be enhanced. To compensate for the enhanced boss, the reward would be much better, at least one level higher than the reward should be. So, if I was to clear this dungeon right now, the reward would have a chance of dropping C rank items when it was supposed to only drop D rank items as the highest. If you ask me which was better, fighting 1,000 mob monsters with normal rewards or one enhanced boss with enhanced rewards too, I'd likely go for the enhanced boss with a better reward. Considering my stamina stats, that seemed to be the best option for the current me. But yeah, I couldn't underestimate the power of the enhanced boss. Looking at Goose, he seemed to be deep in thought as he nervously bit his nails. I will need him if I want to clear the dungeon in the pre-outburst state. It's also better than fighting against them after the dungeon outburst and the monster started to flock out from the gate. After contemplating my decision for a while, eventually, I decided to bring him along to raid the dungeon. Goose, he looked at me with a raised eyebrow. Let's go in. Are you insane? I said it's in the pre-outburst state. We will die if we go there. Just trust me, I said as I jumped into the lake while dragging Goose together with me to the dungeon. diaresis zf superscript 1 registered diaresis superscript. Oh, you're insane. Once in the water, I immediately dived. The water was clear. Even with opened eyes, it didn't feel aching and I could even see the dungeon rift clearly down there. The water's pressure was heavier the closer we were to the dungeon. It didn't push me away or pull me in, it just that it was harder to swim under this pressure. Bluck mug, said Goose as he struggled in the water. Ignoring his struggle, I pulled him forward and kicked him inside the dungeon rift first and I followed afterward. When entering the dungeon it felt like being sucked in by a vacuum and then launched out quickly. Crack, I hear the sound of bones breaking when I landed on the damp ground. Oh, a broken bar, fuck a broken bar. I think I broke my bone again. A broken bar. This weird sheet. The dungeon entrance was placed at an odd angle. FCK. I should have expected it when the portal was facing diagonally upward. Usually, the dungeon entrance portal was facing horizontally, with the portal standing perpendicular to 0 degrees of the prime meridian. In simple terms, stand like a human standing position, head on top and feet on the bottom. Standing already was Goose. He didn't have any particular injuries on him even though I kicked him inside and might be falling faster than me. Goosey broken bar, can you heal me? He stared at me with a cynical face. I thought he was going to ignore me, but his heart was in the right place. Thank God he was not the vice leader of the biggest villain organizations yet. I will charge you for this. He started healing me after saying that. Rather than pain, it was more like a tickle to me in the scapular area. Felt like there was an electric current running around the scapula and clavicle. The process was done in the blink of an eye. Thank you. I'll pay you back later in cash, a broken bar, or I can give you an immediate payout using a few secrets, I said while moving my shoulder. It felt fresher than it was before. Secret? Yes, a secret related to the dungeon and its state. For example, this pre-outburst. His eyes sparkled as he heard it. He seemed to think hard about it. What do you think? I asked again to build his curiosity. I'm not interested, he said, shaking his head, dumbfounded. It was hard to believe that he'd passed a chance of obtaining unheard information. Looking at him while wondering why he rejected that, he instead gave me a flash of a smirk. That smirk, I recognized it. He often did that smug expression as if he had won a battle. I knew what that smirk of his meant. He might already know about the pre-outburst raid. Recalling back to the time outside the dungeon, I thought that maybe his attitude at that time might as well be that he was anxious, not because the dungeon would outburst and raid the village, but because he was rather anxious about passing a chance to raid the pre-outburst dungeon while there was me around. He probably didn't want me to know about the pre-outburst raid, and I thought that he wouldn't know that too. We both kept our secret very well, a broken bar, but it was not like that was the only thing I had to persuade him to work with me again in the future. Being vice leader didn't mean that he was a strong individual, but he was a valuable asset to the organization. Even though it was a place where hierarchy was decided by power, as the weakest individual, he could still get a vice leader seat thanks to Utopia's leader who acknowledged his networking abilities that could provide a strong foundation and supporter for Utopia. Making him my ally would bring me a lot of benefits, whether it was in present or in the future. Although he was the vice leader of Utopia, he was the only one who opposed the idea of accepting a demonic human to their organization. But what could he do when the only good thing he could do was to be a networker for Utopia? Then, how about a way to remove the drawback of your skill? His body flinched. No matter how hard he tried to hide his emotion, I could still feel it. He was desperate. What do you owe? Your X-rank skill is not a healing skill but is actually a restoration. Flawless restoration. To compensate for its cheat-like restoration skill, there would be a side effect to limit its usage. The common side effect was a headache, but that will be stacked. The more frequently you used your skill, the more severe the side effect is. Were broken bar, how did you? He stepped back as he eyed me carefully. His body tensed and his hand reached for the knife in his belt bag. Looking at him, I raised my hand, signaling that I wasn't up for fighting, although his guard was lowered. His stance was solid, ready to attack or flee whenever. Now, listen to me first, would you? His body was a bit relaxed again. He knew that he might lose if he was to fight against me, but he still bore his fang at me bravely. That was a character that a vice leader of villain organization needed to possess. Even if you are weak, never show them your weak side to them. The only way for people like him who fought using their brains to survive and the place of the strong prey the weak was an act and bluff. Never act weak, act arrogantly, and bluff every time you had a chance. How did you know about my skill? His voice was low, almost sounding like a snake hisses. Let's say that I also have a skill equal to yours that gives me information about my target, an observation skill. Don't FVCK with me. I'd have noticed it the moment you used it at me. As I said, it was a skill with the same rank as yours. My observation is a bit special. So you obtained my information because of your skill, and was it that skill that told you about the cure to remove the drawback of my skill? Actually, number. It was not because of my clairvoyance, as it only gave me the target's name, age, gender, and race, but the knowledge of the future could also be considered as skill, right? Well, if he guessed it was like that, then so be it. It's just like as you said. Tell me first, what's the cure? Did you think I'd let you get it that easily? Don't wanna, I said while shrugging. Only if you sign a soul contract with me, then I will tell you. He smirked nervously. Didn't you say you want to pay me back with information earlier? I did say that, but it was before when you suddenly pointed your weapon at me. I won't take it lightly, you know. Staring at him with a sharp stare, he flinched, shaking his head. He lowered his weapon and put it back in his belt bag, raising his hand just like I did when I gesture for peace. He looked at me with a bitter expression. You're satisfied now? Nope. I won't tell you until you sign a contract. Taking out a scroll from my storage cube, I grabbed it tightly in my palm as I stretched my hand closer to his face. The scroll was opened, and what he saw was the content of the scroll. It was a good thing I bought this scroll before I arrived at the city square. The scroll was hanging open. The contents were not much, it just to ensure that he won't betray and backstab me. Originally, I was going to use this scroll to make a business contract with him, but the situation had gotten into this. I would say that this situation benefited me even more than I originally intended. Sighing a long breath, Goose was eventually signing the contract. Good choice. Don't worry, it's not a slave contract. Surveying my surroundings, I found myself standing in a small, clear area surrounded by trees. To the north, an endless path led to a bridge and river, while to the east and west lay a dense forest. Approximately 100 meters behind me, to the south, the river stretched from east to west. One could tell just by hearing the sound of the river flowing from a distance, that the river was flowing fast. Surely the path ahead is where the dungeon boss is waiting for us, right? I squinted, surveying the path ahead, to the north, for any signs of danger with my clairvoyance. Perhaps, Goose replied. To the north lay a once grand bridge, spanning the rush of the fast river below. Its crumbled remains now lay scattered across the water, a testament to its tragic collapse. As I gazed upon the wreckage, a sense of unease crept over me, for I knew not what could have caused such destruction. This is but a broken bar. I had believed that the bridge to the north was the only way to cross the river, but it had collapsed, leaving us stranded. To my left and right, the forest stretched on endlessly, the same scenery I had been staring at for hours in the last dungeon. To the south was even more dangerous than the bridge to the north, with a wide, fast river that could bring disaster if we attempted to walk near it. It was also the only place where the fisherman boss was likely to be hiding, waiting to ambush us. According to the information I had gathered and what I remembered from a description I'd written, a fisherman monster was something akin to lizardmen, not by the shape, but by their abilities and advantages. They were monsters that relied heavily on their environment. The water was obvious to tell us that the boss monster was there, but there was also another possibility. They could also be hiding inside the forest, which environment was humid. I stood frozenly, my mind racing with uncertainty. I turned to my companion, Goose, and asked for his opinion. Any suggestions on where we should go? The bridge to the north has collapsed, and to our south is a wide river which is likely where the boss monster is hiding. I explained to him, even as to what the bridge and rivers looked like in detail, according to what I had seen through my clairvoyance as well as pathfinding. Goose rolled his eyes and replied irritably, "Isn't our goal to kill the boss monster? Why hesitate? Let's just go and kill it already." I understood where his attitude came from, but I couldn't help but to feel a pang of annoyance at him. Sighing, I straightened up and tried to subtly apologize to him. I knew that I needed his abilities and perceptive mind to complete this dungeon, but if he kept behaving like this, it wouldn't be possible. "I'm sorry, okay? I promise I will never do that in the future. It's just that it would be a waste to let this chance slip from our hands, don't you think?" Goose kicked a rock in frustration, but eventually returned to his usual self, exuding a positive vibe and optimism reminiscent of when I first met him. A broken bar, okay, but I want to know about the cure right now. I understand you want to know about the cure, but please help me first, I said with a bitter smile, trying to persuade him. Once we've completed our task, I promise I'll give you all the information you need. Goose let out a resigned sigh, seemingly giving up on arguing with me. Fine, he said, you'll be dead anyway if you break the contract. I beamed a smile and shook his hand excitedly. Great, so, where do you think we should go? He surveyed the area, as I had done before. After a while, he clapped his hands and began walking. We'll head north. Why north? The bridge has already collapsed, and there is nothing there, I protested. Just trust me. A smirk plastered on his face as he said those lines I had said to him earlier before we entered the dungeon. I followed him closely, keeping a watchful eye on our surroundings. Even though pre-outburst dungeons were supposed to be free of monsters except for the boss monster, I couldn't let my guard down. There could always be unexpected variables, like the demonic human I encountered in the Flash dungeon, or maybe hidden treasures like Retro and Avatar Mask might be lurking behind those trees, or somewhere in this dungeon. As we walked, the trees thinned out until we could see the last line of trees a few meters ahead of us. Approaching the broken bridge and the fast-flowing river, the rain suddenly poured down, making me shiver with cold. It was only 100 meters away until we reached the riverside, but damn this rain! A broken bar. The 3 layers of clothes I wore, including a shirt, waistcoat, and a Victorian-style black cape coat, weighed me down and restricted my movements as the rain dampened them. Flicking my cape, I freed my hands, hoping for mobility under the rain. Now that I realize a broken bar, didn't I dive down underwater to enter the dungeon? I sure did dive into the water, but I never realized that my clothes were dry once I get inside. It felt so natural and sudden that I have forgotten I had just dove into the water to reach the portal. I shook my head and threw the useless thought, focusing on what was currently in front of me. This rain, Goose muttered, pausing in his tracks. He looked up at the sky and stretched his hand to feel the raindrops against his skin. I feel like something bad is going to happen. Ahead of us, the river was wide and fast, and I noticed the water was moving oddly. Goose was right, something was about to happen. I pulled out my sword from my storage cube and stood beside him. Get ready. As we got closer to the bridge, the sound of rumbling water grew louder with each step. I gripped my weapon tightly, ready for whatever lay ahead. Goose, on the other hand, appeared unfazed. Stay alert, I warned. We don't know what's waiting for us. Step by step, we advanced toward the bridge, but nothing seemed to happen. Was it a false alarm? Despite the lack of activity in the river, I refused to let my guard down. The rain had picked up, and the ground was slick with mud. The area near the river was particularly damp, making it an accident waiting to happen. As I took another step forward, disaster struck, just as Goose had predicted, but it was not the one I expected to be. Broken bar. My foot slipped out from under me, and I crashed to the ground. I groaned in pain. The smell of wet earth filled my nostrils, and mud covered my face. The pain was nothing compared to the embarrassment of falling in front of Goose. When I looked at him, he was trying so hard to hold back his laughter that his face was as round as a balloon. Shut up, Goose, I yelled in frustration. If you want to laugh, then laugh, or that face of yours will have an imprint of my fist. Bah-ha-ha-ha-ha. He cackled, his laughter echoed through the air, and I couldn't help but join in because how his laugh sounded like a duck's laughing sound. We both had burst out laughing, and Goose had to wipe a tear from his eye. When he finally caught his breath, he asked, "What's wrong with you?" Suddenly acting like something's going on. I, too, had tears streaming down my cheeks. I wiped them with the sleeve of my coat since I had no tissue or handkerchief as he asked me a question. Standing up, I gave him a puzzled look. Didn't you hear it? The rumbling sound of the water as we got closer to the river? It sounded like a thunderous roar echoing through the canyon. Instead of answering me, he just tilted his head with a raised eyebrow. Did he really not hear the rumbling sound? I couldn't tell, but I couldn't shake off the feeling that something was off. As I stared at the fast river, the rumbling sound faded away, and the eerie movement of the water returned to its calm flow as if nothing had happened. A broken bar. We continued on our way towards the bridge, and as I had seen it through my pathfinding, it had indeed collapsed. See? I gestured toward the broken structure. Goose remained still, his brow furrowed as he appeared lost in thought. The sound of the rain pattering against the ground and the rushing river nearby was deafening, almost as if we were caught amid a raging war zone. Suddenly, he squatted down and reached for the end of the bridge's debris. However, his hand couldn't seem to reach it, as if an invisible force was blocking him. It dawned on me that it must be the dungeon's barrier, which was to be expected for an E+ rank dungeon. I thought at least there would be something here. I nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of relief that we were in this together. Looking for treasure first before fighting off the boss monster. I thought he was going directly to the boss's location. A broken bar. Wouldn't it make more sense if we search for the forest instead here if we're looking for bonus looting? Goose nodded, then stood up. Yeah, I'm just curious about this side. We pushed on through the rain, determined to reach our next destination, the forest where we first came here. The way back was uneventful, and the only sound was coming from me getting to know Goose. I never had any chance to develop his character in the novel, but just know that he was the vice leader of Utopia and the most cunning and smart brain character that hindered the protagonist's way. However, even here, he was very secretive about his origin. What I gained from him from the conversation on our way to the forest was only the surface level of what he hid. If he didn't want to tell me his origin, surely he would tell me about other things, right? For example, what was his relationship with Shannon, or how did he know Shannon? Shannon, a broken bar. I began. Goose flinched a bit when I mentioned her name, his expression guarded. How did you know her, and what is your relationship with her? For a moment, he seemed lost in thought, his eyes fixed on the ground as we walked. We are just acquaintances. She's my employer. She had hired me in the past for healing service for her friend, just like she did for you. Shannon's friend? In the past? Who could it be? Shannon herself never told me about her life before she enrolled in the academy, and it sucks that I didn't retain the memory of this body's previous owner. Who is this friend you're talking about? Not gonna tell you. I respect my client's privacy, so, this information you are going to tell me about the cure will be forever a secret between me and the client. This is what I call business, he said, his hand gesturing to a coin symbol. Despite my efforts to extract more information from Goose, it became clear that he was a highly secretive individual, just as Shannon had told me. Although I admired his commitment to client confidentiality, a niggling doubt crept into my mind. Could his allegiance to his profession be used to manipulate and exploit his clients? He was that kind of character after all, at least in the future. As my mind was still occupied with thoughts of Goose's character, a sudden flash of a scene played out vividly inside my head. The scenery and the place were still the same as the dungeon we were currently in, walking and talking just like we had right now, with the cold rain on my skin and the distant sound of the fast river. I could smell the rain and wet earth, and in the distance, I saw a glint of movement flying toward us. Before I could react, a powerful jet of water shot toward us from a few hundred meters away to the north of us and killed us in a flash. The vision ended abruptly, leaving me feeling disoriented and alarmed. I was still alive, and so do Goose, but it won't be for long before that incident I saw happening. I immediately yelled, "Get down," but it was too late. Goose had been hit by the water jet and his heart pierced, while I narrowly dodged the attack by rolling to safety. With my eyes and clairvoyance focused on where the water jet came from, I saw a window screed pop up in my vision. Finrax race, monster, fishman. Goose's body lay motionless on the ground as I frantically dodged the water jet shot by Finrax, the dungeon boss monster. I didn't have the luxury of time to mourn him right now. My very life was on the line here. With one wrong move, I could end up like him, and surely I would definitely be dead unlike him. Finrax, a broken bar. A broken bar was the name of the dungeon boss monster. It was impossible to have a named monster in a low-ranked dungeon. But this was not normal dungeon. Every boss monster inside a pre-outburst dungeon was all a named monster, even if said dungeon was a lower rank. To be completely honest, I had never heard the name of Fishman boss monster. Finrax was a complete alien, the one creature I was forced to fight with an empty head. Not that I needed to act like an idiot, but more like a fight without knowing your enemy. But it's okay, I can do it. Swoosh! Exclamation mark. Another water jet flew like a bullet. Even so, I was able to dodge it barely. The water jet's speed was almost too fast that my usual predicting ability could only predict at the last moment. This won't do. If I kept staying here and didn't take the initiative, it would keep shooting the water bullet at me. Moreover, if the water bullet's speed increased the more it shot, it would be hard to dodge it anymore. While the water bullet was still slow, it would be best if I advanced forward and closed our distance to force it into close fight combat. Swoosh! Exclamation mark. Dodging another water bullet, I rushed forward, deflecting and dodging every ranged attack of the Fishman boss. It was not easy, but it was a thing I could manage after learning from the best. Shanona, one who claimed as the best sword fighter both in strength and mobility in her class year. Almost there. The distance between me and the monster was getting closer, as close as the monster's shape was visible now. The creature stood upright like a human, but its appearance was far from human-like. Its scaly skin had a bluish tint, and its head was clearly that of a fish, complete with bony features. Its arms and legs seemed too small to support its bulky torso, and I couldn't help but wonder how it managed to stand and move with such a disproportionate build. One hand was holding a metal spear with 3 blades that converge at a central point. The center blade was longer and straight than the other 2, which were curved outward, a trident. The creature inhaled empty air. If one looked carefully, the raindrop that was also got sucked was turning into a small circular bubble of water before it entered its mouth, exhaling it, or more like, shooting it out. The water bullet gushed loudly and flew like a bullet. Because the distance between me and the creature was closer than earlier, the bullet reached me in a split second, but I still managed to cut it with my sword, which I already held and positioned in front of me in case I should block another water jet, as dodging was extremely hard. It proved to me right to do so. I survived another one-shot attack from Finrax, the Fishman boss monster, although the result of it was that my hands were shaking from blocking the high-speed solid water bullet. Noticing its opponent, me, approaching, the aquatic monster lifted its trident, and suddenly a rush of water gushed forth from the ground with a gurgling whoosh. I leapt into the air, reflexively dodging the water pillars that continued to burst forth from the ground and hurtle toward me. But, as expected from fighting with an unknown enemy, I got ambushed by the water pillars that gushed forth even higher than before. Swinging my sword, I tried to block the gushed waters, hoping I could cut them or at least lessen the impact I would receive if I got hit by them. I dropped to the ground with a hard thud, breaking some of my bones. Again, just how much more bones I would break, the pain had me close my eyes for a moment. Then when I opened them again, 3 water spears sped up to stab me on the ground. Struggling as hard as I could, like a worm, I rolled and writhed as I dodged the spears. Splash! Exclamation mark. Splash! Exclamation mark. Splash! Exclamation mark. Standing up after the last roll, I quickly grabbed the hilt of my sword and raised it upward, blocking the trident the boss monster had thrust toward me. FS, FS, FSY, FSZ, LFSZ, FSO, FS.CFS. Going to brute force after all that, huh? Qua broken bar, mana broken bar, be broken bar gone. The Fishman monster shrieked. The monster's shriek assaulted my ears. My head hurt as if it was about to split in two as my eardrums vibrated because of the shrieking sounds. Cuck. Despite the pressure of its weapon weight and the intense shrieking sound that might as well as breaking my ears, I stood still with gritted teeth. As my sword was stuck between the trident's trio blades, I had no choice but kicked the aquatic monster in the guts, focusing all of my strength on my feet. The monster backed up when my kick landed in his guts. Hew a broken bar now, what should I do next? Should I go for offensive or keep on defensive? The incessant train poured down even harder. The 3 layers of clothing I wore made it difficult to move freely in the rain, as the wet fabric clung to my skin. The biting cold was slowly draining my energy, causing my teeth to chatter uncontrollably. I'll be at a disadvantage if I didn't end this sooner. Broken bar. It was all because of the rain and my clothing. If only it didn't rain and I wore simpler clothes, this fight wouldn't be that hard. Anyway, when will he be back? I looked over my shoulder just to see Goose's body still laying motionless on the ground, but the hole in his body was already gone. That's so new garbage. While I was distracted, a predicting vision flashed before my eyes where the boss monster shot a water bullet. Thanks to that, I could dodge the ambush of another water bullet that could leave a hole in my head, a clean headshot. I'd like to say, ignoring him, I put my attention back to my opponent, Finrax the Fishman Dungeon boss monster. Looking at its posture and stance, it looked like he would like to have close-range combat. Well, why not? Taking the first move, I charged toward the monster. My movement was fluid like water as the monster cheated for using a ranged attack on me in close combat. Not that I could not do the same if I had won, dodging the water bullets left and right, or cutting and splitting them into 2. I arrived in front of him. As my sword raised in the air, the creature moved to block my sword. Unfortunately for the monster, that it was just a feint. The real attack is from this side, bastard. Kai-eek, the monster shrieked. My kick successfully landed on its side, making it groan in pain for a moment before it regained its balance and retaliated with a swift thrust on its own. Wishaw! The trident's blades were missing me just by an inch from my ear. As it passed through the air beside my ear, the sound of the wind was rung inside my head coolly. A chance. As I kicked the monster to get my momentum to jump backward, the aquatic monster found itself getting pushed while I landed on my feet a few paces behind. The tip of my sword glimmered a light that traced back to the lower blade. At that moment, my vision and my surroundings seemed to warp and twist. Suddenly, I found Finrax lunging toward me, its own trident at the ready, but his movement seemed to be slowed while my speed was still the same or maybe lighter than usual. I swung my sword in a graceful arc, my sword moving in a blur as I delivered precise strikes. Then the scene warped again. The aquatic monster was standing after my kick earlier and was about to lunge toward me. As the monster lunged, cut wounds slowly formed in its body, and when he reached closer to me, I swung my sword with ease but precise strike into an empty air because the monster's body was already split into 2 even before the tip of my sword reached it. When the monster died, so did the rain. How a broken bar, how a broken bar, how a broken bar. My breaths came out in ragged gasps, my body racked with shivers as I collapsed to the ground. It felt as if I had just been struck by 1,000 volts of electricity, each twitch and tremor sending waves of agony through my limbs. The cause, mana depletion. When your mana was completely drained, it was like having the very essence of your being ripped away from you. It was like suffocating on dry land, with every breath a struggle, every movement an ordeal. You were left gasping for air that simply wasn't there. Your body betrayed you as it tried to claw back the magic you'd lost. It was an experience that few survive, and even fewer would willingly endure. Not that it would cause you death. At worst you would end up losing consciousness. If you could endure it for a few minutes, you would be free from the torture of losing air. That was what I did right now, but it had been harder. As time went on, my face started to turn red in color as my lack of breath went on for a long time. Yourself too much. I was about to pass out when a familiar sound rang in my ears, though it was a bit unclear what it was saying. Help you a broken bar. As the last voice played in my head, the feel of the air entering my throat made my tears fall down. Thank God I was alive. Phew, haha, broken bar. Gasping, I greedily inhaled and exhaled as if oxygen was the tastiest dish the world had ever tasted. You okay? Before me was a pair of sneaker shoes magnetized to the ground. When I looked up, it was the plain face and snake-like eyes of Goose. Standing up, I clapped his shoulder. For some reason, the smirk widened as I felt proud rather than relief when seeing him come back to life. Goose tilted his head, expressing both curiosity and confusion at the same time. As to answer his expression, I said I knew you'll be fine even if your head got exploded by a TNT. Pi circumflex plus minus NDI circumflex plus minus noi 1/2 E1 N tilde oath. Oh, realizing what I had meant, Goose rolled his eyes. Is it because of your skill again? I shrugged. Who knows? This is very confidential to me. If you want to know, you need to go through a proper procedure. He snorted, as if I will do that, so that the dungeon is cleared. Now, tell me about the cure. This Spectre guy was really amazing. Despite doing nothing here except watching, the audacity to say something like that was amazing. Really, I wanted to smack him once, or maybe cut off his head. He could restore it back anyway, within his flawless restoration, just like my clairvoyance's pathfinding. He also had a sub-skill called delay restoration. The effect was just a normal healing or restoring ability, it just that the effect would be delayed by the intended time. It was also a good job of his to even had the time to cast the skill immediately after I shouted. He could just dodge it as I did, but he was using his skill instead. The flawless restoration could heal or restore and undo anything that had been done, living or object, be it mental, conceptual, emotional, spiritual, mystical, or physical damage, perfectly without mistakes in the process as long the target had not been completely erased. What a cheat skill, really. I wish I have one like that. Walking with a sigh, I responded to him, yes, I will tell you later. Let's get our reward first. Picking up my sword, I looked at the shining blade that had the reflection of my smiling face. Well, at least I got this guy. Retro. This S-rank artifact was an amazing artifact I had ever seen, one that I couldn't ever think of creating one like this. The skill this sword had was something like causality reversal. I found out about it when I was imitating the Shadow of the Unknown dungeon. The only drawback of this was that it required someone with a huge mana pool to be able to use the skill freely. My luck rank should be at A rank at this point. A broken bar. We walked toward where we first came here. Waiting for us there were the rewards for clearing the dungeon. I didn't have the luxury to check all of the items, so I just stored all of them in my storage cube first. What will you use the boss cow for? The core of a dungeon boss monster was highly demanded by people of high power. It was the material usually used for technological advancement or creating a high-ranked item with the core's attribute, but I thought that it would be a waste to use a core for something like that. I had a plan for a question like what would I use it for. Looking at the sphere of magical energy in my hand, I smirked. I will tell you, for some money. Waking up in my room, I felt the surge of morning air hit me. I had a habit of leaving the window open when I sleep so that I'd feel refreshed by the natural air when I woke up. The warm sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a golden glow over my bed. I stretched my arms and legs, feeling the soft cotton sheets against my skin. Butsa exclamation mark. Butsa exclamation mark. As I sat up, I noticed my phone vibrating on the bedside table. I reached for it and saw that I had 99 plus unread messages. They were all coming from Goose, whose contact number I named Duck. Hey, I've already got the materials. What should I do with them? Hey, come on, bud, give me their recipe. What a weird morning message to start off the dire. Broken bar. Placing the phone back on the bedside table, I stood up and started to prepare for my first day at the Octagram Academy. It had been a few days since my expedition to the Fishman Lake dungeon. There, I got a lot of rewards for clearing the pre-outburst, though I didn't get C-rank items. A broken bar. It sucks to have E-rank luck. Oh well, at least I got a few useful D-rank materials and Finrax's core. Besides, I got some good news yesterday. It was when I returned from the training center that Shannon brought me good news. She told me that a letter from the Octagram Academy had been distributed. While I was the recipient of that said letter, the one who was excited was Shannon. I couldn't help but smile while thanking her inwardly. It was because of Shannon that I could adapt to this world, not that she needed to know that I wasn't her real cousin. That attitude of hers was making me anxious. Did she never consider that I was not the one she used to know? Judging by how she reacted when the first time I was conscious in this body and mopping the floor, it was clear that she was confused by my sudden change. But why would she never question me that? Anyway, in the letter was said that I was accepted for enrolling in the Octagram Academy. Along with the letter, there was a package too which contained a basic uniform, a PE uniform, a Nova watch, and other school equipment. Back to the presenter broken bar after showering and doing other necessities so I could look ready for my first day. I looked at myself in a mirror. Unusually combed black hair and black obsidian eyes stared at each other. The uniform I wore was looking stylish and practical. The black dress shirt underneath the fitted black blazer had a matching color, and featured red piping along the lapels, pockets, and cuffs. The buttons on the blazer were also red, providing a striking contrast against the high-quality, durable black fabric. The Academy emblem was Garuda's head in an octagonal geometry embroidered in red on the breast pocket. For some reason, I preferred an untucked shirt over my black dress pants. There was a subtle red stripe along the sides. Satisfied, I untucked the top button of my shirt and loosened the high-knotted black tie with the red striped pattern. Oh, wow, the privilege of having a good-looking face is that I look good no matter what I wear. Beauty broken bar. This uniform is such a drip. Leaving my room, Shannon was already waiting for me just right beside the door. Her uniform also looked stylish and practical and followed a similar style to mine. Her blazer was tailored to fit her body, with green piping along the lapels, pockets, and cuffs. The other details were the same as mine, but hers was decorated with green instead of red color. It was a label color for the class year in Octagram Academy: red for first year, cyan for second year, green for third year, and gold for fourth year. The white dress shirt underneath the blazer was tucked into a pleated black skirt that fell just above the knee, with a green trim along the hemline. She also wore a black stocking to cover the rest of her bare legs. Looking at her black and red striped bow tie, I said, "That's the perfect bow tie I've ever seen. You look good, cousin." I gave her a thumbs up. "Stop with the flattery." Zaya broken bar. As she spoke, she reached up to fix a strand of her silver hair that had fallen in front of her face, tucking it neatly behind her ear. With a smile, she slightly turned her head at me and said, "Let's go. You don't want to arrive late on your first day, right?" she said as she walked down the stairs, smiling. I followed after her. Yes, lead the way, please." Finally, my dream to attend a fictional school in the novel was happening. To add to that, it was the school in my novel, Octagram Academy, the most prestigious academy in the world. A broken bar. It was said that most of the heroes in the top ranks graduated from here. "Don't forget to bring your luggage. We are going to leave this house for a year." Shannon's mellow voice brought me back from my daydream. It was a matter of fact that I'd left my luggage in my room. Rushing into my room, I stored the huge luggage in my storage cube and head back, catching up to Shannon, who was already outside. "Don't you want to say goodbye to this house before you leave?" I looked over my shoulder as Shannon said that. It had only been for a month since I stayed here, so I didn't have a chance to get sentimental about this house yet. Smirking, I hastened my steps to walk side by side with Shannon. "No need to. It's not like we're going on a suicide mission or something and won't be able to return here." Shannon chuckled. "PFFT, what is that? You're always saying nonsense, cousin," which is funny because I had zero ideas of what you're talking about. "Is that sarcasm?" "No, ha ha ha." Her voice itself sounded mellow and soft. It made me feel at peace every time I heard it, but her laugh was even more than that. It sounded like an angel's laugh, though I never heard what an angel laughing would sound like. It's just a metaphor, okay? We were walking to a nearby Skyliner station so we could get to Academy Island faster. As we headed towards a nearby Skyliner station to reach Octagram Academy, I couldn't help but marvel at the sleek and futuristic flying vehicles. Designed like a train, the Skyliner's multiple compartments provided comfortable seating for passengers, all connected by a long, thin body that cut through the air with ease. However, unlike traditional trains that could transport hundreds or thousands of people in a single vehicle, the Skyliner had a more limited capacity. Each compartment could accommodate up to 20 people, and most Skyliners had 3 compartments. allowing for a maximum capacity of around 60 passengers per trip. Pi circumflex plus minus ndi circumflex plus minus noi 1/2 e1 n tilde oath. Thankfully, there were Skyliners exclusively reserved for Octagram Academy students. Each station had at least 2 of these exclusive vehicles, limited only to Academy students. With hundreds of Skyliners cruising the skies above Octagram Island, the speed of these vehicles was impressive. There was little risk of missing one and being late for work or school. Riding a Skyliner was an unforgettable experience. How did I even come up with this idea? I must be a genius. Inside the Skyliner was noisy. All of those noises were coming from other Octagram students. Most of them were first-year students like me. Seeing that they were wearing black and red uniforms, looking at their expressions, I was assuming that they were eager to attend the academy, just like me. By the way, we sat by the window, looking outside. I enjoyed the view of the blue sky and the magnificent city landscape, as well as the windows, buildings of skyscrapers and others towering buildings. From the corner of my eyes, I saw Shannon, who beautifully rested her eyes. She sat in a polite manner, like a noble. Of course, upon seeing her I couldn't help but wonder why she was so quiet today. Does she hate going to school? I leaned forward as I was trying to wake her up, but, suddenly, I realized that the compartment went silent, and only whispers filled the room. Hey, look at them, aren't they a gorgeous couple? That boy, he is wearing the same uniform as you. Broken bar. That black and green uniform is for third-year students. That pretty girl is our senior. Wow, she's so pretty. Who is she? Why have I never heard of her? The boy is handsome too. Broken bar. My ears and eyebrows twitched as their low whispers slowly turned to a normal speaking volume. These guys, did they not realize that their whispers weren't a whisper anymore? Ah, that is Shannon Oliver. Suddenly, someone among them shouted loudly that it had made Shannon open her eyes. She blinked a few times before she turned her head sideways to the spectators. The guy who shouted earlier immediately covered his mouth with his hands as Shannon looked in his direction. Instead of scolding him for disturbing her, she actually smiled at him, or rather at them of the first-year students. The boys in the group were all blushing when Shannon's smile illuminated them. Looking at them, I couldn't help but shake my head while letting out a chuckle. If I didn't know Shannon and if we weren't relatives, I would also react like them when Shannon smiled at me like that. Hugh. Broken bar. We've arrived at our destination, Octagram Academy. Everyone, please leave one by one. Don't forget to bring your luggage. Getting off the Skyliner, I found myself standing in front of the familiar entrance gate that was being pitched by 2 magnificent Garuda statues. Despite being titled the strongest and first hero of humanity, Garuda's appearance was on the odd side. His head resembled those of an eagle, complete with a sharp beak and piercing eyes that seemed to watch over the Academy's grounds. But what caught my attention, even more, was the intricately designed mask and armor he wore. The mask, made from a combination of gold and silver, was crafted to perfection, depicting every feather and curve of an eagle's head. It was almost as if Garuda's spirit had been fused with that of the great bird. His armor, too, was designed to resemble a bird's, with wings that extended out from his shoulders and curved talons at the end of his boots. It was both awe-inspiring and intimidating. The statues were perfectly sculpted as how he was described in the novel. That was, if I recalled correctly. In the novel, no one had ever seen Garuda's face, not even his comrades such as Grace and Nuria, the war goddess, who now acted as headmaster of Octagram Academy. Garuda always wore his eagle mask and helmet, which only added to his mysterious and legendary persona. Truth be told, his character was written referencing the folklore as well as the symbol of Zeus, which might as well be my home country, I guess, Indonesia. In Indonesian mythology, Garuda is a bird-like creature that was known as the king of birds. The legend of Garuda actually originated from the ancient Hindu epic, the Mahabharata, which was brought to Indonesia by Indian raiders and travelers in the 1st century AD. In the Mahabharata, Garuda was depicted as a divine bird. He was known for his immense strength, speed, and courage, which I adapted to my novel's Garuda power and abilities. But yeah, that is that. because in the story he existed only for depth to the story. I didn't really develop anything about him, just know that he was there, in the first catastrophe, as the leader of the heroes. "Don't just stand there, let's go," said Shannon as she hit my shoulder playfully. As I approached the entrance, I saw a throng of students walking across the bridge. The majority of them wore black and red uniforms, with a few black and blue ones interspersed among them. There were fewer black and green uniforms, and I couldn't spot a single black and gold one in the crowd. Pi circumflex plus minus ndi circumflex plus minus noi 1/2 e1 n tilde oath. Oh, I caught up to Shannon, who was already walking far in front of me. "I don't see any fourth-year students here." "Ah, they are supposed to come to the academy in the midterm. That's when they come back from their apprenticeships." I nodded. It was something I already knew, but it never hurt to confirm with someone who had been here longer than me. "Speaking of apprenticeships, when do third years have theirs, and where are you planning on going for yours, Shannon?" Again, it was something I knew, but yeah, you might already know the reason. "It's today, after the welcoming ceremony." And a broken bar. She paused a bit, licking her dry mouth. "I'll tell you where I'd have my apprenticeship later, after the event." "Oh, okay." As I fixed my gaze on her, I couldn't help but sense a change in Shannon's demeanor. Her face bore the same composed look as always, yet there was an air of secrecy lingering beneath her mask-like expression. I remembered how she had rejoiced at my acceptance into the academy yesterday, her eyes shining with genuine enthusiasm, but now, that infectious energy was replaced by a hollow facade, concealing something lurking within. A broken bar. What exactly could she be hiding? A broken bar? The next moment, I found myself standing in front of a massive building that served as the auditorium for the Academy's welcoming ceremony. It was located deep within the Eagle realm, and the sight of it was awe-inspiring. The building was designed to resemble an eagle's wings, with intricate details etched into the walls. It was said to be able to accommodate up to 2,000 new students, a testament to the Academy's grandeur. "Then, I'll see you later," said Shannon. To my left, Shannon was standing, facing me. It might be me, but when I stare at her ice-colored eyes, I could feel a cold aura radiating from them. "Ah, yes, you're going to the dorm first, right?" "That's right. I'll meet you in the park at 5 p.m. She flashed me a smile, one that I couldn't forget for maybe a month. But, I could feel it. I felt it. There was something behind her smile. It felt like I might never see her again. It could be that I might just be paranoid, just like the time in the Fishman Lake dungeon. Right, there was no way something would happen to her. Moreover, she was strong enough to defend herself from harm. She was ranked 7th in the third year after a broken bar. My gaze was focused on her as she slowly disappeared into the crowd. When I couldn't spot her again, I shook my head and turned at the building entrance. "Hugh, a broken bar." "Shannon, how could she ruin my first day like this?" "It was supposed to be a cheerful day, not one that needed me to overthink because of your sudden change in behavior, you know." Taking a deep breath, I walked inside the building. As I entered the auditorium building, the soaring ceilings and expansive interior immediately struck me. The intricate details etched into the walls outside continued inside, with intricate designs of feathers and talons woven into the architecture. The spacious lobby was bustling with new students, all dressed in their respective uniforms and excitedly chattering amongst themselves. The walls were lined with display cases, showcasing various replica artifacts and trophies that the Academy had collected over the years. Moving towards the main hall, the sound of my footsteps echoed throughout the space. The hall was enormous, with rows upon rows of seats stretching out before me. The ceiling soared above, decorated with an array of chandeliers that glittered and sparkled in the sunlight streaming through the windows. The stage at the far end was massive. The entire atmosphere of the auditorium was one of grandeur and majesty, a fitting reflection of the Academy's reputation and prestige. Taking notice that everyone else just sat anywhere they wanted, I followed them and sat on the nearby seat, in the mid-row. The seats were comfortable, made from plush velvet, and with armrests on either side. I sunk into the seat, feeling a sense of drowsiness as I leaned on the comfy seat. The rows of seats seemed endless, with thousands of students expected to attend the welcoming ceremony. The anticipation in the air was palpable as everyone waited for the ceremony to begin, and suddenly, the chatter and excitement in the room began to die down as the lights flickered, signaling the start of the ceremony. Looking ahead at the podium stage, a man in a white suit was walking onto the stage. He was rather young to be considered someone of high standing in the academy, and that was what made some of the students here look at each other while whispering about the man's identity. He was a handsome man with light brown hair and bright blue eyes that resembled the clear sky. He had an upright posture and a positive aura that exuded friendliness and justice. Despite his youthful appearance, he carried himself with the confidence and maturity of someone with experience. I knew who this man was, but I was not sure, so I had to use my clairvoyance to check his information first. Name, Owen Lawrence, male sign, age, 30 race, human. His name rang familiarity to me. In the novel, he was an S-rank hero and ranked 101st in the heroes ranking by Omega. His role in the academy was as a vice headmaster. Well, that was the only information about him I'd written other than he would be an important character in the third catastrophe before the demon invasion. Lawrence stood on the stage, his charming appearance bewitching the female students. "Welcome, new students, to the Octagram Academy," he began, his voice booming throughout the hall without the aid of a microphone thanks to the amplifying sound magic, or maybe skill. "We are excited to have you all here with us today. As you embark on your journey toward becoming the next generation of heroes, you have all shown immense potential in the entrance exam, and that is why you're all now gathered here together." Lawrence paused, just to observe the audience's reaction. Following him, I also looked around. The students looked at each other, feeling both excited and nervous at the prospect of becoming heroes and that they are accepted to the academy because they deserved it. Of course, not everyone deserved to be a student of Octagram Academy. There was a thing called money in this world, and that very money was to be used as a bribe. Among these students, there were the undeserved to be here, a conglomerate's son or daughter with average or even trash potential and talent could get admitted to the academy just because their parents were making a relation with the insider. All of that was like a tradition that couldn't be erased unless humanity ceased to exist. "We cannot wait to see how you will grow and develop over the course of your time here at Octagram." Broken bar as he spoke, I found myself becoming increasingly bored. I wondered when the speech would finally be over and we could get on to the next stage of the welcoming ceremony. As the minutes ticked by, I began to fidget in my seat, my mind wandering the endless possibilities of imagination. At first, I was imagining what my life would be like in the academy and such things that didn't burden my mind, but, all of a sudden, an image of the city burning and people screaming replayed in my head made me immediately disconnect from my mind. What was that? Cold sweat drenched my head and my back. I looked around. Everyone, especially those who sat around me, seemed to focus their attention on the vice headmaster's speech rather than on me. Letting out a long breath, I regained my composure and leaned on my comfy seat just to feel drowsiness engulf me once again. When I turned my attention to the stage, the vice headmaster seemed like he was almost done with his speech. "Now, hold on to your hats, because we have a real treat in store for you. Are you ready to meet some of the brightest, most talented students the Octagram Academy has to offer?" Vice Headmaster Lawrence's voice boomed through the hall, his blue eyes shining with excitement. "I'm talking about students who have already accomplished amazing feats, and who are sure to inspire you to reach new heights." He paused for a moment, allowing his words to sink in. "So, without further ado, let's give a warm welcome to our star students, who will be delivering the official welcome address." The crowds cheered and clapped their hands. Finally a broken bar just when I thought I could rest my mind and this welcoming ceremony would finally introduce our protagonist, Lux Vertus, who had ranked first in the entrance exam. To everyone here, the worst thing that I'd already considered to be an unexpected variable and the one that I hoped won't happen was finally unfolding. The one who was walking to the stage was not a boy with white snowy hair I knew, but it was a girl whose I'd seen twice but never had a chance to talk to. Name, Ember Crimson, female sign, age, 17 race, human just like when at the Garuda Sword Tower. The moment I used my clairvoyance at her, she'd immediately locked her gaze in my direction with her sharp yet cold red eyes. This is Bada Broken Bar. As Ember stepped up to the podium, her cold demeanor seemed to intensify, and the room fell silent. She stared out at the audience with a blank expression before beginning to read from the script. Good afternoon, fellow students and faculty of Octagram Academy. My name is Ember Crimson, and I am honored to be standing before you today as the top-ranked student in the entrance exam. Her voice was monotone and devoid of emotion, but there was something about the way she spoke that commanded attention. I was drawn in, curious to see where this speech would go. As I stand here before you, I am acutely aware of the responsibilities and expectations that come with being the top student. It is not a position that I take lightly, and I am committed to upholding the standards of excellence that this academy represents. I could see that Ember's hands were shaking slightly as she spoke, but she didn't falter or pause. She continued to read from the script in her measured, unemotional voice. I may not be the most outgoing or charismatic student, but I believe that my abilities and dedication speak for themselves. My goal is not to impress you with words or showmanship, but to let my actions and achievements speak for themselves. There was a brief pause, and Ember's eyes flickered up from the script to meet the audience's gaze. It was only for a moment, but I could see a flicker of emotion in her eyes, cold eyes, a hint of something that she was trying to suppress. I am grateful for the opportunity to study at Octagram Academy, and I look forward to working alongside all of you to achieve greatness in our chosen fields. Thank you. As Ember stepped away from the podium, the room erupted in applause. Even though her speech had been delivered in her usual unemotional style, there was something about it that had resonated with the audience. I was still staring at the stage with a thoughtful expression, watching Ember closely as she stepped away from the podium and talked to Lawrence. I wondered what they were discussing, but the more pressing matter for me was not their discussion, but Ember herself. She was not in the novel. I'd never written anything about her, and she was not supposed to rank 1 on the entrance exam, and I also realized that even if I was writing about her, it was just that she was supposed to be dead or not existed throughout the story. Assuming by her appearance and her name, she was related to the war goddess, Nuria Crimson, the headmaster of this very academy. If I remembered correctly, I'd stated in the novel that Nuria's only bloodline, her daughter, was already dead in the story. Also, I was sure that Nuria's daughter was not a youth the same age as the protagonist and the other main characters. So, this Ember Crimson was a broken bar. I don't know a broken bar, but, for a person her caliber, there may be a lot of news about her online, right? The welcoming ceremony continued, but only God knew what it was about, as I didn't pay attention anymore. The next second I knew was that Lawrence finally ended the speeches and such, then announced that we were inquired to go to gather at the arena building. It was finally here, the best part of the Octagram Academy welcoming ceremony, Neophyte Nexus. Neophyte Nexus was a 1v1 battle event between the new students and their upperclassmen, the second-year students. Each student was called upon randomly to challenge a senior to fight. If the new student emerged victorious, they were awarded with advantageous merit points to start their first day in the academy, but if they were to lose, it was the senior that would reap the reward. The event was a highly anticipated tradition that served as a rite of passage for new students and a test of skill and determination for second-year students. In today's match, Lux and the other 2 main characters would make their appearance, Leonardo Miguel and Xiao Yongha. Those 2 were like a sidekick of combat of the protagonist, ones that excelled in fighting. Arriving at the Horse Realm, stood at the center of the octagonal area and was pitched by 4 training buildings where the entrance exam had been held was the Great Arena. As I approached it, I couldn't help but feel awe-inspired by its grandeur. The exterior was made of gleaming white marble, with towering pillars lining the entrance. The futuristic touches were evident in the intricate metalwork that adorned the top of the pillars, forming beautiful patterns that seemed to glow in the sunlight. Entering the building, my eyes widened in wonder. The inside of the arena was even more impressive than the outside. The seating area was massive, with rows upon rows of cushioned seats stretching high up into the air. The seats were arranged on a steep incline, giving every spectator a clear view of the arena floor. Once arrived in the seating area, I noticed that the other side of the seating area across from me was already filled with people, each wearing a black and blue uniform. They must be the second year Broken Bar. That was obvious by looking at their uniform and the goal of this event. From this side seating area itself, many people were already taken a sit on the comfortable chairs and cushions. I myself sat on the back row, the highest row, judging by this arena seating area design. Usually, it would be hard to watch from this distance, but I was proud to say that my eyes were better than most, so the distance was not a problem for me. Moreover, with the closed rooftop that blocked out the sun's rays, in its place was a massive display screen hanging above right at the center. It was the kind of setup you'd see in an esports arena, allowing spectators to watch the action unfold from multiple angles. Not that it's going to be used for this event, though. It's usually for bigger and public events like festivals and the Academy's annual evaluation exhibition. Looking down at the arena, the floor was circular in shape, with a large open space in the center. The ground was made of polished black stone, which seemed to shimmer in the light. The center of the arena was where the action happened. The platform was raised a meter high, and the platform's floor was made of polished white concrete. It was reinforced with a wizard's magic and other materials coming from the dungeon so it could withstand the battle of the students, especially ones who had explosive-style combat. "Hello, students," a voice rang out from the speakers placed on the corner. It was small but with amplifying sound magic, and the voice could be heard by everyone in the arena. After that voice, the screen hanging at the center was turned on and it showed a figure with fiery red hair just like Ember, Nuria Crimson, the hero of the first generation who fights alongside Garuda. She was titled War Goddess because of her epic victory on one against many in the first catastrophe, the second strongest hero after Garuda. But that wasn't the case for this generation. Her face looked very similar to Ember, the only difference was that Nuria seemingly looked more alive than Ember. As for reminder, don't get fooled by her rather young appearance. She was actually an old woman, almost 60 years old by now, but well, ages weren't a significant matter for Enhanced as they could live for almost 200 years. I'm sure you all already know about me, but let me introduce myself. She paused to clear her throat. My name is Nuria Crimson, one of the Octagram heroes. As you all already know a Broken Bar. She continued to talk about the Academy, its history, and the reason why the Octagram heroes decided to build an academy, all in a casual and friendly tone without minding her status as headmaster as well as the War Goddess. That was the kind of person Nuria Crimson was. Talking formally would just leave a bad taste in her mouth. Eventually, the speech ended rather shorter than the one that Lawrence had in the auditorium. First of all, for new students, you can check your student ID on your smartwatch that had been distributed. I hope you all wear it today. Our Broken Bar. I looked at my wrist. A Nova watch was hugging my wrist tightly there. It was a good thing I didn't forget this. To be frank, how could someone forget about a free Nova watch? Checking my Nova watch as per her instruction, a screen appeared. I diaresis I circumflex plus minus eth inverted question mark d I circumflex plus minus na apostrophe I circumflex 1/2 a vertical bar and tilde student ID 30091103 name Zayavaras class Lupus first year role striker rank 911 2000 == As soon as I looked at my student ID, I felt like my heartbeat was stopped for a second. The reason for that was because of the class where I was placed, the Lupus class. A Broken Bar. The Lupus class. It wasn't anything bad or what, it was just that it wasn't the class where Lux and the others were assigned to. Draco and Tigress were the classes that the other main characters were assigned to. Lux was in the Draco class, and Leonardo was in the Tigress class. It was only those two classes that I'd developed and know about. The Lupus class though, I had no clue about this class. A Broken Bar. Damn, how am I supposed to prevent the future if the main cause of the story is separated from me? I clenched my fist until it turned white, But then I realized that the situation wasn't that bad. Wait, it'd be better like this. If I was to be in the same class as him and the others, I'm afraid that my presence there would ruin the progression of Lux's relationship with the other main characters except for Leonardo, who was in a different class, a broken bar. Yeah, I could still do things even if we were separated, and I didn't need to be afraid of bumping into the main characters and ruining the story. The event that happened in the class was lesser and smaller than the other, so if I was to ignore it, the flow would go according to the story. It would lessen my burden. With that, I could focus on the bigger event that played a crucial part in the future. For example, the event of choosing the clue, a broken bar. A broken bar. Well, it's not like I can request to transfer class a broken bar. I would have to rethink my strategy. The plan I had meticulously crafted for a month had been rendered useless by the harsh reality of the situation. Waking me up from my contemplation was a gasp and whisper from students around me. If you're dissatisfied with your placement ranking, then you better work hard and improve yourself. The ranking is updated every 3 or 4 months, precisely after the midterm and final exams per semester. Hearing that, the students who were previously gloomy and dejected were now brightened up. Next, we're moving on to the main event, a tradition, the Octagram Academy's rite of passage, Neophyte Nexus. As soon as Nuria said that, the crowd erupted in cheers and applause, and I couldn't help but feel a thrill of anticipation myself. Let's enjoy the show, everyone. Beep! Exclamation mark. The screen was turned off and left only with a black screen. On the arena, someone was standing on the platform at the center of the arena, his voice echoing throughout the massive space. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Neophyte Nexus, the host began, his voice filled with excitement. Today, we witness the clash of the Greenhorner, the new students, and the Sophomora, the second-year students, in a 1v1 battle that will surely leave you on the edge of your seats. Cheers and applauses erupted again from the crowd, this time accompanied by whistlings. As you all know, the Neophyte Nexus is an opportunity for our new students to showcase their skills and prove themselves worthy of their place in this prestigious academy, and for our second-year students, it's a chance to show just how far they've come and how much they've grown since their own Neophyte Nexus event. I watched as the second-year students across from me in their black and blue uniforms stood up, their faces filled with determination and pride. So, without further ado, let's get this event started. I present to you, the Neophyte Nexus. The host gestured grandly to the arena floor where he stood. The air was filled with the vibrant sounds of the Academy's anthem, as the instruments and melodies swirled together in perfect harmony. The second-year students and some of the new students stood up and sang the Academy's anthem solemnly. As for me, I just sat in my seat because I didn't know the lyrics. Come to think of it, there was another piece of paper inside the package. Maybe that was the lyrics I was supposed to remember and sing right now. After that, the host was back, even with more excitement in his voice. Ladies and gentlemen, that was our Academy's majestic anthem. A big round of applause for the student who graced us with their vocals. The crowd erupted in applause and whistles. Allow me to give you an overview of the Neophyte Nexus proceedings, the host said. Today, we have 8 matches scheduled, with each match lasting for 30 minutes. A random number will be selected, and if your ranking matches that number, you'll have the opportunity to challenge and pick a senior to fight against. The host took a brief pause, scanning the crowd's expressions, seeing many confused faces among the new students. He continued, let's start by picking a random number, shall we? The screen flickered on, shuffling numbers until it stopped at 70. The number is 70. The host announced. He checked his Nova watch and then said, rank 70, Josh Sanford, please come to the stage. Eth middle dot eth pilcro eth pound dot eth currency eth eths. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause, while the rank 70 students walked somewhat proudly to the arena. The host announced again that he would keep shuffling and picking numbers until there were 10 contestants. After a while, another 6 numbers were announced. Those numbers were picked in this order: 332, 27, 1404, 4, 2, and 1. The number 17 was Xiao Yongha. Leonardo Miguel was number 4. The numbers 2 and 1 were Lux Virtus and Ember Crimson. And a broken bar. Here is our last number. As the numbers were shuffled on the screen, everyone wore an expectant expression. When it finally stopped, my heart skipped a beat. 911. Zayavaras, please come to the stage. Oh, our broken bar. Don't get me wrong, while I was happy to have been picked, the thought of performing in front of everyone made me anxious. Nonetheless, I saw it as an opportunity to gain bonus merit on the first day, which could help me learn techniques and become stronger earlier than I had anticipated. I wish a broken bar. Unfortunately, I did not write about the other 5 fights since my focus was solely on Lux, Leonardo, and Xiao Yongha's fights, so I was thinking a broken bar. Would this unwritten part have an impact on the story or not? I guess if I just stay low in my own fight, it would go according to the story, right? But if I was to stay low and choose a lower number than me, I wouldn't get much merit from doing that. Oh well, a broken bar. Anything for changing the ending. A broken bar. I diaresis I circumflex plus minus eth inverted question mark d I circumflex plus minus n a apostrophe I circumflex 1/2 a vertical bar and tilde om. Despite my uncertainty, I made my way to the arena, where Lux greeted me with a wide grin. Zayavaras, Lux, hey, it's good to see you again. How broken bar? Yeah. We talked about things that I considered necessary, like how was life, and how was life, or how was life. A broken bar. Just kidding. It was Lux who drove the conversation. I was on the passive side. While we talked, the first match of Neophyte Nexus started. It was between the rank 70 of the first year against the rank 90 of the second year. I guess he was playing safe to pick the number lower than him, but I thought that if he wanted, he could just go for rank 50. Our second-year seniors were not that good at broken bar. Maybe. Looking at both fighters on the arena stage, I used my clairvoyance to get their information, though it wasn't that much, only the name, gender, and race. Both of them used a sword, but their stances were different. Narrowing my eyes, I could more or less guess that the first year would emerge victorious based on the way he held his sword and his stance. But a battle wasn't only determined by only that. The technique and experience also played a part. 8 minutes later, the result was just as I expected. The first year won against his senior. It was not an easy victory though, but still, a win is a win. The next battle was the rank 332 a broken bar. She lost to the rank 400 of the second year. Next, number 27, was a girl with straight chestnut hair that fell down to her shoulders. Her dark green eyes were glaring in the direction where the second-year students were seated. Her grin was visible on her face while her pale white hands were on her hips, doing a little stretch. She was Xiao Yongha, although her appearance was not what I expected her to be. She looked too soft and clean for someone who liked to fight and studied hard in martial art, but, well, though I must admit that she was prettier than I expected. Student Xiao Yongha, please choose your weapon from this box first, then nominate a number ranging from 1 to 100, said the host. Xiao Yongha shook her head. My martial art only needs my fist and feet. Ho ho, of course, then, who will you nominate for Neophyte Nexus? Taking the mic from the host's hand, Xiao Yongha shouted confidently. Her voice echoed in the building. Rank 14, second year students, rank 14. Baekjin, please come to the stage. Baekjin was Xiao Yongha's childhood friend and her classmate in her uncle's martial arts school. He was a genius in martial art thanks to his great martial aptitude that made him could learn any martial arts moves as if nothing. Sword art, fist art, palm art, etc. he could learn then master in a short time, which usually needed years or even decades for most martial artists to master. He was an overpowered character, even stronger than the protagonist, but even so, he wouldn't make it past 25 years old. The reason why Xiao Yongha chose him was that she was a very competitive person. After so many years together, from playing to learning a martial art together, she was always inferior to him in many aspects. Eventually, she considered Baekjin as a rival. A broken bar. My sigh was left unnoticed by Lux, who sat beside me. Zio, what are you thinking? Nothing, I just feel bored. It'd be a long time before my turn. A broken bar. So you're eager to fight too? I never noticed you to be that kind of person, honestly. Is it because I was talking to a cat? I smirked. You're broken bar. Lux scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. And that was how you did it, everyone. That was how you ended the conversation. Looking back at the stage, a teenager around my age, maybe 1 year older than me, was standing on the stage face to face with Seo Young-ha. Both of them didn't use any weapon but their bare hands. Baekjin, a broken bar. His name rang in my head. As far as I remember, he was supposed to be a villain in the future due to a brainwashing ability. Because of that, Lux had to kill him, and when he did, the conflict between him and Seo Young-ha would come to the surface. It was one of the events that marked the downfall of the story, where everything became uncontrollable, and everything that Lux had built up from the start was falling apart. The demon invasion, the heroes-villains war, and Lux's relationship decline. That all was happening at once at the same time. Knowing that information, I considered Baekjin as a key to preventing or at least lessening the damage in the third catastrophe. Either I kill him or find the culprit that will brainwash him. A broken bar. By this far, I had found 4 keys that would lead me to a better ending: Jin, Bell, Spectre, and Baekjin. As soon as this is finished, I will make a plan and alternatives immediately. A broken bar. But before that, let's watch Seo Young-ha vs Baekjin fight first, shall we? Personally, I was curious about their martial arts. Maybe I could learn it too? Both of them were standing still on the stage, and when I looked carefully, they seemed like they were talking. I wonder what were they talking about. A broken bar. Seo Young-ha glared at Baekjin, who was standing a few paces away from her, and asked, "Are you underestimating me, Jin?" "What do you mean?" Baekjin replied, flexing his fist and stretching his body. "Use your sword," Seo Young-ha insisted. "Don't wanna," Baekjin replied while massaging his neck. A crisp cracking sound could be heard as he did so, suggesting his body was stiff from sitting too long. Gritting her teeth, Seo Young-ha clenched her fist so tightly that her palm turned pale, revealing the intensity of her frustration and annoyance. "You will regret this, Jin." "I won't," Baekjin smirked. Seo Young-ha and Baekjin faced each other, standing a few feet apart. The tension between them was palpable, as they each prepared to enter their martial arts stances. Seo Young-ha's body was taut and her gaze was fixed on Baekjin. She raised her arms and assumed the fist-heart stance. Her fists clenched tightly as she coiled her energy, ready to strike. Baekjin's stance was different, his arms loose and relaxed at his sides, with his palms facing outward. He possessed the palm art, and his stance reflected his style, emphasizing fluidity and open-handed techniques. Then, came the signal from the referee that indicated the start of the round. Both fighters are ready. A moment of pause was deliberately created to increase tension between Seo Young-ha and Baekjin. Start. Although the referee had signaled the start, both of them were refusing to move immediately. Instead, for a moment, they stood in silence, each assessing the other, waiting for the right moment to make the first move. Then, without warning, Seo Young-ha dashed forward and launched a lightning-fast jab with the right fist, aiming for Baekjin's midsection. Baekjin deftly sidestepped the attack, his movement smooth and fluid as he pivoted on his left foot and countered with a sweeping palm strike aimed at Seo Young-ha's temple. Seo Young-ha ducked just in time, and the strike missed her by inches. "After all these years, you're still slow, Yasing." "Don't call me that." The fight continued relentlessly. They both knew that they were evenly matched, and the tension in the air continued to mount as they each sought to gain the upper hand in the fight. Outside the arena stage, a couple of students were watching the fight, each with fascinated expression. "They're evenly matched," the white-haired boy Lux said as he focused on each of the fighters' movements. Then, a snorting sound was heard coming from behind him. "Even blind people can see that they're matched. You're stating the obvious, genius," said the voice. There was a little sarcasm included. Lux, as well as Zio, who stood beside him, turned around to face the source of the unfamiliar voice, a tall boy with blonde hair and an annoyed grin on his face. Zio's eyebrows raised in recognition of that person. Leonardo Miguel, he said inwardly. You, who are you? Leonardo's eyebrows twitched the moment he heard an unbelievable from Lux's mouth. His face looked in disbelief as if it was telling Lux, are you for real? Question, really? You don't know who I am? A pang of annoyance was shown in his voice. Sorry. Leonardo spitted on the ground and stepped forward, trying to domineer Lux by height difference, but it just didn't work. Because he was barely higher than Lux, like 7 centimeters higher. TCH, did you just leave a cave or something? Did not want to lose. Lux straightened his body and challenged Leonardo. His eyes were narrowed but his face still kept composure. What is your problem? Leonardo chuckled at Lux's response, finding his bravery amusing. My problem is that you're stating the obvious, and I don't like obvious things. Zaire rolled his eyes at Leonardo's response, knowing that he was just trying to provoke Lux. He decided to ignore them and focused on Seo Young-ha and Baekjin. Let's just ignore them, it's not worth my time to join in their arguing. A broken bar back to the arena stage. The seemingly even match before had now turned in Baekjin's favor. Every blow exchange made Seo Young-ha breathe for air. She was suffocated by her own movement that was being parried and countered by Baekjin's technique. Eventually, Seo Young-ha backed up a few paces away to recuperate, but Baekjin didn't want to let the rest. He kept pressing Seo Young-ha. Baekjin was determined to seize the opportunity and not let Seo Young-ha recover. He knew that every second she had to catch her breath was a chance for her to gather her strength and come back stronger. Baekjin charged forward, launching a series of quick and powerful strikes aimed at Seo Young-ha's head and torso. Seo Young-ha tried to dodge and block the attacks, but she was unable to keep up with Baekjin's speed and agility. Seo Young-ha felt the impact of the blows as they landed, and she knew that she couldn't keep taking hits like this. She needed to find a way to turn the tide of the fight in her favor. With a burst of energy, Seo Young-ha launched herself forward, surprising Baekjin with her sudden movement. She aimed a powerful kick at his side, hoping to catch him off guard and knock him off balance. Baekjin was quick to react, however. He blocked the kick with his forearm, then used his other hand to strike Seo Young-ha's temple with a lightning-fast palm strike. Seo Young-ha stumbled back, her head spinning from the blow. She knew that she was in trouble and that she needed to find a way to turn things around quickly if she wanted to win the fight. Finish her, Baekjin. Show our junior what we made of. The second-year students were shouting as the fight got more intense. You can do it, Seo Young-ha. Don't lose. Even the first-year students, whether they know Seo Young-ha or not, everyone was cheering for her. It was a battle of pride, after all. Looks like you need more training. Yasing, shut up, Jin. I'm trying here. Broken bar gathering her strength, Seo Young-ha charged forward once again. A surge of hot ki gathered around her. Baekjin's eyes widened as he noticed the hot ki around Seo Young-ha, but he didn't flinch. I take my word back, you're a real monster yourself too, Young. But that's not enough for broken bar. Baekjin prepared his own firm stance. His left hand stretched forward with his palm facing outward while his right palm was ready to strike after a successful counter. Take this if you can, Jin. Hot steam billowed from Seo Young-ha's fist as she prepared to strike Baekjin with her ultimate technique, but, unknowingly to her, Baekjin launched himself forward, meeting Seo Young-ha's fist with his palm. Why? Do you think I'll let you use the formless fist? With his palm, Baekjin successfully stopped Seo Young-ha's technique before she could release it. The formless fist. Sleep well, Yasing. Baekjin executed the dragon palm strike, hitting Seo Young-ha with a powerful whipping motion that connected with the base of his palm and fingers. The strike was aimed at her stomach, and the impact was so powerful that Seo Young-ha lost consciousness immediately. The spectators fell silent as they watched her lie there motionless. Then, when it was confirmed that Seo Young-ha couldn't continue the fight, the referee announced Baekjin as the winner. Baekjin, rank 14 of the second year, has won against Seo Young-ha, rank 27 of the first year. The audience, mostly the second-year students, erupted in cheers and applause as Baekjin stood victorious in the center of the arena. The medical teams brought Seo Young-ha to the treatment room. She was unconscious, but her life was not in danger. With Baekjin's proficiency in executing the dragon palm strike, he had made sure that it won't injure Seo Young-ha badly. As Baekjin walked off the stage, he passed by the first-year students, which were Lux, Zhao, Leonardo, Ember, and the rank 1404th. "Good luck, guys," said Baekjin as he grinned. Among the 5 first-year students, only Lux bowed toward Baekjin as he thanked him for the good luck. Ember and Zhao ignored him. Their attention was somewhere. Leonardo clenched his fist as he gritted his teeth and then spitted on the ground. Meanwhile, the rank 1404th was trembling nervously. Neophyte Nexus continued to the next round. The rank 1404th had picked the number 1666th, and he emerged as the victor of the showdown. 2 wins for the first year, and 2 wins for the second year. A broken bar. Zhao's mind was in absolute focus as tried to recall what would happen in Neophyte Nexus next. The first year will have another 2 points from Lux and Leonardo, Zhao thought. Then his eyes drifted to Ember. Might be 3 points if she could win. As he contemplated, suddenly, Leonardo brushed over him. He walked to the stage as his name was called. "Get out of the way," Leonardo said, irritatedly. Looking at him, Zhao couldn't help but shake his head. "I wonder why I didn't make Lux punch him in the face in the novel A Broken Bar. Now that I experienced it firsthand, his personality is really annoying." The entire stage was covered in fierce aura force coming from Leonardo's body. Even when stood outside or even up at the seating area, everyone could feel the intense pressure of the aura. Cyclone Slash. With a swing of his scythe, he unleashed the Cyclone Slash, which combined multiple smaller aura waves into a massive cyclone that left a trail of destruction on the stage as it headed toward the second-year student. Upon seeing that, I couldn't help but be mesmerized by Leonardo's power. Sure, he was a jerk, but no one could underestimate his destructive power. He was one of the many heroes whose destructive power was on par with the higher-rank heroes in the future when he was just graduated from the academy. Unable to defend himself from the Cyclone Slash, the second-year student desperately activated his magic barrier, hoping it could reduce the damage. The result was as he had hoped, even though the final damage still left him unable to continue the fight. Leonardo Miguel, ranked 4th of the first year, has won against Daniel Hugo, ranked 2nd of the second year. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause in unison, making a rumbling sound. I could feel the ground below me shaking slightly as people's cheers were roaring in the air. The result was as expected. Leonardo won against the second rank just as I remembered. It was not like the senior was weak, but it was just Leonardo who was too strong. Savoring his victory, Leonardo puffed his chest and arrogantly walked off from the stage, passing by between me and Lux just like he did when he went to the stage. "That's how you do it, genius." He disappeared into the tunnel while flexing his sore muscle. "Now I know why he has that kind of attitude," said Lux. I peeked at him, curious. His face was as bright and positive. There was no resentment or hate behind his expression. Lux was genuinely saying that as a compliment, not a mockery. Arrogant, overconfident. He's used to winning all the time. That's why he acts like he's the best. He continued. This time he was looking at me as if asking for my opinion. I ignored him at first, but when he finally asked for my opinion directly, I answered, he's a jerk, but, yeah, just like you said, he was born with a golden spoon in his mouth, talented and full of resources, though I'd like it if he was a bit more humble. It was not out of the realm of possibility. He'd have a lot of character development, from a jerk and arrogant person to a respectable and still arrogant person. Lux nodded at my response and added, same here, but in this world, it's the strong who get ahead, sitting on top of the world. That's just the way it is. Lux's comment about the strong sitting on top of the world touched on a fundamental truth of this world. There existed an invisible societal system that favored those with strength and power. The powerful and talented were given opportunities, while the weak were left to struggle. This system simply appeared after the second catastrophe. People with power started to become arrogant and just decided to build their own group called a guild. Although there exist thousands of guilds, the central power of the world was still held by the Hero Association, which was built by the first generation of heroes, Omega. The power the Omega had was superior that not even the power of 8 Heaven Realm guilds combined could mess with. This societal system was especially evident in the Omega ranking system, which determined one's position and status in society based on their combat ability. Those who held high rankings were showered with wealth, prestige, and opportunity, while those with low rankings were ignored. This system was also reflected in many of the world's top academies, which only accepted students with exceptional abilities or resources. Those who lacked such abilities and resources were left to fend for themselves, with little hope of achieving success or reaching the top. While this system may seem unjust and cruel, it was simply the way of the world. Those who were able to rise to the top and maintain their position did so through sheer willpower and determination. The weak, on the other hand, were simply left to fall by the wayside. Let's get on the next round of Neophyte Nexus. The host's voice brought me back to reality along with the cheers of students in the seating area. The next one to fight was Lux. He was using a long sword, already standing on the stage as he thought about his opponent. Obviously, he was going to go for the first rank of the second year. At least, that was what I thought and hoped. But he betrayed my expectation by choosing another number. I want to challenge the number 3. Why did he challenge the third ranked and not the first ranked? It was not supposed to be like this. Just what was wrong? What caused this? Is it because Ember was ranked first and not Lux? Was Lux's decision to choose the third ranked because his equal number was already picked by Leonardo? Even so, why didn't he just pick the number 1 just as in the novel? FVCK Lux and his upright and fair personality. Don't get me wrong. The reason why I wanted him to fight the first-ranked second year was that the fight was gonna be epic. It was a close fight that ended up in Lux's favor as the fight continued. The first fight was where Lux was going all out with his power, because after that everything was too easy for the protagonist until the demon's appearance. Ah shit, this is the only chance I could witness him fighting with all of his power early so I could study his technique, the fluorescent moonlight. Lux took a deep breath as he walked forward, where his senior, a renowned swordsman, was standing a few paces away in front of him. He bowed respectfully and greeted him, for formality. Good day to you, senior. I humbly request your guidance in our match today, Lux said, his eyes focused and determined. Of course, junior, I'm happy to help, although you look like someone who doesn't need advice. Let's both do our best and learn from each other from this NN. There was a strong German accent in his voice. Lux nodded. He unsheathed his sword and assumed his stance, waiting for his senior to make the first move. The two warriors faced each other, the tension palpable in the air. The senior was using a sword each in his hands, a dual sword user if you'd like to call him. Upon seeing the senior's weapon, Zio's eyes widened in surprise that he would find a dual sword user among the second-year students. I diaresis I circumflex plus minus eth inverted question mark di circumflex plus minus na apostrophe I circumflex 1/2 a vertical bar and tilde that senior was someone who Zio never mentioned and remembered, so the surprise was genuine for him. Curious, he used clairvoyance on the senior. Name, Nix Schwartz, male sign, age, 18 race, human Nix Schwartz. That's the name I've never heard before. A broken bar. Despite his doubts, Zio couldn't help but be curious about the brand new introduced character that he had never known. Of course, this one was a welcoming introduction of character rather than one with the appearance of Ember, who suddenly took over Lux's position for the rank 1 of the first-year student. Not that he hated Ember for it, rather, he was worried about what might the future hold after Ember's appearance, which seemed like a big change from what he known. Different from Nix, whose appearance might slightly or even not affect anything in the future. But, in the end, it was just what Zio thought about the things he believed. Back to the stage arena, the two fighters fought evenly. They both were the type that relied on agility and speed. For a dual sword user, those two aspects were important because they had to balance the weight and momentum of both swords. Lux was agile and quick, but Nix was not far behind. The senior swordsman was able to match Lux's movements and even anticipate his attacks. Lux and Nyx exchanged blows, their swords clanging against each other in a rhythmic dance. Sweat dripped down their faces as they moved with grace and precision. Lux was impressed by Nyx's skill, and he knew that he had to give it his all to win. Suddenly, Lux's speed increased as he rained down Nyx with a series of strikes that appear as if he was dancing with the sword. Each strike was precise and calculated despite its flashy style of attack, aimed at different angles and parts of Nyx's body. Did not want to lose to his junior, Nyx gripped both his sword tightly, blocking and parrying every incoming attack aimed at his weak point. At that moment, Zio noticed the glow on Lux's sword. He looked carefully and then found out that it was not because of the mana coating technique he had used back in the entrance exam. If it's not the mana coating, then it must be that. Fluorescent Moonlight Swordsmanship. Technique's name, Fluorescent Moonlight. Rank, 4 stars. Description, a swordsmanship created by Grayscale. This technique is characterized by its precise, swift, and graceful movements, resulting in dazzling sword strikes that resemble beams of moonlight flashing in the darkness. The swordsmanship involves lightning-fast strikes, quick transitions between offense and defense, and the ability to attack from unexpected angles, keeping the opponent off balance. Lux moved with remarkable speed and finesse, his strikes resembling flashes of moonlight. He weaved in and out of Nyx's counterattack attempts with graceful footwork, evading each strike with impeccable timing. His swordsmanship was a symphony of dazzling movements, combining offensive and defensive maneuvers seamlessly. Just a while ago, it was Lux who rained down Nyx with his swordsmanship, but the situation was reversed now. With the swords each in his hands, Nyx went off offensive this time after successfully escaping from Lux's flurry of strikes. But, even though Lux was rained down by a flurry of strikes from Nyx, he was able to evade it rather easily and counterattacked when he had a chance. Lux's movements were a mesmerizing display of swordsmanship, incorporating spins, feints, and swift changes in direction. His strikes were like beams of moonlight, each one landing with pinpoint accuracy, ones that could create a dazzling spectacle if he was fighting when being showered by the moonlight. Cug. Nyx groaned. With each passing moment, the tides had turned in Lux's favor once again. Chipping away at Nyx's defense with a barrage of precise strikes, he seamlessly transitioned from offense to defense, always staying one step ahead of his opponent. You've been a great opponent, senior, but I'm afraid I need to end this now. Struggling to keep up with Lux's attack, Nyx forced a smile as he responded to Lux's words. I never thought you'd be this strong, Junior. They broke off the clashing and stepped a few paces back, keeping the distance for a seemingly to go for a finishing move. Then, let's end this match with this final move. A broken bar. Here I come, Junior. Lux smiled as he spun the hilt of his sword and grabbed it again. Then, he rushed forward. In their final, decisive move, Lux unleashed a flurry of strikes with blinding speed and precision, even faster and more precise than before. The glow on his sword was increasing that it was now vividly visible to the audience's eyes. His sword is glowing. His swordsmanship beautiful. A broken bar. Cheers and screams came from the female students, either from the second-year students or the first year. They were all cheering for him, somehow making a chant. A beautiful swordsmanship is being used by a handsome swordsman. The male students rolled their eyes, annoyedly and jealous. Lux's techniques and overall combat skills proved to be superior to his senior as he overwhelmed Nyx. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Nyx redoubled his efforts for the final move. He backstepped and cross-slashed his dual sword, making a cross-mana slash that launched forward. However, Lux sidestepped gracefully and reached for Nyx, then attacked him from unexpected angles with blinding speed. Clanger! Nyx was disarmed from his weapons and a pointy blade was hanging before his eyes. I yield, he said, smiling as his hands were raised, gesturing that he gave up the match. The arena rumbled as cheers and applause roared. Lux lowered his sword and offered Nyx a hand in sportsmanship. Nyx, without feeling disappointed over his defeat, accepted the gesture with respect and a friendly smile, acknowledging Lux's superior skill even though he was his junior. "I had a hunch a broken bar that your class would become the golden generation of this academy," said Nix. As they left the stage, Lux was greeted by the adoring cheers of the female students, who praised his swordsmanship and also admired his handsome appearance. Lux, though felt uncomfortable, graciously accepted their compliments, but remained humble, knowing that his victory was thanks to his mentor's teaching and his dedication to his craft. Waiting for them outside the stage were two people. One was a female student with fiery red flowing hair. Her face was stunning and bewitching even though her whole expression was cold, unapproachable, telling anyone to not come near her. The other was a male student with jet black hair, with eye color the same as his hair but it was darker, looking much more like an endless void if someone was to stare at it for too long. His appearance could be categorized in a list of handsome students in the academy. Overall he did not fall behind in terms of handsomeness from Lux. "That was a nice swordsmanship you displayed there, thanks. I'm not sure why you are thanking me a broken bar but, thanks for the compliment. To tell you the truth, I haven't achieved complete mastery in my swordsmanship yet." Nix, who overheard it, turned around and looked back at Lux with a grin. "Oh, so that's not your full power? That was my limit for now, senior. Haha, I see. Knowing that a broken bar, I'd like to have a rematch sometime when you're already past your limit," Nix said with a light chuckle as he walked toward the tunnel with a waving hand. "Then, good luck to you, Zio," Lux said, pausing a moment to take a look in the red-haired girl's direction. "You too, Ember, good luck with your match." There was no response coming from her. Her silence made the two boys wonder if she listening or not. Sighing, Lux walked toward the tunnel and disappeared from Zio's sight. There were only Zio and Ember left in the arena, waiting for their turns in the neophyte nexus. Obviously, the next match was Ember's. As her name was announced by the host, she gracefully strode towards the stage and picked up a sword with a unique blade design. The blade appeared to be connected by a series of thin wires, resembling a whip with intricate detailing. As her name was called out by the host, she moved with fluidity and grace toward the stage. Her eyes were still the same, cold and seemed hollow, as she reached out for the weapon of her choice, a sword with a blade that immediately caught everyone's attention. The blade was unlike any other, with an intricate design that seemed to defy convention. It appeared to be composed of a series of razor-thin wires, intricately woven together, resembling a whip frozen in time. The wires glinted in the light, giving the impression of a deadly, flexible weapon that could strike with swift and precise movements. It was a sight to behold, and as she lifted the sword, the audience held their breath in anticipation, eager to witness the mastery with which she would wield this extraordinary weapon. With a confident grip on the hilt, she gave the sword a practiced swing. The blade sliced through the air with a mesmerizing whistle, leaving a trail of gleaming arcs in its wake. The whip-like blade seemed to have a life of its own, moving with a sinuous grace that was both mesmerizing and awe-inspiring. The audience was captivated by the display, their eyes fixed on the dazzling spectacle before them. Each swing of the whip blade created a mesmerizing display of movement, with the wires of the blade tracing intricate patterns in the air, the subtle shifts in her stance, the flicks of her wrist, and the mastery with which she manipulated the weapon. That sheer artistry of her swordplay was a sight to behold, leaving the audience entranced and in awe of her skill. She stopped swinging the sword with a flick of the wrist, the whip blade retracting smoothly into its hilt. Her expression remained unchanged, the cold and unapproachable demeanor still intact. With an air of nonchalance, she sheathed the sword and turned to face the host. "Number one," she said suddenly, leaving the host confused for a moment before he realized that he was in a dazzle because of her performance. Turning around to face the big audience sitting on the bleachers, the host announced, "Second-year student, rank 1, Noah Alfonso, please come to the stage." The crowd was excited, cheers erupted as they heard that it would be a battle between rank 1, the first rank of the second-year student, Noah Alfonso. Unlike the previous second-year students who are normally walking to the stage, He was making an entrance by jumping from his seat and landing on the stage coolly. The crowd was left in awe by his entrance. Whistles and cheers were directed at him for doing that. But Ember was still with unchanging expression, not a single reaction coming out from her. With a wink as Noah stood up, he smiled flirtatiously at Ember. "Hello there, Ember. I'm Noah Alfonso, pleased to make your acquaintance." Zio, who overheard him talking like that, had his eyes rolled and his face buried in his palm. "Ah, here comes the womanizer of Broken Bar, the very character that openly flirts with every girl he stumbles upon a Broken Bar, the one who plays a role as a comic relief character. One of my favorite characters. I'd created a Broken Bar, but why do I feel embarrassed?" Noah Alfonso was a character I created to bring comedy into the story, though he was antagonizing Lux because girls were flocking to him. But, in the end, he was the only one who lived longer together with Lux in a world where humanity had perished. He'd bring joy in a world of nothing, the only source of Lux's sanity after losing all his comrades and friends. Although, it would be long to see the better of him. A Broken Bar for now, he was still irrelevant to the story, unless I interfered. That I saw Broken Bar on the stage. Two students faced each other. One maintained a stoic, deadpan expression, while the other exhibited flamboyant agility, evading the whip blade's swings with ease. Despite Noah's seemingly irrelevant role in the story, his fighting prowess was not to be underestimated. He skillfully dodged each of Ember's whip blade strikes, effortlessly juggling his spear with playful finesse. As for the whip blade itself, while it had appeared impressive during Ember's earlier practice, its limitations were becoming apparent. Noah's mobility outmatched the whip blade's reach, making it ineffective in this fight. Observing Ember's unchanged expression, a slight grin escaped me. "Now, what will you do?" Crackle. The fire ignited, enveloping the blade of Ember's weapon in flames. Wow! Upon closer inspection, it appeared more like a whip flame than a whip blade now. It was not only me who was in awe, the audience, and even Noah, who fought as her opponent too. When I looked at them, Noah was seemingly saying something to Ember. Upon seeing him wink, I more or less could guess what he was saying, probably thing like, "Whoa, not only does your face capture my heart, but your flame also seems to ignite my passion for you." Don't ask me where I knew that, because it was obviously his pick-up line for every girl he saw. I just adjusted the last few lines to match the subject he was trying to flirt to. Then, the battle continued. A Broken Bar with the whip flame in Ember's hand. The fight had decidedly shifted in her favor. The flames on her weapon traced the blade swing with fierce, almost sentient movements, as if the flame itself had a mind of its own. Noah's earlier playful demeanor had faded, replaced by a sense of urgency as he struggled to keep up with Ember's relentless attacks. Despite wielding a spear, a weapon that offered some defensive advantage, Noah found himself on the back foot. Ember's flame was unlike anything he probably had ever encountered, moving unpredictably and catching him off guard. Her movements were calculated and swift, and her flame seemed to dance effortlessly around his defenses, singeing his clothes and pushing him to the brink. As the fight wore on, the audience was captivated by Ember's skillful manipulation of the whip flame. The heat radiating from the blazing whip created an aura of danger and excitement, while Noah's spear clashes with the fiery whip seemed increasingly desperate and futile. Then, Ember's whip blade covered in flame whirled upwards, coiling like a dragon, leaving me and the audience in awe. "Oh, damn, a Broken Bar!" I was impressed. Also the audience, and even the host, who usually stayed silent in a fight, reflexively shouted into his mic, "Oh my! What is that, a dragon?" Exclamation mark. Just as the host said, Ember's flame at the end of her blade shifted wildly, taking on the shape of a dragon's head. The crowd gasped in awe, and cheers followed after that, starting with a small burst of fire from the dragon's head. Then the fire that resembled the dragon's head devoured Noah. At that moment, people were surprised. If someone was engulfed in flame like that, surely they would die, right? But they need not worry. As stated by Nuria in one of her interviews that I found in the internet just now, her granddaughter, Ember's flame power was the same as her. the flame that if the user had high mastery over it, they could control all of the fire's aspects such as heat and flame control. If that statement by Nuria was true, then those flames could be harmless, though without the information I got, the flame wouldn't kill Noah because why would she kill him? It was an act of crime if she was to do that. Moreover, if she was really going to kill him, the match would have been stopped by Nuria herself. After what seemingly 10 seconds, the flame disappeared into the thin air, revealing Noah, who was sitting on the ground dumbfoundedly. He was fine, there was no visible burn or any physical injuries, though there might be some mental damage. With that, the host announced the winner of the match, as expected of the granddaughter of the war goddess herself. As the host said those lines, I could see Ember clicking her tongue. I hereby announce the winner of Neophyte Nexus Round 7, Ember Crimson. The crowd erupted in cheers, filling out the arena. Despite my doubt of her uncertainty about Ember's existence, I couldn't help but admit her prowess. I thought that, maybe, with her existence which I had no knowledge about it, altering the ending, and probably preventing the demon's invasion completely wouldn't be impossible. After all, if there was a young Nuria that existed, I'd be glad to have her by my side. The potential she had too, might surpass Nuria Crimson herself. If Nuria Crimson is the war goddess, then, Ember Crimson could be the war goddess too. Sorry for my naming sense, I just had no idea what to call her because it was still too early to give her a nickname. But, didn't War Goddess 2 sound cool? Or maybe War Goddess 2.0? As I was trapped in my giving people nicknames world, a shadow was looming in my head, covering me from the light. Huh? There was a pair of shoes in my vision which was looking at the floor. When I traced it upward, Ember was standing in front of me, with an ever-changing expression, still that deadpan and cold face. Oh, do you need something from me? Take this. Looking at her hand, there was a crescent-shaped earring gently lying on her palm. Though I was confused and wondering why she gave me this, I picked the earring from her anyway. That will protect you from a mental-based attack. Mental-based attack. A broken bar was a type of attack or skill that was hard to prevent. It affected the mind or mental state of the target, unlike the physical attack which could be defended by either dodging, blocking, etc. The mental-based attack was impossible to defend unless with a skill or having a resilient mental state. Though it was strong, it could be useless when used against a high-ranking enhanced, as most of them had a resilient mental state. That was the case if it was a normal mental-based attack, but what if there existed a higher rank of that attack type? Obviously, it would overwhelm even those high-ranking enhanced with great mental state. In fact, because mental-based attacks were stronger than physical ones, the chance of someone possessing it was very low, like 1 to 100 million, unless, of course, for the demons, all of them had at least one type of mental-based attack. Putting that aside, why did Ember give me this out of the blue, and what did she mean by this would protect me from a mental-based attack? I wouldn't mind if we knew each other, but we were complete strangers. Hell, we had never even talked before, so why would you give me this? She stared at me for a moment before walking past me. 1 step, 2 steps, and in her 3rd step, she paused and spoke in a low voice that could be heard only by me. The demons! ! My heart skipped a beat as soon as I heard the word demon. Moreover, it was coming from the very character I did not know about. As surprised as I was, I didn't make it obvious to her or everyone watching us from the bleachers. I tried to stay calm, enjoying the clean air. Ember was already disappeared into the tunnels, and with that, I couldn't question her any more about what she just said. A demon? Here? In the Neophyte Nexus? There was no way it was true. Broken bar recalling everything that had happened since I came here, I shook my head. Tau Broken bar. Stop thinking about the original story. A broken bar. Yeah, the only thing I needed to do was to ignore the storyline. I did not need to remember everything and hope that the world would proceed the same as I remembered. Just use it as a reference, as a piece of information, and as knowledge, but don't follow it blindly. A broken bar. Looking at the earring in my palm, I was left confused. The earring had a shape of a crescent, and in the middle of it was a little star. I didn't know about the material used for this earring, It was dark and stirred your broken bar. What am I supposed to do with this earring? Judging by her personality, Ember might want to have it back after this match, so I put it inside my chest pocket. Hearing the host announce my name, I walked up to the stage. Rank 911 of the first-year student, Zayavaras, please come to the stage. As I came to the stage, the host directed me to the weapon box. I took 2 daggers from it and traced my finger on the blade, taking notice that the blade was a bit dull. I wondered if the other weapons the previous fighters were using also had dull blades. Well, the purpose of this event wasn't to kill your opponent, so a dull dagger would suffice. Is that your weapon of choice? Said the host. Yes, I nodded. Yes, dual daggers were enough. To be honest, I was better in using dual daggers rather than dual swords. The reason for that was that the dagger was lighter and smaller than the sword. Even though my range of attack would be reduced, it was better than having my weapons stuck to each other, hindering my movements. Satisfied, I scanned the bleachers where fellow students were seated. Which number should I pick? Then, suddenly, I heard noises in my head, interrupting my thoughts. I couldn't make out the words at first, but the voice grew clearer with each passing moment. Pick me, it said, but I wasn't sure what it meant. Did the owner of the voice want me to choose their number? If so, why didn't they mention which number they had? Then, a faint glow emanated from my chest pocket, catching my attention. The earring, it was faintly glowing. Could it be true? Was there really a demon among us? As Ember had told me, was the voice in my head coming from the demon? Thinking about it just left me with another series of questions like how did Ember know that there was a demon? By demon, did she refer to a demonic human or a real demon? If it was the former, how did she know about their mental-based power? But, if it was the latter, how did she even know about the real demon in the first place when everyone else did not? Ah no, she might know about that if she was Nuria's granddaughter. With all those authorities over top and formation a broken bar, I wasn't sure. If only I knew their rank number. Have you decided who you will challenge? The host's voice interrupted my thoughts, bringing me back to the present moment. The number range for me is from 1000 to 500, right? That's right. So, which number will you choose? Then, I want to challenge number 666. Very well, the host nodded. The host turned around, facing the second-year students' seating area. Rank 666 of the second-year students, Julian Klein, please come to the stage. Rank 666. There were no other numbers that often associated with a demon other than this, right? It was purely my guess. If I was lucky, I might find this demon hiding in the academy who might also be the one that brainwashed Baekjin. If not, well, I had nothing to lose by choosing a higher rank than mine. But, after giving it a second thought, shouldn't the demon have a higher placement, considering their proud nature? Oh well, maybe this one was an ashamed, outcast demon, and after giving it another thought, if the number I picked turned out to be the demon broken bar, can I defeat them? In the incident in the Flash dungeon, I was able to kill that minion because I had retro in my hand, but now, I only had 2 dull daggers in my arsenal. Could I defeat them? Shaking my head, I pushed the useless thought away from my mind. There was no use to think about it. After all, this was Neophyte Nexus, no need to get too serious. No one would die here. Anyway, if I won, I got merit points. If I lose, he got them instead. As simple as that. A broken bar walking up to the stage was a guy with a slim build, ruffling his brown hair as he walked. There were black lines under his eyes, and when he smiled, it looked creepy as hell. Using my clairvoyance, my guess about him being a demon was right. Name, Chulbron. Age, 102. Race, demon. I don't know what to say about my luck. A broken bar. Is this good luck or bad luck? Maybe it was bad luck because the number I picked turned out to be the demon, but it was good luck that his demon's name was revealed. So, it's Chulbron, huh? The demon. When they manifested themselves to Earth, they were disguising, be it human, animal, plant, or otherworldly being like elves and dwarves. Yes, they did exist in this world, precisely after the second catastrophe. They also often used a fake identity to cover their real name. because, once their real name was revealed, it would be a nightmare for them. The demon's true name held a great of authority and power for the demon. Their names were considered sacred and not meant to be disclosed lightly. The names were their source of power. The longer name they had, the more power they held. The consequences of their true name being revealed by their enemy would weaken their power, also their status and reputation among other demons. Every demon in the story had its true name, but there was only one demon who I wrote and told their true name in the novel, one that had a 6 words length name. This demon though only had one word, Children. That meant he was a low-ranking demon, but the demon was still a demon. They were not an opponent you could underestimate. Knowing that there was a demon existed earlier than in the novel, which supposedly made its first appearance in New Avian, a floating city in Europe, I finally realized that the world was a sentient being. The world was alive, time was always running in this world, always changing, and so did everything that happened. The world was vast, it won't always be centered around the main character's focus, and there would be so much that happened behind the senior broken bar. And here I am, calling myself a genius because I know just small things a broken bar. What a joke, you were truly a joke, Zayavaras. A broken bar. Let's put that aside first. There was a more concerning matter before me, my opponent, the demon Gilron who disguised as Julian Klein. What should I do to him? Should I call out his true name and weaken him so I could win this number? That's too risky. There might be other demons than him among the students here. If I'm to call his name and decided not to kill him on the spot a broken bar, he might try to kill me when he had a chance later. Also, killing is prohibited here, and even if I manage to kill him, what reason should I use to avoid detention or worst, branded as a criminal broken bar? Unless Ember, who also knew about the demon and had authority in this academy as the headmaster's granddaughter, helped me a broken bar. Nah, I won't risk it. Our broken bar too much risk. I'd just confront him later after Thea's a broken bar. Hey, Junior, what are you doing standing there? Come here, I will let you take the first hit. Sorry, Senior, for putting my mind somewhere else. Broken bar. I apologized, looking pathetic and confused as if I was just got mind controlled. When I looked up at Julian's face, I could see a faint grin plastered there. Seeing that, I also smirked inwardly. He thought he got me under his mind control, but if only he knew that those things won't work on me. Thanks to the earring. The earring was an A-rank artifact. The name was Luna Starwarden. As for the effect, it could block a mental-based attack like mind control, manipulation, etc. Though my feeling told me there was more to this artifact other than to block a mental-based attack. If only the information I got from my clairvoyance could be more useful. A broken bar. Haha, don't mind it, don't mind it. Now, come hit me, Junior, if that's what you want. Thanks for the opportunity, Senior, I said, smiling. I wanted to finish this as quickly as I could, so I went all out in the beginning. Mana was surging from my body and coated my feet. This was so I could move faster. I couldn't keep it up for too long though. 15 seconds was my limit for now. After it ended, I must cast it again. Knowing that, I didn't waste my time and immediately dashed forward, both daggers ready in my hands as I held them tightly. Mana coating? Taking advantage of his surprised behavior, I maneuvered my dash, deftly sidestepped him, and appeared behind him. Not giving him any chance to react, I feinted him with my dagger. Instead of slashing him, I actually kicked his back knee, causing him to fall on the knee. After that, I attempted to strike his face with my dagger, but he blocked it with his quick reflex using a sword. Because I got the advantage of the position, I could cancel my attack anytime. Adjusting my strategy, I pulled my dagger back and shifted my mana coat to my knee, diving it into his chest. However, he once again defended himself well from my attack and released himself from me. Backing a few paces away, he twisted the hilt of his sword. I did not expect that, he said. Yeah, same, me too. I didn't expect that I could move like that. It felt surreal. A broken bar. I collected my breath after spending my stamina on that surprise attack, which turned out to be failed. Too bad you just waste your opportunity to attack me. Now, It's my turn. He rushed toward me and relentlessly launched slashes and stabs. As always, I could see where the strike's going to land, so I could easily dodge and parry them. TCH, this won't do. If I kept on dodging this, I would lose. Damn this stamina of mine. I could feel a tickling sensation on my legs and shoulders, as well as my eyes. This was the first time I felt this. It was not like this when I was in the dungeon. What had happened? Is it because of the ring? That might be the case, because unlike when I fought the demonic human or the fishman boss dungeon, I didn't feel exhausted this fast. It could be that the earring kept on draining my mana to block Julian's mental-based attack. We exchanged a few blows before backing away and keeping our distance from each other. Catching my breath, I observed Julian's expression. He had that kind of annoyed and frustrated face. Could he be frustrated because his skill didn't work on me? As I thought about that, he called to me, "Hey, Junior, you okay?" What kind of question was that? Of course, I'm fine, nothing can distract me from this match. Ha ha, I see. Though he was smiling, I could see he was actually gritting his teeth and his palm turned white as he clenched it hard. He was frustrated. The reason for that might be because his skill didn't work. I looked at my chest pocket for a moment. The glow on the earring still glowed faintly. Then, a second later, the glow brightened for a short time before it completely disappeared. I guess that's gonna be the last attempt of his skill. Shifting my attention forward, Julian's face turned even sour. There was blood streamed down from his mouth, clearly showing his frustration. Juggling the dagger in my right hand, I prepared to rush in again. I tapped the floor with my feet and do a little jump before launching myself forward. I threw one of the daggers to distract Julian's vision. He parried that dagger as I wanted, and his focus was now solely on me. His angry eyes glared at me as he spat out the blood from his mouth. "This is weird, Junior." A broken bar. He started talking, his sword pointed forward, not in the right position to block an attack. I guessed he won't bother to defend but rather meet my attack with an attack of his own. That was useless though. Attacking me was useless as long as I could see where would his attack landed. I slid down, dodged his sword, and went through both of his feet, then caught both of his heels deftly, then pulled them, causing him to stumble forward, left in confusion. "Don't you have any honor, Junior?" "I don't, as long as I could win this fight," I smiled. Instead of attacking him while he was in rather a vulnerable position, I picked back my dagger. As I stood up, I felt the wind gushing behind me. Then, don't hate me for doing this, the gusts of wind got stronger and they made me shake a little. When I noticed it, in Julian's blade, the wind was swirling around it. At that moment, I could see an image in my head. There, a series of wind blades thrust out from Julian's sword and rained me down with a flurry of stabs and thrusts. When the image faded away, I immediately prepared my stance. "You better dodge this if you don't want to get hurt." A flurry of wind blade strikes rushing at me like 1,000 needles. I parried and dodged it as I pushed myself forward, reaching for him. That was the only thing I could do in this situation, risking taking the attack to respond with another attack of my own. As I got closer and closer, immediately, I coated my feet in mana and disappeared from his line of sight. Appearing behind his blind spot, I swung my dual daggers, clanger! He blocked them with his sword quickly and turned around to meet my face. At that moment, I was smirking, feeling that victory was within my grasp. "Gotcha." I ducked in a flash thanks to mana coating that now covered half part of my lower body and slashed his right calf with my dual dagger in a circular motion. "Quack!" he screamed in pain as he fell to his knees. Thanks to that, he was disarming himself, saving my time to kick his wrist. With a flick of my hand, I pointed the dagger at him and said, "Do you feel like surrendering yet, senior?" He chuckled, then yielded. Rank 911 of first-year students, Zayavaras has won against Julian Klein. The cheers erupted in the air, assaulting my ears and earlier confidence. Never had I thought that the crowds would be overwhelming like this. The Neophyte Nexus ended with my victory against Julian Klein, who ranked 666th of the second-year students. The event closing was as much exciting as the main event itself. Nuria gave a few speeches, an encouragement that triggered students in a desire to become stronger. I never knew she could give inspiring speeches. Did someone help her with the script? Anyway, Neophyte Nexus this year was one of the best events the Academy ever held, the only one where the first-year students overwhelmed the second-year students. When the clock displayed 2:30 p.m., the Neophyte Nexus 2030 officially ended with a perfect score. Right now, I was getting treated in the treatment room. As a result of forcing myself to face the multiple wind blade strikes, I got injured in my shoulder area. The cut was a bit deep and it felt stung when the nurse applied a cure there. As she finally healed my shoulder, I tried to move it. "How is it?" the nurse asked. "I feel better, thank you." The nurse smiled and gave me one last check before leaving the room. This place's wall was painted blank white, and the floor too was made of white marble, giving this place an innocent, pure, and clean environment befitting a room intended for treating a sick patient. Patient beds were lined up in 2 rows, leaving a walkway in the middle. This room was large enough to accommodate nearly 100 patient beds. 3 of the beds were occupied by Neophyte Nexus participants who were also receiving treatment. There was one bed with a patient who was sleeping soundly. It was Seo Young-ha. Well, she got hit by a powerful attack from the martial art genius, Baek-jin. No wonder she was left in that state. Standing up from the bed, I walked toward the door and leave the room. Yo, Junior. Waiting for me outside was Julian Klein, or should I say the Demon Jalron. He leaned against the wall to the right side of the door. A wide grin was painting his face, making me shiver. "I'm intrigued by your fighting style. Is it possible for you to teach me?" I looked him up and down, not even trying to hide my suspicion as I observed him. "What's with that look?" "I just want to improve my combat ability by learning something new." He acted friendly to me so suddenly, tapping my shoulder gently. "If you want to lie, at least control your expression, dude. Your true intention is leaking out." A broken bar at this moment. While he was acting friendly, smiling here and laughing there, he was forgetting to control his face. The way his expression shifted stiffly and looked as if it was forced. His movement too. On top of that, the faint noises that fill my head right now, as well as the glow emanating from the earring, indicated he was using his mind control or other mental-based attacks. He still didn't give up on manipulating my mind. Well, let's feed him up this time. "I understand, senior. I'll help you with your training." "Great." He grabbed my shoulders. "Come meet me behind the 4th-year student's dorm at night. The night breeze there is relaxing. It can help wash away our fatigue after training." "The 4th-year student's dorm?" "Sure." After saying what he wanted, he disappeared from my sight, running out of the building with excitement. Looking in the direction where he was running, I just shook my head as my mouth slowly turned into a smirk. I still have time before the promise to meet Shannon in the park at the Crow Realm. Taking out the earring from my breast pocket, I examined its intriguing craft details. Not gonna lie, even though I knew nothing about artistry, especially crafting, I could tell that this earring was made by a top-seasoned crafter. Idiaresis I circumflex plus minus eth inverted question mark di circumflex plus minus na apostrophe I circumflex 1/2 a vertical bar and tilde on. The detail of pattern and texture in this earring was insane. I could understand it if it was done on a bigger canvas, but to do it on this small earring was just mind-blowing. How come I've never known about this artifact? As I was drawn into the detail of the earring, I suddenly recalled Ember. Oh yeah, I need to give this back to Hero Broken Bar, but, after giving it a second thought, I decided to keep it with me for today. I still have to meet with the Demon Jalron tonight after all. A broken bar. After wasting my time in the cafeteria, it was finally time to meet up with Shannon. But, as I was about to leave the building, my Nova watch beeped. When I checked it, someone had messaged me. Honestly, I had no idea at first, but after thinking for a while, I guessed that it might be from Shannon. And hell yeah, I was right, the message was coming from Shannon. Huh? Upon seeing her messages, I narrowed my eyes. I could feel my mood swing. My day was ruined and my disappointment was immeasurable. Sorry Zio, I had to leave for the apprenticeship much earlier than I expected. There is a schedule change and I just remembered to tell you when I arrived at my apprenticeship's place. Images.png. Guess where is this place? Yes, that's right. I'm taking my apprenticeship in the Chrysalia Guild. Along with the barraged messages, she also took a selfie of herself in front of the majestic tall building. In that photo, she was smiling cheerfully. The melancholy aura that I felt in the morning was nowhere to be found. She was genuinely happy for having an apprenticeship in the Chrysalia Guild, but now I knew what caused me to have a bad feeling earlier in the morning. It was because she took an apprenticeship class in the Chrysalia Guild, ranked 4th in the guild ranking by the Omega system. The problem was that the Chrysalia Guild was fated to perish. A broken bar. Their guild leader, Nachta, had many enemies among the high-rank heroes and even villains. A year from now on, when they were raiding the Umatnoaki dungeon, most of their executives and members would be dead, leaving only Nachta as the sole survivor. But in the end, she too would die in the same way as the Thunder Emperor, from the magic core dysfunction. The news said that they sacrificed themselves so much for the sake of evacuating the other guild's members that joined raid with them, but in reality, the reason why they failed to raid the dungeon and the truth behind the fall of the Chrysalia Guild was that they were betrayed by the other guilds. A broken bar. Surely, she will be okay. She's just taking an apprenticeship in there, not as a member that obligated to join the raid. A broken bar. Despite trying to keep on positive thinking, the feeling that I had felt was too strong that I couldn't stop thinking about it. Typing on my Nova watch, I sent her a message, "Don't join any raid," then turned off my Nova watch as I walked out of the building into my dorm building. Coincidentally, my dorm building and the room number were the same as when I stayed during the entrance exam. The 4th dorm building was located to the northeast. It was one building away on the left side if I was to arrive from the north entrance. My dorm room number was 403, the same room I used to stay during the entrance exam. Arriving in front of my room, I scanned my student card to the scanner on the door. Beep! Exclamation mark. As the beeping sound was entering my ears, the door clicked and I pushed it. Stepping into my dorm room, my vision was greeted by the design of the room. Now that I had time of my own in this academy, my eyes swept every corner of the room. Observing it carefully, there were 2 beds just like a few weeks ago, and nothing changed. The beds were sleek and inviting, adorned with smooth lines and minimalist accents. The room was bathed in a soft glow of LED lighting, giving it a modern and a bit of futuristic ambience. On the walls, holographic art displays that changed with a wave of my hand were hanging. The climate control system responded to my preferences with automated precision, adjusting the room temperature to create a comfortable environment tailored to my liking. Now this is what I call peace. Feeling excited, I flopped onto the plush bed with a relieved sigh. The soft, memory foam mattress conformed to my body, providing the perfect balance of comfort and support. As I sank into the bed, I couldn't help but feel sleepy, but I couldn't sleep yet. I must resist the comfiness of this bed for the better sake of the future. There was no way I would lose to temptation such as thigh yawn. A broken bar. Oh well, it won't hurt to close my eyes and let the dream fairy guide me to the dream world. Nah, broken bar. I couldn't resist this comfiness. A broken bar. Beauty. Broken bar. I need to. Broken bar. I need a broken bar. Sleep. A broken bar. The night was cold, the leaves danced with the cool night breeze, and the moon reflected on the surface of the pond water. It was so beautiful. Not far from the pond, there was a grove. A swing was tied between the trees. On that swing, a boy with a wide smile hummed happily yet sounded creepy. The boy swung back and forth on the creaking swing, his eyes glinting in the moonlight. His pale face was illuminated by the silvery glow, and his brown hair fluttered in the cool night breeze. The grove around him seemed to close in, the trees casting eerie shadows with their twisted branches. As he swung, the boy's humming grew louder, and the melody took on an unsettling tone. The leaves rustled in response to the strange melody, and the pond water seemed to be still, as if holding its breath, despite the chilly night. The boy's wide smile never faltered. He swung higher and higher, his laughter mixing with his haunting humming. The grove, once a serene spot in the park, now seemed to have an air of unease. "Aha, broken bar, after such a long time, I can start my plan." A broken bar. Julian Klein, his chuckles echoing through the grove like a maniac, finally descended from the swing and walked toward the pond. The moonlight danced on the water's surface, casting a silvery glow. As he peered into the pond, something strange happened. His reflection in the water seemed to be shifting. At first, he saw a boy with brown hair, himself, just as he expected, but then, in a blink of an eye, the reflection transformed into something altogether different. Horns sprouted from Julian's head, curving upwards like those of a wild beast. His eyes turned a piercing yellow, glinting with a predatory gleam. He looked more like a fearsome creature than a human. The transformation lasted only a moment, and then the reflection shifted back to show Julian as he normally appeared, a boy with brown hair, smiling wickedly. "No, not yet. I can't show that just yet." A broken bar. Rustily exclamation mark. Rustily exclamation mark. Sounds of footsteps were coming behind him. The footsteps grew louder and closer until they finally stopped. Pi circumflex plus minus ndi circumflex plus minus noi 1/2 e1 n tilde oath. Oh, Julian turned around, with his face that already expecting some company from the owner of the footstep. "You're finally here." Broken bar. Julian started, but his voice faltered as he took in the appearance of the unexpected visitor. It was not the boy he had been expecting, but a man with a strange sense of fashion, wearing dark clothes that seemed out of place in the serene grove. The man's face was hidden in the shadows, making it impossible for Julian to discern his features. Julian furrowed his brow, his curiosity mixed with a sense of unease. "Who are you?" Julian asked, his voice wavering slightly. He had been anticipating the company of a fellow teenager, someone familiar, but this man was a complete stranger. The figure remained silent for a moment as if contemplating his response. Then, he stepped forward, revealing himself to be tall and imposing. His clothing seemed outdated, and he exuded an air of mystery and foreboding. "Good evening to you." A broken bar. The man took off his hand and placed it on his chest as he did a greeting bow. As his face lifted to face Julian, he smiled. "Chilron, fs. OFSYFSZFSSFS.FSOEOFS." Upon hearing the word Chilron being spoken by the mysterious man, Julian suddenly fell to his knees. His body felt heavy as if a force of gravity was centered around him and brought him down. It lasted for a few seconds before he could stand again, wiping the blood that came out from his nose. "How do you know that name?" Julian shouted, his voice hoarse. "Who are you? A dead man?" The mysterious man paused, changing the way he referred to Julian. "A dead demon doesn't need to worry about that, Kugk." Julian flinched as his identity as a demon was found out. He didn't even try to deny the mysterious man's statement, because all that was left in his head was to figure out the man's identity and kill him as soon as possible. But he was not in a position where he could kill people easily as his power was disappearing after the calling of his true demon name, Chilron, by the mysterious man. The demon's true name held the authority or power that the demon had, but the flaw of having great power just from a name was that if his name was found out and called out by the others, they would lose their power. The proportion of how much they would lose depended on who was calling their name. If it was someone who was far superior to them, whose gap power was like earth and heaven, the demon whose name was called would likely be a slave to the caller or completely extinguish their authority or power. If it was someone whose power was equal to or weaker than theirs, the demon would lose a proportion of their power. Julian was left only with 60% of his original strength. Judging by this, the mysterious man was someone who had strength equal to his or maybe weaker, or slightly stronger. "What are you doing here, lowly demon? Are there any other demons than who came here?" said the mysterious man. His hat dissipated into a blue light and was gone, replaced by the silver sword with a well-tempered blade and the minimal decoration. The hilt was a marvel of intricate detailing, with flowing patterns and a beautifully carved R letter in elegant calligraphy on its lower blade. You human rat bastard!" Roar! Exclamation mark. Instead of getting an answer to his question, What greeted the mysterious man was a boy that was about to transform into something heinous evil creature, but, before Julian could even do that, his head was already rolling on the ground, separated from his body. TCH, I accidentally killed him without even getting any information. The cause of Julian's head being cut off from his neck happened quickly. When Julian was growling, a wound cut was already visible on his neck. Then, when the mysterious man swung his sword, Julian's head was already fallen off even before the blade slashed him. In the end, the sharp blade swung through the air, cutting nothing but empty space where the head had been. Oh well, I could just research myself when I have time. The mysterious man walked away, leaving the headless body laying beside the pond alone. He didn't bother to take care of the criminal evidence, because he knew that even if an investigation was carried out, no one would be able to find him. Also, even if they did find him, what reason could they give for arresting someone who killed a demon, not a human? If anything, he should be awarded. The evidence was there. It was not a normal student, human corpse, but an entirely different corpse which would make even the researchers want possession of the corpse for their project. The right hand of the dead Julian was the evidence, a trace of the danger that loomed over the world. That very evidence was the wish of the mysterious man to make people aware of the existence of a dangerous creature, the demon. The night breeze grazed my skin as I blankly walked through the quiet road, on my way to my dorm building. My vision was blurry and my head was throbbing in pain. Every step I took seemed to make the pain increase. Even so, I must endure it until I reached my room. Arriving in front of my dorm building, I could see the lights still on inside, indicating that there were some people left who were chilling on the first floor, the lobby, and the student zone. Everyone was turning their attention toward the door where I stood for a while before returning back to their own activities, talking with friends, watching movies, or enjoying a drink. From there, I immediately went to my room on the 6th floor, the highest floor, using the lift. While waiting inside the lift, my vision returned to normal, but the throbbing pain in my head was still there. Tinga! The lift door opened, and I quickly made my way to my room. Creaker! A broken bar. The pain was killing me. I did not have any idea what causing this. It just suddenly appeared after I killed the demon Juron. It couldn't be mana exhaustion, because mana exhaustion did not cause a headache but rather dyspnea or shortness of breath. As I lifted my face to examine the familiar room, I found something that was not there when I left the room. A roommate. Sitting on the vacant bed was a girl. She was combing her long black hair, and her expression looked calm and focused as she did that. She was too focused on combing her hair that she didn't realize I just entered the room and was now sitting across from her. I deliberately coughed, intending to draw her attention. The girl stopped combing, and finally, noticed me. Her red ruby-like eyes observed me up and down curiously. A while after that, her eyes flashed in recognition. A blush was visible over her pale white skin, and a smile plastered happily on her face. Zio, she clasped my hand all of a sudden, making me flinch in surprise. On top of that, she called me by my name. Was she someone I had known? I looked between her face in front of me and her hands that were holding my hand alternately. Confusion engulfed me completely as her smile kept on getting widened. "You're Broken Bar. Who are you?" "Hey, a Broken Bar," I started. "What are you doing?" "I'm drawing." "I can see that." "Buta Broken Bar." "Why?" Sitting across from me, separated only by a round small table, was a girl with long black hair. Her ruby eyes focused on the paper on the desk, while her white small and soft hand holding the pencil, scribbling on the paper. If anything was weird, the pencil hardly made any sound. It was as if she was drawing on the air rather than the paper's surface. Also, her drawing skill her drawing skill was a broken bar. You suck. Looking at the paper, I couldn't even tell what the drawing was about. There were two stickmen, one without hair and another with long hair and red eyes. The background, I was not sure what it was actually, but it looked like somewhere in the room, maybe a hospital room, to be precise. When she was done, she grabbed the paper and showed it to me, and said, "Look." Her finger pointed at the two stickmen. "This is you, and this is me." I nodded. We met in the hospital, a few years ago. You found me crying in the corridor." She smiled warmly as she said that, though the fact that I couldn't precisely figure her out was bothering me, even the clairvoyance skill. It was the second time I had failed to get information from the target when using the clairvoyance. The first time was when I used it on the cat during the entrance exam, a broken bar. Come to think of it, the cat that day also had red eyes, right? And before that too a broken bar when I was in the flash dungeon, a broken bar. The strange girl with red ruby eyes, a broken bar. Realizing something, I immediately looked at the girl in front of me. She didn't flinch at my sudden motion. Instead, she met me with a smiling face. Our eyes were locking on each other. The silence engulfed us, trapping the girl and me in our own world, where only the two of us existed. The strange girl I encountered inside the flash dungeon. I was sure her eyes were red like a ruby, and her hair was long and black, a broken bar. The black cat too, that I found in the park. That cat too had red eyes, a broken bar. And now this girl, who claimed to be a friend of mine when we were a child. I might be thinking too much, but what if all of them were actually the same person, and that very person was the girl that now sitting with me, in the dorm room, as a roommate? Did you get dragged into the flash dungeon that occurred a month ago on this island? She responded to me with a dumbfounded expression, and a moment later, she laughed. Ha ha, no, of course not. I was in my hometown at that time. Did I wrong? This girl said that her name was Zia Vonzi. Her name was somewhat alike to mine when spoken, as they share similar phonetic elements. When I heard it the first time, I thought that she was calling my full name. When I asked for her name, she claimed to have met me when I was younger, which I wouldn't ever remember because that wasn't me who she referred to, but rather the real Zia Varas. I asked her a few questions about the details of our first meeting, and her overall thought about Zia in the past. It was a chance for me to know this body's past, to know about Shannon, and Zia's lost sister too, but the answer I got from her left me with a bitter feeling, unsatisfied. She was saying that she actually didn't remember that much about the past meeting. She only remembered the place where we met, and who she was meeting. I thought that was a bit strange. How could you forget everything but retain the memories about me alone, about how I was kind, my favorite food, and what I had spoken to her about at that time? I eyed her suspiciously. Did she really Zia's childhood friend, or a stalker? Why do you ask though? Her eyes looked innocent when she asked me. Somehow, it made me calmer though. Nothing, just curious. As I said that, her mouth pouted. She crossed her hands and held her chin high. You're mean, Zia. How can you even forget me when you are the one who promised me that you will not ever forget about me? My face changed to a deadpan expression immediately, staring at her in disbelief. Haven't you also forgotten about it? Why blame me? The atmosphere between us had turned lively once again, but it was not the lively I expected. Rather than anything, the situation just made me awkward, as the only thing she did when we were silent was just stare at me with a smile. I pinched my nose bridge, trying to get out of this awkward situation. By the way, you're also admitted to this academy, I guess? She straightened her body and replied, that's right. Her cheek was now resting gently on her palm. Did not you bring your luggage here? In stark contrast to my side of the room, which was now cluttered with the things I'd just taken out of my suitcase, hers was empty. If someone was to come to check on this room, they might think that I was living alone. A number. I just bring some spare clothes. It's already inside my wardrobe, she said, pointing at the dresser beside her bed. Looking in the direction of her side of the room, I couldn't help but feel that she was suspicious. But, at that moment, when I was about to ask her another question, the throbbing pain in my head was back. Ugh. I held my throbbing head, feeling dizzy as time went by. Zia, are you alright? Oh yeah, a very reasonable question. Did you think I was fine, huh? Could that eyes of yours see what was happening in front of you? Suppressing my annoyance with her worries, I held my other hand high, gesturing for her that I was alright. Just a bit of headache, it will be gone soon. A broken bar. Her face looked worried as she clenched both her hands in front of her. I did not know if it was because of my headache or not that I was seeing her form turned a bit transparent, like a ghost or something. I stood up from my chair and headed straight to sit on my bed. I think I'll be resting first. A broken Barzia stared at me in the distance, still sitting at the table. Looking at her from this perspective, where her back was to the window where the moonlight was shining on her, she really looked ghostly and transparent. Okay, good night. A broken bar. Her voice trailed off in my ears when the throbbing feeling in my head continued to torture me. Good night, I said before I lay down on my bed, hoping that the throbbing pain in my head would subside. I closed my eyes and tried to wander to the dream world. As I drifted into a fitful sleep, I could hear someone's voice, whispering softly, "Have a sweet dream, I'll always be by your side." Dear broken bar. I did not know what that meant, but I weirdly found solace in their words. The room faded into darkness, and my dreams were filled with nothing but an endless void of darkness, a dreamless sleep. When I woke up the next morning, the throbbing feeling had gone. Yawning, I looked around the room. My side of the room was still in a mess, cluttered with my unorganized belongings. Meanwhile, Zia's side of the room was clean, even the bedsheet looked like it had never been used. Also, the person herself was nowhere to be found. I looked at the time on my Nova watch. It's still 7 in the morning. A broken bar, and she's already going to class? So diligent. The class usually started at 9 in the morning, so waking up at this hour was considered early, you know? So, let me make it clear, I didn't wake up late, but it was Zia who woke up too early. Knowing that the class would start in 2 hours, the first thing I did after waking up was to organize my belonging, then after that, shower and breakfast. Finally, attending the class. An hour had passed since I woke up, and my side of the room was now organized, looking pretty neat and clean. Pi circumflex plus minus ndi circumflex plus minus noi 1/2 e1 n tilde oath. Today marked my official enrollment as a student of the academy, and I was determined to make a good impression. I made sure to dress impeccably, as I didn't want to risk messing up my first day by appearing untidy. As I stood in front of the mirror, I couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement as I flashed a smile to my reflection. The black blazer hugged my shoulders perfectly, adorned with red buttons and lines. The black tie with the red striped pattern was neatly knotted, adding a pop of color against the dark background. Uniform. A broken bar. Check. For today's occasion, I specially combed my hair to fit my attire. Though every hairstyle would suit me, even my attire was just a t-shirt and short pants. That was how handsome and good-looking I was. Hair. A broken bar. Check. With a final glance in the mirror, I took a deep breath and headed out the door after I grabbed my sleek white sling bag that was resting on my bed. As I made my way to the lift, I swung my bag effortlessly by my side. Lupus class, here comes the trouble. The big tower clock of the Octagram Academy was pointing between 9 and 8 when I arrived at the Eagle Realm, where the lecture halls were located. 30 minutes are enough for me to find where my class is. A broken bar. Without a wayfinding sign, it would take me that much time to navigate this large building, but there was no way an academy as prestigious as Octagram didn't have one. A huge 3 meters tall bulletin board could be seen as soon as I entered the building. It was placed in the middle of the intersection, facing each path in a cardinal direction: south, east, west, and north. Let's say that the direction of the exit door was the south, so, to the north was a grand staircase that led to the next floor. The east and west path was a long corridor, and at its end, large statues were displayed. Along the wall hallways, collections and trophies were displayed, protected by transparent glass. The glass had been enhanced by strong magic so it won't break easily. At least, the strength that equals C rank or B rank could break it in multiple hits. Students were flocking in, crowding the hallways as they made their way to their classes. Noticing that none of the students were heading towards the east and west corridors, it appeared that all the classes were on the second floor. I checked the building interior map on the bulletin board just to make sure. According to the map as well as the way signs which had been mounted on either the walls, ceilings, and placed on the floor, it was showing the direction of where each path led to. The sign pointed to the grand staircase, telling the students, especially me, that the classrooms were on the second floor. So, without further delay, I headed straight to my classroom. As I arrived in front of my classroom, I noticed a metal sign above the double doors with the name Lupus intricately carved into it, along with a tribal pattern that resembled a wolf. Entering the classroom, I could see that half of the seats were already occupied. Most of them were occupying the front to mid sections, while only a few of the students were seated on the elevated platform at the back. Some of their attention shifted to me, mostly the female students. Some just stared at me with fascination, and some whispered among themselves. When I passed by them, they looked away shyly and entered their inner monologue, but of course, there were some that bold enough to keep their stare on me, even blocked me with their hands, asking if I was single. What the hell, what's wrong with these girls? Even Lux never had this kind of situation on his first day. It was challenging to get away from them, but I managed to do so after kindly answering their questions and giving them my contact. However, as soon as the class ended, they would likely swarm around me. I needed a scapegoat if I want to escape from Thema Broken Bar. I continued on my way to my seat at the back, where a black-haired boy was already seated there alone. Mind if I sit here? The boy looked unfazed by the commotion. Unlike the other male students, judging by his whole demeanor, he seemed like someone who enjoys being laid back and avoiding attention, a true extra character. That was the reason why I decided to sit here, as a fellow extra character but had a different kind of situation. I might feel related to him in some way. Go ahead, he said nonchalantly, his golden eyes gazing lazily ahead, not bothering to acknowledge me. Sitting on the two-person chair without armrests, I hung my bag under the sleek, well-polished desk coated with carbon. Around 10 minutes later, the classroom filled with noises as soon as a familiar figure entered the class. It was Ember. Despite her stunning appearance that could easily rank in the top 10 for beauty in the academy, no one dared to get close to her. Her cold, piercing eyes gazed ahead, exuding an aura that clearly warned people not to approach her. Why out of all people, do I have to be in the same class as her? Don't get me wrong, I was glad that she was here, but my gut told me that she was going to be trouble. I did not know what it could be. Buta Broken Bar. I let out a sigh. Complaining wouldn't change anything. After all, I was just a student. Unless I became a professor, I didn't have much control over the situation. A Broken Bar. Looking at Ember, who looked like a lost child, she was sweeping the entire seat column with her eyes. I met her gaze, and at that moment, she immediately walked over in my direction, where I was seated. Wait. Why did she walk over toward here? As she approached my seat, I kept my gaze on her, while feeling a little uneasy. But, it looked like I was too assuming, thinking she was going to talk to me. Turned out, she was just looking for an empty seat, and coincidentally, it was the one in front of me. Still, there were still empty seats around the middle row, so why would she sit right in front of me? Does she actually have a feeling for me? It could be, considering that she suddenly gave me an earring yesterday, though I doubt that was the case. Maybe she had her own reason for choosing her seat, just as how I chose mine. Ember sat down in the seat in front of me without sparing me a glance. At that time, I was thinking about whether this was a chance for me to give back the earring to her, but, when I was about to open my mouth, a voice that sounded sweet and captivating rang out in the air, interrupting all the noises the classroom once had. Attention! The voice belonged to a woman with petite stature, wearing a cream formal teaching coat, round glasses, and a red tam hat. By small, I meant that her height was short, probably around 150 centimeters to 160 centimeters tall. She had pale blonde hair styled in a short bob, with the ends falling just above her shoulders. Her hair was cut in a straight fashion with slight curls at the ends, framing her face and enhancing her features. Her eyes behind the round glass scanned the classroom as she stepped onto the podium in front of the class, placing a thick book on the desk. The noises subsided completely when she did that. Smiling, she introduced herself. "Nice to meet you, class," she started cheerfully. "My name is Carolina Monty, and I'll be your homeroom teacher." Murmurs were voiced among the students as she introduced herself. Did not want to miss any chances. I used my clairvoyance skill on her. "Name, Carolina Monti, female, age, 24, race, human. Usually, it was the senior professor who had reached the age of 30 that became the homeroom teacher. That was the younger stager professor in the octagram could become a homeroom teacher, but she was only 24 years old and had already become the homeroom teacher. She must be that good if she could become one when she was probably the youngest professor. Carolina continued, gesturing animatedly as she spoke. I'm actually an alumnus of this academy, just graduated 3 years ago. I'm sure some of you already know who I am, right? Just as she said, some of the students in the class nodded in recognition at her. If you asked me whether I knew her or not, well then, my answer is yes, I knew her. Though she was not a character I had written about, I knew about her through the data gathering I did occasionally. She was the top graduate in the academy 3 years ago, unlike her fellow peers who continued their careers as either a hero or a mercenary. After graduating, she was applying to become a professor at Octagram. The reason she gave in one of her interviews was that she'd just like to teach. Since I was young, I've always liked to lecture and teach my siblings. Many people doubting me that I won't succeed as a professor, but here I am, as a homeroom teacher and the youngest professor in the academy. She cleared her throat. So, I've been teaching for 3 years now and I absolutely love it. Putting down her round glass on the desk, she scanned the room. Most of the male students were mesmerized by her eyes when she took the glasses off. Her eyes were a mesmerizing shade of blue, reminiscent of the turquoise waters of a tropical lagoon. They were the kind of eyes that could captivate anyone's gaze with their brilliance and depth. Long, pale lashes framed her eyes, adding an enchanting allure to their already striking appearance. Her lashes were naturally curled, giving her eyes a wide-eyed, innocent look that was both cute and alluring. Not gonna lie, I was also captivated by the beauty of her eyes. I had never seen an eye that beautiful or broken by. I'm excited to get to know each and every one of you and make this semester a memorable one. She smiled, her eyes lit up with a radiant joy, and they crinkled at the corners, adding to their charm. They had a way of making everyone around her feel special and cared for, as if they were being seen with pure affection. Imagine being her lover, a broken bar, you die of diabetes. The students nodded eagerly. They seemingly couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth and reassurance from her genuine smile. Carolina then went on to outline the class rules and expectations, using a mix of humor and firmness to keep the students engaged. Now, let's talk about our class rules, especially in my Monstronomics class every Tuesday. Every class of the first year had 5 classes, mainly combat theory, monster theory, combat training, dungeon theory, and history class. As today was Tuesday, it meant that we would have a Monstronomics class after this introduction ended. First, no sleeping in class, unless you're a cat, and even then, I expect you to participate in our discussion. The students chuckled, and even I found myself cracking a faint smile. Carolina continued, second, no talking during class, unless you want to taste my mute spell being cast on your mouth. She winked, displaying a mischievous glint in her turquoise eyes. Her firmness was evident as she set clear expectations for the students' behavior in her class. I want to hear your thoughts and opinions during our class discussions, so please feel free to raise your hand and participate. However, I also expect everyone to respect each other's speaking turns and not talk out of turn during class to ensure a focused learning environment. Also, lastly, don't be shy to ask questions when you don't understand. She eyed her students for a while before slapping the desk with the thick she had brought. Barmer! Now, before we start the class, shall we take attendance first? Rank 1987, Nia Hayesa broken bar present. Carolina began calling out the names of the students one by one, in ascending order from the lowest rank to the highest rank. She was taking the time to learn her students' names. When she reached my name, Carolina paused a moment and smiled warmly at me, just like what she did to every student she had called. Rank 911, Zayavaras, present. She nodded and continued taking attendance, during which she called out students' names. I could feel a few gazes on me after my name was called out. No, It was not a warm or affectionate gaze I'd received the first time I came here, but something entirely different, something like a predatory gaze, perhaps. Mostly the male students openly showed their hatred for me through their gazes and snorts. They were probably jealous that the girls were flocking to me who was a low rank, and only had a good look. Well, of course, I ignored them. It was not even my fault that the girls were acting like that. If anything, it was their fault for not having the privileges of a good look. As I said some time ago, there were 3 types of force in this world that could help someone gain standing in society: money, power, and charisma or charm. Though I didn't have money or power, my look and charisma were compensating for those 2 aspects. I murmured to check my status. It had been a long time since I checked it. Status: name, Zavarez, age, 17, race, human, stats, strength, F+, agility, E, intelligence, C, stamina, F+, magic, F, charisma, D, luck, E, talents, dual wielding LV.2, expand, swordsmanship LV.2, expand, skills, clairvoyance LV.2, expand. My magic stats still hasn't gone up a broken bar. It had been a month since I came to this world, and during that time, I practiced every day, but I thought that my growth rate was below average. It shouldn't be that hard to raise low-rank stats such as my strength, agility, stamina, and magic. In this world, ranks were used to measure one's abilities. E rank and below were equivalent to normal human adults, and it was only when you reached T+ rank that you were considered to have surpassed human limits. However, it was when you reached D rank that the world truly started to reveal its secrets, warning you that you had achieved a new perspective of the world. At D rank, one's perception of the world changed, senses were heightened, powers were unlocked, and the world was revealed to be more dangerous than one could have ever imagined. It was a world beyond the comprehension of normal humans, where hidden dangers lurked and hidden powers awaited those who were strong enough to uncover them. Yes, that was what the world of the enhanced looked like, full of dangers. Ambition to become stronger might lead them to their doom. After all, greed was one of human nature that couldn't ever be erased from them. That was why academies were important, to guide the greenborn so they wouldn't fall into their temptations of achieving greater power that might destroy their life. Well, at least, that was what I wrote in the novel. Who knew there might be differences in this world? Rank 91, Enzo Ruiz. Presenter broken bar. The black-haired boy beside me raised his hand wearily. I made a mental note to remember his name. He might come in handy, considering the fact that he was ranked 91st, which I honestly didn't expect. I thought he was another low or mid-rank like me. Carolina continued, and I listened half-willingly. Rank 49, Lumia Alicia Alexa. But, when she called out a name that sounded familiar to me, I immediately shifted my gaze toward that student, with my clairvoyance already activated. Name, Lumia Alicia Alexa, age, 17, race, human, present. What the hell is she doing here? Lumia Alicia Alexa was one of the main characters, someone that supported and helped the protagonist, Lux, in the field of resources. I called her the sugar mommy. She had dark violet hair that fell right above her shoulders, framing her face in a stylish manner. Her eyes were a mesmerizing shade of green, reminiscent of emeralds, adding to her enigmatic aura. Despite her serious demeanor and poker-like face, Lumia always remained composed and level-headed. She was, after all, the heir of the Nova Corps. For the record, Nova Corps was a prominent company that created the Nova Watch and had a significant presence in the world of Enhanced. Under their banner, they not only entered the market but also established the Nova Guild, which held a high rank of second place. The issue with Lumia being in the Lupus class instead of the Dragon class with Lux, Aano, and Seo Young-ha puzzled me. It was yet another unnecessary change. I shook my head dejectedly and shifted my attention back to the front of the class. Finally, the roll call attendance finished after Carolina called out Ember's name. Rank 1, Ember Crimson. Carolina's eyes were slightly widened as she called Ember's name. Present. Carolina looked in my direction, precisely at Ember whose seat was in front of me. There was excitement written on her face as she nodded in acknowledgement. clapping her hands. The sound of the clap was heard throughout the room. It could be because of the amplifying sound that she made from utilizing the mana. "All right, class, now that we have done with the attendance, it's time for our first lesson in my class." A broken bar. She reached for a thick book and held it up for everyone to see. The front cover was adorned with an illustration of various fantasy monsters, each one intricately detailed and menacing in its own way. "This is a record book about the monsters that have been found and identified." Her eyes shone in excitement as she said that. "Today, we'll be delving into the world of common monsters, creatures that you may encounter in your future adventures. We'll learn about their anatomy, characteristics, abilities, and more." She paused and scanned the room to see the students' reactions. Noticing most of them had expectant expressions, she smiled brightly and continued. She flipped through the pages, revealing detailed drawings of the monsters they would be studying. "I doubt that some of you could see this." So broken bar. Rummaging her small bag, she took out a remote-looking object. When she pressed the button, the whiteboard on the wall behind her changed to a graphical display board, like a television. Pressing another button, a sphere support tool came out from under the board. She registered the book inside the sphere and immediately the display board was turned on, showing the earlier page of the book. Satisfied, she continued. The first one was a fearsome creature with sharp claws and teeth, covered in thick, armored scales. "Meet the Dracolian," Carolina said, her voice tinged with excitement. "A majestic beast that rules the mountains and forests with its fearsome prowess." She traced her finger along the illustration, her eyes alight with enthusiasm as she described the creature's anatomy. Its jaws are lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth that can crush through the toughest of prey. Its scales, as hard as a fortress wall, provide impenetrable armor against all but the most powerful attacks. Well, the exaggerated description only applied to you all greenhorns who don't have any experience in hunting monsters and are not yet reached the D rank yet. She winked. The student laughed at her joke. Hearing her mention the mountains and forests, made me remember something. It was true that this world was the Earth that we knew, but the thing that made it different except for the fact that we got magic and fantasy creatures that existed here was the environment. Since the first catastrophe, many mountains, forests, and other inhabited areas had become home to wild beasts and monsters. They called it the base dungeon. It was a dungeon that came to the surface and took over the area around it, becoming a field dungeon or red zone area for a long time where monsters and wild beasts would magically spawn over time, usually in an inhabited area with dense magic energy such as a forest and mountain. It was not like it would occupy the area permanently. Once the magic energy was depleted because of the monster spawning, the area would return to normal condition, though that would be useless for most people as there was nothing to be looked for in an empty area. The base dungeon was the dungeon type that appeared the most. The appearance of this dungeon had reached thousands, scattered all over the world. Another term for the base dungeon was the hunting field, a place where people, presumably enhanced, could hunt monsters and sell monster parts for money. Back to the present, Carolina then moved on to the next monster in the book, a cunning and elusive creature with sleek fur and razor-sharp claws. "This is the Shadow Cat," she explained, "a stealthy hunter that lurks in the shadows and strikes with lightning speed. Its night vision allows it to see in complete darkness, making it a formidable opponent in the dark." A broken bar. As Carolina continued to describe each monster, she brought their illustrations to life with vivid explanations of their abilities, behaviors, and habitats. She encouraged questions and discussion, engaging the students in an interactive learning experience. She used her vast knowledge of monsters to captivate the students' imaginations and instill in them a sense of awe and curiosity about the creatures that inhabited their world. The lesson lasted for 2 hours. By the end of the lesson, the students were buzzing with excitement, eager to learn more about the monsters that Carolina had brought to life through her teaching. She smiled, her eyes lit up with pride, knowing that she had succeeded in igniting their curiosity and sparking their interest in the world of monstronomics. "Okay, class, that's it for today." I stretched my body as I yawned, looking at Carolina who was looking at her Nova watch. I smiled. "It's more fun than I expected. Noises started to fill in the classroom once again as Carolina sat on her desk, looking at her Nova watch more seriously than earlier. When she was done, she immediately stood up and put all her stuff in her small bag, clapping for attention. The class noise stopped. Since there is no more class after this, you guys are free to do anything around the campus, training, learning, or anything. Just don't do any scandal, alright? Yes, Mom. Good. Then, see you next week. She rushed toward the door after that. Her face looked grimacing. I guess the evidence has been found. Let's see what other reaction to Thesa broken bar. Chapter 40. Over 60 professors had gathered in a spacious room, their sleek chairs filling a long table at the center. A large display screen hung on the front wall, easily visible to everyone in the room. Two people stood beside the screen, a woman and a man. The woman's fiery red hair flowed in waves down to her waist, resembling a flickering flame. On the other side of the screen, the man had light brown hair and bright blue eyes that sparkled like a clear sky. Here, right here, the woman said, her finger pointing at the footage playing on the screen. The scene showed a grove behind the fourth-year dorm building, captured from a bird's-eye view as if recorded by a drone. The video revealed the lush trees and greenery of the grove, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. The leaves rustled gently in the night breeze, casting dappled shadows on the already dark grove, creating an eerie yet serene atmosphere. In the next second, the camera zoomed in, capturing the two individuals by the pond in closer detail. The boy had brown hair that shimmered in the moonlight, and his eyes were fixed on the man in front of him. The man, whose face was hidden in the shadows before, now came into focus. When the man took his hat, he then bowed to the boy. Unfortunately, at that moment, the video suddenly lost focus and the image became a blur. The video feed was paused, displaying the man's blurry face on the screen. Does anyone have any idea about this person? The red-haired woman asked, her voice commanding attention. The group murmured among themselves, trying to make out any discernible features from the blurry image. One of the professors, a man with a thick beard that resembled a cloud, raised his hand as he squinted at the screen. Sorry if I sound rude, Headmaster Nuria, Buta Broken Bar. I think you should play the video first. And probably the others here are looking rather confused at your sudden inquiries of wanting to know the person whose face was blurry in the camera. The red-haired woman, Nuria, who was referred to as Headmaster, flicked her finger musingly. You're right, Gilbert. Well, Thena Broken Bar. The video feed continued. The moment the video was unpaused, the boy, wearing an academy uniform, suddenly fell to his knee as the man in weird clothes looked at him. There was a short talk between them before the boy moved in a sudden motion. The fluttering wind suddenly formed around him, but, in the next second, the boy's head suddenly fell to the ground, separated from its body. What happened? Hearing that the room was filled with noises, Nuria paused the video again and observed the professor's reactions. Did that man just kill our student? How dare he? The professor's reactions varied as they watched the video. Some expressed curiosity and shock at the sudden beheading of the student, while others directed accusations toward the man who appeared to have killed the student. The noises in the room grew louder, prompting Headmaster Nuria to shout for attention and unpause the video feed. The next scene in the video added to the confusion of those watching. It showed the man about to swing his sword even though the student's head had been cut off first. In the end, he cut through empty air where the student's head had been. This unexpected turn of events left the professors puzzled, and murmurs of confusion and disbelief filled the room. Headmaster Nuria paused the video again, and the room fell into a hushed silence. She looked around at the gathered professors, her fiery red hair framing her determined expression. I noticed something wrong. Broken Bar. Look at this, everyone. Nuria zoomed in on the image on the screen, highlighting the right hand of the student that looked odd with protruding claws and reddish skin color. Is that a broken bar? The astray? It could be the minion. To a broken bar. It seems we have more questions than answers, Nuria said, her voice commanding attention. We need to investigate further to understand what happened here. Gilbert, gather a team to analyze the footage and see if we can enhance the image of the man's face. The rest of you, I want you to review the events leading up to this incident. We need to piece together the puzzle and find out who this man is as well as the student's identity. But let's make sure the investigation doesn't interfere with our teaching responsibilities. The student's education is a priority, after all." The professors nodded in agreement, and Gilbert, the bearded man, nodded solemnly as he left the room to assemble a team for the analysis. The rest of the professors began discussing amongst themselves, exchanging theories and speculations about the strange turn of events. As they left the room, Headmaster Nuria remained by the screen, watching the paused video with a determined look. "It might be that the demonic humans are starting to make their move," Lawrence suggested, his bright blue eyes peering at Nuria. Nuria turned to Lawrence, her trusted advisor, and vice headmaster, who had interrupted her as she was watching the paused video with a determined look. "It's possible," Nuria replied. "But there's something different about the transformation this time. Take a close look at the hand." Lawrence leaned in for a closer inspection and soon realized what Nuria was pointing out. "You're right," he confirmed, "this is new. Usually, when they transform, the body part that has changed appears as a misfit from the human body, but in this case, it looks perfectly in sync, as if the transformed body parts are the original ones." Nuria nodded, her mind racing with possibilities. As her mind wandered, she recalled something which her granddaughter had told her some time ago, something about the beings that the demonic human worshipped and the beings that became their source of power, the demon. With that word kept ringing in her head, Nuria turned her attention back to the screen. That student might be a demon. A demon? Yes, the being that the demonic human worshipped and got their power from. "I'm sorry to say this, but, are we talking about the demon that once appeared in the second catastrophe? The one that a broken bar?" Lawrence's voice faltered, afraid that his words might offend Nuria, but, it was Nuria herself that finished his unfinished words. Killed Garuda. "Yes, that very demon." A broken bar. Her fists were clenched as she said that. There was a resentment look on her face. Both of them were silent for a moment before Nuria broke it with a cheerful sound. She was the best at controlling her emotions, and that was the reason why she was strong. After all, her power, the blessing of Umberheart, was the power that was influenced by emotions. "Yoch, we could say that the student is a demonic human or an astray or a demon. But, what about the man with old-fashioned clothes? I'll be looking for it immediately." Nuria smiled at Lawrence's reply. She could always trust him when it came to this. Gathering information, somewhere in an ancient ruin, a broken bar, a shadow figure resembling a human was roaming around the ruin. The ancient ruin was shrouded in darkness, with only faint beams of light filtering in through cracks in the crumbling walls. The air was thick with dust and the musty scent of decay, as if the ruin had been abandoned for centuries. Amidst the shadows, a figure moved stealthily, blending into the darkness with a grace that seemed almost unnatural. The figure appeared to be humanoid in shape, but its form was indistinct, as if it was constantly shifting and changing, never settling on a single appearance. The figure moved through the ruins with purpose, its steps silent as it navigated the ancient corridors and chambers. It seemed to know its way around, moving with familiarity as if it had been here before. Its eyes glowed with a faint, otherworldly light, casting eerie shadows on the walls as it moved. As the figure continued its exploration, it came across a chamber adorned with ancient runes and symbols. The air crackled with energy, and the figure paused, sensing something powerful within. It reached out a hand, and the runes on the walls seemed to respond, glowing brighter as if acknowledging its presence. The figure raised its head, and its features became momentarily clearer. It appeared to be a human female, with her skin as pale as snow, her silver hair tied to a ponytail seemingly contrasted with the dark place, and her eyes were piercing, glowing light blue. With a sense of purpose, she approached the center of the chamber, where a pedestal stood. On the pedestal, a glowing crystal shard pulsated with a mysterious energy. She reached out a hand, and the shard responded, resonating with void-like black color. The crystal shard glistened with an otherworldly radiance, its surface smooth and translucent. Within its depths, a peculiar sight caught the girl's attention. A faint reflection or image seemed to be trapped within the shard, Like a fleeting glimpse of someone, the figure had jet black hair and hollow black eyes that seemed to hold the depth of nothingness. Like a void, the image appeared to be trapped, as if imprisoned within the crystalline confines, peering out with an air of desperation. Her lips curled into a smile as she observed the image reflected within the shard. "Found you,"